将拨开雾霭迷茫，不觉已一日过半，过眼的葱郁风光，细数泛了黄。
时机已到，该启程了。
抱歉，恕难从命。
快别理他，祭典要开始嘞！
转头真妙，好剑法！
确有一皇一凤。
俺这姐姐好厉害！
别怕，看阿姐射他下来，为你报仇。
阿珍，你要去哪里啊？骑慢点儿！真是长大了。
混沌真气乃救世关键，你绝不该安居一隅。
住口！是，别说了！放开我！住口！不要再胡言乱语！你是谁？放开我！去死！给我去死！杀了你！杀了你！杀了你！ 阿姐在。只不过是一场噩梦，很快便会醒来的。我神，绝不容许任何人再伤我家人分毫。
不是说要留守家中，心意已决。
别多问，上路吧。
姐姐，
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back for the Nbpl. My name is Severio alongside Creatives. We're starting off tonight with Stage 2 trios, bringing us into the lower bracket, getting a chance of seeing how the Stage 2 progress has been. This is going to be losers from last week, at least the top bottom four, I should say, to be now trying to compete and trying to make it through. Creatives, how's it going this evening, dog?
Going good. It's going good. We're back once again with trios, lower bracket this time. You know, people got to fight. Teams got to fight to stay in that stage 2 now. You know, bottom 4 do end up just, you know, that's it. They done. But top 4 does able to still be able to compete in the round 2 of the losers bracket. So, you know, it's gonna be an interesting day to see how, you know, these teams are gonna try to tee up today. But overall, you know, I'm excited to be here once again. Trios is lit. The pacing. It's been spectacular from what I've seen, especially in stage 1. Now to stage 2, trying to see what, you know, what we fixing on the macro, seeing what, you know, if we're going to be changing up anything in the aspect of, you know, after the Yangs, it just gets so aggressive. So I'm wondering if there's going to be a little bit more structure there. If not, I wouldn't be mad. I love the aggression overall, just how the pressure's been from the teams. And, you know, you clearly see the teams who can really keep up and the teams who can't really keep up, just to the fact of how many points some of these teams put up on the board for a single game. I mean, we've seen 20 plus bombs from single teams, and you know, it's that margin and that skill gap is just increasing throughout the days of the stage. It's just the fact of how, you know, how quickly can you adjust to the pacing of the other teams. But you know, that's gonna be it's gonna be a little thing to catch up on here for today. But overall, yeah, I don't know how today's gonna be. I'm going to see what teams are in, so that's what I'm mainly looking forward to right now.
Yeah, no, definitely. So, getting you guys a quick heads up before we get into that, a little bit of a Twitch drops location. Make sure you guys have your account binded. Go through 15 minutes, get yourself some Tay, Silk in 30 minutes, and then in an hour you get the experience, of course, for the multipliers. That way you can level up. By the way, also looking at finals, which is going to be next weekend, as a reminder. That's going to be giving you the champion bubble choice gift. Making sure you answer questions correctly in the chat. That's where we're going to give you some chests from there for the stream event rewards. Now, YouTube chat, I know you guys are live. I've seen you guys. Mans are, you know, they're in there. They're like, where's everybody? Where's everybody at? You know, over at Twitch chat, man. That's where we're at. So, putting you guys on blast. Yeah, putting you guys in the notion to know where to be at. So, let's talk about something too. I mean, getting into today, right? Teams that we have, if I'm not mistaken, going to be OUG, WFG, SS1, and GG. These 4 teams taking their chances right now in terms of this bracket. But, you know, it's kind of crazy. It's kind of seeing about what would happen from what we saw last. I mean, GG took some victories going into the Stage 1 finals, for as a reminder, where they were able to kind of be the first team to hit match point. And then they didn't make the chance of making match point. I mean, it's practically a 1-to-1. Only one other team that's actually been able to do a match point into immediate victory, right, which has been SR. But getting into the following round, right, then now is when we saw 4 teams reach into match point. TE taking a predominant victory for stage 1. Now this time around, TE is always going to be the ones on top. New patch, new update, new rules to be set up here. TXJ is obviously making some strides and looking into what's coming up next, because once it comes down to after this, after they create another opportunity for victory, that's going to be where we get to grand finals at the middle of May, right? Last year's qualifiers is kind of the bread and butter of what happens where teams are at the last limb. This today is going to be one of the last chances for some teams to compete for the remainder of stage 2. So if they do not make it to qualifying, that's going to be up to them to see how that scoreboard realigns. And then, of course, looking into last chance qualifiers, where rather or not they will take the opportunity of just digressing and studying what the success has been for their peers again, but this time for the last chance in the season.
Forgot too. I mean, I was sleeping on TE in that finals because they were like in that, you know, 5th, 6th spot. Then they, you know, they made into that 4th place spot and just end up taking the dub after. It's all coming back to me. But, you know, teams overall here for stage 2, what would they have? FPSEQ with 0, Alliance with 2, WFG. It's just total points overall. This is just the stage 1 now. As you see there, TE taking it, are going to be able to have that 45. GG had a good run. SR as well in that final. Wolves with 30. SKG. Haven't really seen much of SKG personally. I think I only saw them compete in one day. So I would love to see them today. I'm aware of YZG, SR, obviously. RW, I mean, super aggressive team, right? We were talking about this, Severio. Just, you know, they're just the different type of crew. They just like to run all these, you know, I wouldn't say I'm crazy comp, but just, you know, like niche and different compositions that, you know, works out for them in some game, but sometimes they just get, you know, they just get shut down.
Yeah, they get overwhelmed. I think one thing too is that some of the more predominant options for them would be, you know, just sticking by the formula, but sometimes that can make or break a moment right through the scoreboard. Looking at how this has turned out though, they are going to be able to kind of seek towards Sunday to play it out, luckily. Though getting us into the bottom 4 bracket, I mean, between the teams right now, like I was mentioning, SS1 and OUG, I mean, these are strong teams, right? Sometimes they get a little bit of a wonky setback. That was, you know, due to their first day of playing. Though getting a chance in seeing GG here is kind of a rough estimate. I mean, like I said, GG is one of those teams. They've been here for an extensive period amount of time. If you guys aren't familiar with them, seeing them taking the chance here in a lower bracket, last chance opportunity, right? And this is going to come down to our versus round, right? Participating teams, as mentioned, going to be the OUG, WFG, SS1, and GG. Then we have Alliance, WBG, DRG, and FPX, ZQ. This is going to go into our versus for that first round. And honestly speaking, I mean, I've been studying over the choices, and some of the teams actually having a chance in switching out one of their primary leads when I was looking over. For instance, seeing how TE's TXJ had taken an opportunity in switching his role from the Hottie into the Enor 1. It was kind of an interesting take in seeing how those core placements have just been swapped around this season.
I can't believe we have GG, DRG, OUG. I mean, it's a stacked top 4. I'm not gonna lie. SS1 in there. I mean, it's gonna be stacked. It's gonna be a fight for, I would say, like WFG, WBG's been struggling as well. Alliance, I feel like they're a hit or miss. I can't say much about FPX and Q, but overall, I mean, it's gonna be a fun night to watch these teams duke it out to make it into that top 4 of the losers bracket, right? I mean, this is our last stage. We're cut, right?
Yeah.
This is our last
stage 3.
Yeah.
No stage 3. So then getting us into the schedule, right? I mean, this is coming down to next week being stage 2 finals for the weekend. The following week is going to be last chance qualifiers. I'm not sure in terms of where that leads us into for grand finals, if there's any at all for points, and seeing how that changes. For instance, match point for trios was 40 points. Seeing how in solos it was 15 was kind of a wake-up call for a lot of the players, though. Putting us in the spotlight, we would be able to see one of the last changes beforehand, possibly with the patch change, but I doubt it. I mean, there's some niche changes there. Though what I want to kind of make sure I'm mentioning is kind of looking at versus. Recent change that allows for players to kind of decide upon where to be at the start of the match. That I think is actually a pretty consistent check, because your Roman Yangs give you that opportunity as well, right? Being able to free move, being able to kind of apply yourself one position. For instance, I've seen Jaja Leo or going through here. XXL from IG, he has actually been doing some good work there where he's like positioning out as a hottie, but then he gets caught out, right? But that was before. Right now he's kind of we're looking into seeing how IG does in a winner's bracket. But at least for today, DRG putting their sections on. For us, I mean, DRG having no chance, right, to kind of like work around this, but it's going to be a good time at least to kind of see where they prescribe their medication on getting on top of it all. But I think one spotlight right now is just seeing who their core has been switched up for. I don't know if they switch positions during the scrims. I actually have, not the slightest clue on that end, but that would be a chance right now, to see how that turns out on the Nbpl stage.
We're gonna see it. We're gonna have to wait and see. But overall, teams are waiting to lock in here for our first martial arts game 1. Ultimate trios, right? I mean, I've talked about this before, Severio. I personally don't think the martial arts really do much for you. Just in the fact that, yeah, we've seen teams take the martial arts and then literally right after they drop a donut. I think every single day that I've casted trios and even solos, the player or teams that win the martial arts have not really found any type of advantage in a super like drastic way from them taking the martial arts. I'm thinking this is just, from my eyes, it's just looking like a quick warm-up, some good warm-ups, just to get the fingers going in a in an isolated 3v3 in this instance, and it's solos 1v1s. I don't think this is currently a major importance of your day, just to the fact that I don't think the amount of points is enough, right? I think especially in trios, and you might need to get more points. I mean, solos as well. Solos, it's just in both modes. I don't think the points are enough.
Yeah.
I don't know. How do you feel?
I mean, yeah, an adjustment on those points would be substantial. I mean, 8 points, 8 kills is one thing to kind of look into the long scheme of things, but it really comes, I feel like it comes down to like being a little bit higher, right? Because this first game is basically going to be you making it through. not just taking kills for one set to another, but I feel like it should go up to like at least that 10 to 12 mark for first place, 6 for second, right, for the runner-up, and 3 for like, you know, the remainder of teams. But that really just kind of seals a lot of placements. If we were to go by the match point threshold of 40, that could be adjusted as a result, you know, up to 44, just a little bit extra there. But more importantly, when it comes into out of the versus, the big substantial hit is just, you know, seeing towards it. In solos, the phases. In trios, we don't follow that rule. We always have the teams to kind of be positioned in the same grouping as their peer for who they fight in the first qualifier fight. But after that, I mean, there's no changes. I'd love to see that be evolved. Obviously, this is a new change. I mean, we haven't had this system at all since, you know, at all. Yeah. So going into this in the first year, I'm really working this down and seeing, you know, maybe we could theorycraft what the devs, or rather what the Pro League would want to switch up over here, because that's really a big play in seeing how the players are going to, you know, chance it out.
No, 100%, because into the 2026 season, you lose a game. You know, like literally game ones are set up for martial arts ultimates, and you know, you're losing out of that chance of the BR where anything can happen in the BR. That's the beauty about the BR. It's just, you know, there's a lot of RNG that could happen in BR, and yes, there's, you know, these teams can control a lot of the aspects of it, but you know, I don't know, you can have a pop-off moment in BR and, you know, it just gives you enough points to just, you know, reach that line that you're looking for. And now for this season, you just lose it out, and you know, the max you can get is 8, and you got to win out every single round. I don't personally, I don't think it's a big advantage going into the remainder of the games, but I do like it, dude. I do enjoy watching the isolated 3v3s. I love what we're seeing from these teams. I love the, you know, like little strats we see where all the teammates drop their weapons in the beginning just so their other teammates can grab a weapon and, you know, they can 2-on-1 off of it or whatever the aspect can be. Just a little mix-ups to have a second weapon in the inventory. I love that little type of things that these teams are doing. So, you know, I am a fan of the isolated fights. I just personally feel like it should have a little bit more of advantage. But, you know, like you mentioned, this is a new season. This is some new systems that we never had in trios. So, you know, they still got to work out the nooks and cranks there, and you know, we'll see how it evolves. But overall, we are going to be starting off with SS1 against GG for our first fight of game 1.
You know, one crazy thing, too, is also noticing how we're going to have small chances here. 3-3-0 on the ground level, gets caught by the roar. Mion's looking at this for a horizontal release. The Aqua's ultimate comes down. Now, CGS burning the combo breaker forces out Mion's ultimate in this case, right? Knowing that the Justina is going to look to try to freeze out the Tian Hai. She's successful for it, but CGS almost getting caught out there. It's going to take the time to notion to walk away from that. F1 from the Shunwan, though, pretty substantial, but LXM gets caught. Mion's going to get going ahead and making sure that he holds him in his hands for the 2.0. Immediate slam for the kill, and there's now only 2 members left going through. Now only 1 member left. SS1 actually for that 2v2 up against with GG.
That's rough there for CJS. Not being able to get the freeze there onto Mion once he got his teammate grab, but doesn't matter. Opens up with a massive parry though, evens out the health, opens up with another parry as well. Big damage now, 330 showing up. SS1 is gonna fall in a 2v1. The Tembi trying to fight for his life, and it looks like the Aquos team was shutting it down, but no, SS1 are gonna be able to, nope, they're gonna be finding out here. Food not gonna be able to get the damage off, and GG living out the pressure of the knockdown. I was looking at the Aquos Temi because we usually see it with the Viper, but I like the vision. Just the execution wasn't fully there, but into our round 2, GG once again trying to make it a 2-0. What are we looking at now? The inner competition on both sides this time around. I mean, and this is just a double fight here, right, Severio? It feels like we just see a double fight once the Ping ultimates are invested.
The other thing, too, is weapon selection. Ziping is going to have it on towards GG with the dagger, which is really strong for that 1.0 damage, but we are going to see Fu getting denied here from the altered form of the Lightning God. Having it down towards CJS, he is just going to keep it moving, right? He's going to make sure he locks down Ziping, trying to pop her V1 passively, right? Seeing towards that Mortal Defiance aspect. There it is going to be for the forced ultimate, though. Now, in a position like this, CGS doesn't really have much to offer unless in the second or two when he gets his F1 recap. There it is for the ult. Gets the Nbpl. Does get going through with the animation, but the teleporter taken from Hottie. A little bit of a nuisance, but this comp is sustainable by all hell, right? You know how much it comes down to it. The 2.0 energy from CGS, though, trying to still lock down Food and still having the F2 up while we're seeing 3-3-0 in the back line getting melted on.
Yeah, we see this from multiple times from the hotties. They full focuses of pings, and you see LXM trying to do that for the squad. Fu falls down. CJS responds with a massive parry. Now the Prowl onto Mian are gonna be able to get a little bit of damage there. Now another parry once again from CJS. The hottie F is invested in the back end, but now they're trying to stay up in the 3v2. It's gonna be very rough. Looks like Mian is going to be shut down pretty quickly there. The HP's going down, but now the Prowl here for the fist plays. Big damage there onto CJS, trying to even out the health in a 1v3 now. It's going to be a little rough. Gets a double hit. Hold on, we could probably see this. Sends it, but gets parried. That's rough. Oh, but someone hits him. Does manage to get the double dodge out. Sends it again, but the parry connects, and there it is. GG, taking it in at a 2-0. Unlucky. Just unlucky.
It really was. I mean, it was crazy too because we saw a 3-3-0. He was getting a 2v1 as well, but his sustain was a lot higher than we saw from Food there for SS1.
Yeah.
So taking GG next, we're gonna look at Alliance bringing this up against what seems to be DRG now for this fight. Bringing out the weapon selection is a really big part. I mean, dual blades has been kind of rare across the board. I think I've seen it with Akos more so, but for Tumult to be bringing this up with Xiao Wei and Zenda Wu, I just realized that's a Zenda Wu and a oh yeah, this is what I'm looking for DRG. Now this composition might be something for more lockdown. We're gonna see the F2 to be actually invested here from Kakashi, and this format F2 is kind of a death sentence in certain aspects. Since it's going to be coming down, Kakashi though gets fully melted out. We are going to have to worry about the Shy ultimate, but since the Zenda Wu gets so much mobility there, you're going to see Kakashi looking to opt in to dodge away here, shoot, getting Kali into that hole into the fire, and this is going to be where everyone turns from glass into sand.
Oh, I'm looking at the pressure there from the Zenda, having that Shayo ult with her there to protect her, and those dodges was nice. I'm not gonna lie. Kakashi though still applying pressure here. DRG shutting down Alliance. Yuma still has a little bit of fight in him. Does manage to catch the Prowl. Do manage to take out Kakashi, and now Alliance even out the player field. Don Q now eats up the damage there from the fly. Now the shotgun burst is good there from Don Q. Yuma spins it back, sends it back to the opponent there. The Temi now forced to pop the F, but now the pressure's gonna be in a 1v2 in the back end. Mai trying to fight it up. Now another parry there. Does manage to get the damage? No, it does not. Gets canceled out, but Yuma still applying pressure onto Don Q. Sends it again. No, the F is good. Gets the damage onto both players. Yuma 1 HP in the dream as well as Ryu on the bottom end. Looks like these players are still gonna be fighting now. It's super close there in the backside. Could be a 1v2. It does manage to happen, and now DRG's Mai gets the damage plus elimination with the scare rush. Both players very weak. They're gonna respect it. Going for the full reset, and it's gonna be Mai against Ruo here in a 1v1 to 3v3 martial arts.
You know, it's crazy too. I was looking at this. I was like, man, this is a close fight, but now it's a 1-to-1. Looking at the whole checks here, it's going to be Clink number 1. Looking for the swap out here. 1-2. Holds the R&B. Gets the release off. Burns a combo breaker. Now, we still have ours. Mai's going to be looking to kind of scale out here. Looking at the teleporter to be set up from Hottie. It's also crazy enough. Ryoshi could be canceling his flight form and then proceeding to get a little bit more heal passively. That's actually a superpower that Hottie can have in this fight. But he is going to go ahead and take the offensive approach. And Ryoshi taking this opportunity to kind of look towards this is he's noticing that this is going to be a whole position of not going for level 3s. Gets a nice parry. Level 3 swipe comes out. F1 still available. Ryoshi not having the ultimate duration, but the 2.0 securing the victory. That comp, I wanted it to work, and it did technically, but going into deletion, I mean, that was in the latter half of that fight. DRG bringing out some ingenious options out here. Now, having this down to Alliance Classico with the Tianhai, with Yakos, with the Viper Ning on his composition as they go for round 2.
Oh, this is Viper? Oh, that fit kind of fire.
Kind of fire, right?
Yeah. Alliance against DRG once again. That was a good showcasing though. There was an Enor against that Zenda comp, so I'm very curious to see how it would do against a Monk competition, but hopefully we see that later. Right now, currently, do have the Monk ultimate already invested there from you. My Revenge trying to stay near that Akko's cage. You see it this time around here with the Viper in play here by Revenge, but now Mai's gonna respond. It goes to ground slap, pound the marking, gets the damage, but no, the Monk there with the Kuba stomp to stop that damage coming into play. Mai's gonna be forced to back on up. Alliance trying to go for the reset, but the Hottie Kakashi there for DRG, being able to apply that pressure there in that flight mode. Now the Akko's F2 doesn't manage to snipe that down. Revenge though playing very passive. Nice read there on the F recast there against Mai. Now Revenge is gonna go ahead and invest this Viper ultimate. Looks like one player's gonna get stunned, and it's gonna be Kakashi in the back, and this is bad. Now the peel from DRG has to come into play. The shotgun burst is good there from mid-range. Spins it back. Yuma and Ko now trying to shut down Don Q. The Viper there for DRG. It's not gonna be able to stay up. We see Alliance now with a health advantage, I believe, and it looks like this could be a shutdown here for DRG if Alliance are able to close this out.
Yep, F2 combo, or F2's skill coming up here for revenge and taking the reset. It's kind of a negation on this format. I know that DRG's mind is looking for a heal there, but you can see it coming from Yuma to deny that. Still having a chance here for drop downs. Revenge doesn't get the connection on the F2 and gets juggled as a result. Blue Focus confirms this. Crouch LB, now he's holding out for fist blades, switching out over, getting parried, having that chance. That turnaround was too good. The isolated fight that Yuma was able to have with Mai, and then coming back to confirm the kill with Kakashi, giving them their victory in that 2-0 situation. Now, OUG pulling up here for Baby U on that Enor 1 and then having the opposition with FPX on the Akos. Viper Ning having it with Spear though. This should be a good setup with the fan as well, considering the juggle with Tianhai, and then obviously switching up over towards the flying knives. We're going to see Kiki look into the pillar, hoping to scare rush up there, and then, you know, noticing Baby U, he actually takes an immediate ultimate. And yeah, there it is. Having this opportunity, that's going to be the response here from Water as well as the Tianhai.
Yeah, I mean, see Baby U now. Looking for the Akos, trying to anticipate the cage. Doesn't matter if he gets caged up, but Water there for FPXEQ. Tries to apply the pressure on that Monk ultimate. No ults besides that Monk ult have been baited out here by OUG onto FPXEQ. Drag slash is good. Just straight poke damage here. The Monk though, duking it up. Baby U drops health. It's going to be forced to back on. Now nearly gets grabbed, and now the capitalization of FPXEQ looks like they are going to be trying to get this. Now the Chakra Burst doesn't connect there for Baby U. Viper ultimate still intact here for Kiki. Looking for the damage on the mid-range is good, Baby U. Now with no ult, is going to get caged up, and now the damage is going to come into play. The Viper ultimate instantly off that cage, and this is what I like to see. One player, two players get stunned. Peak and Co are going to be shut down. Baby U being the first one out, and now FPXEQ have the man advantage here in this 2v3.
And then having Kiki to be in the face value, there's going to be a parry. We're going to have to worry a little bit. 2v2 situation, right? Because I'm assuming we're looking at the zipping to be almost taught out. Peak finds the parry. Kiki goes ahead, gets jumped a little bit for the connections. And the F2 wake up comes up there for Kiki. It's going to be up to the Scare Rush to spell out here, but we're looking at over. I mean, it might be over. Considering the staggers, if one R&B from the Flying Knights kicks in, that's going to be a catch on the LMB. 2.0 coming out from SS, not throwing it. He does indeed, I forget. He is going to be going ahead and throwing this out. It might even almost throw the whole fight. If that tap dodge didn't happen, the 2.0 from the RMB comes out. SS scaling out here, having the opportunity to come right back in with a 1.0, killing off Kiki, and now leaving over here with 50% rage. And look at this for the rage bars, right? Look at this parry from Peak. That's going to be going down here. And I know the OEG light work, right? First round. Second round, I'm curious in seeing how that comp is going to be changed up here. There's going to be a polar opposite in this case. So they're going to be running out here for the Yakos, for the Tianhai, and the with the Viper Ning, building this up here. The other time, you know, I've seen whip swords to be a, parent. I mean, I haven't seen much use of it. It's all been flying knives pretty much.
Cage is a ping. Viper ult her, get her out instantly.
Yeah.
That's what I want to see here from OUG. You see him looking, but the Enor ultimate now invested there from over. Peak is going to respond with the mug. They're going to wait this out. It's going to be a battle of the Transformers for now. You see OUG's SS and Baby U playing behind the mug, and we saw this earlier as well. They just wait this out, and the Enor can't really get too aggro. He could stay in the pocket, but got to be really aware of dropping that wide HP. As you see, Over is going to respect that. FPXEQ is going to play around the pillars, and now their aggression is going to happen there from Peak, leaving his teammates. The Google Stomp back, gets the damage through, but now the Viper ultimate is going to be invested here from SS. The shutdown lockdown doesn't happen there from the cage. There it is. They do manage to trap Over there off of that Enor ultimate. It's a quick shutdown there from OUG. Do manage to get the damage plus the elimination, and now in the 2v3, I believe they still have the Zaping ultimate, but their main staple Transformer is out there for the peel, and now it's gonna be a little rough getting juggle there in the back end there. As you see, Peak and Co are gonna be finding this through, but Water still applying pressure here on the Hottie.
It's rough here, taking on a double pair from Baby U. This is going to be the extension of this fight and seeing how it ends. It's kind of rough to see how over it went down. I mean, he overextended. Teleporter from Hottie wouldn't work in that scenario for the Akos ultimate still up there. And now the juggle happens here for Water. And that's going to be FPX going 2-0, man. All the RMBs in the world, bro. That's going to go down. This is going to be WBG, WWFG. For us in our fights coming down here, going to see the Zendawu Shio again.
Interesting.
I like to see it. I like to see it. You know what's crazy too is that they're not using Combo Breaker for Shio nor for the Zendu. At least we'll have to see for PP. But in this case scenario, they're using the F2 variations, damage, and then a CC lock. You see actually the last time we saw that in DRG's hands, having the opportunity to hold check someone that is cast onto the bird for the F2 skill. That might be the play right here for Level, or at least the LV. Now, I'm gonna call Level. Level might be putting himself out here, right, to kind of look to a range capture on that Hottie. That would have been crazy catch, right? Ski shooting basically. But for Level right now, he having this ultimate, he's gonna wait out for the Shio ultimate to kind of cast down here, finding a knife parry on missed. Looking at the connections here, the V1 shield throw has been thrown out here for PP, and you can see the teleporter being invested early for the zipping means that these guys can now hunt her down.
Yeah, there goes the damage here from Zenda. looking for just a ping, and now the overhold is good. I believe gets the damage onto Miss in the backside now. See LV, Louis Vuitton, staying up here on the Zenda. There goes the F. Doesn't manage to catch anybody with it though, so kind of wasted. But now the pressure's still happening in the back end. Miss falls. WBG now with the man advantage, looking forward to shut down onto Swan. There goes the damage there. Do manage to catch that, and now WBG in a 1v3. We'll be able to close this out pretty soon. The Hottie though still fighting in this. Catches. No, I thought they caught the Dragon Slayer, but it doesn't even matter. There goes the full lift up. Still to stay in this fight though. The Hottie living out this pressure. There goes the parry. Manages to get this the F there to stop that gold frame there. Beautifully done there from the shot. Yo, sends it again, but the parry connects this time around. Jiang Wen is going to be finally shut down there by WBG. And the Zenda comp, not bad.
I like it. I like it. I saw the you know, the delay on terms of using the Tumult Ultimate and not in conjunction from what we saw from DRG earlier. That was really a good play here to kind of see where it was used to capture anyone who was escaping with Hottie, because those projectiles give you a mark on, and that lock on is going to be a guaranteed hit if, you know, they don't tap dodge, right? But more importantly, in midair, I mean, you're going to be looking to stagger them, and that stagger is going to be a death sentence. Our next fight though comes down to your Volta comp with the Tianhai, and is this a Wombo combo comp? I swear, because this is going to be a destination 0. If everyone the Tianhai ends their ultimate, that's going to be a free V1. We're going to have to see, because Takeda is trying to do some workout here to see whether or not he can hold his Takeda Fury Blast for the end, but I don't think it's enough time. Slam down happens. Zhao Wen looks to slam down level, and level going to be having it there. That Volta on V1. You can see it happen. I know Seb is probably watching like, no, this is the day I wanted to see the Wombo combo, and this is going to be coming down here. There's going to be a drop down for the Viper. The Karumi ultimate to keep themselves alive and sustained won't be even necessary coming down here. Nice parry, and level goes ahead and repositions with a tap dodge parry riposte and giving out towards Shuan on that Takeda.
That was beautiful there from LV, being able to quickly readjust there onto that player, securing that elimination. The shutdown connects, and now in a 2v3. WBG had the man advantage. WFG, I mean, it's just rough here for them. Another player falls. 1v3. Zhao went last one alive once again there on the Monk, but the full staggers connect there for WBG. And there it is. Look at them happy and excited. I mean, they're bringing out the Wombo here in the 3v3 martial arts. I mean, I was thinking about it. I was like, it's kind of rough, right? Because in Yang, you had to invest that Monk ult instantly to just match the opposing Monk. But they still managed to get the shutdown there. The beautiful Viper ultimate does manage to get them that first elimination there in the field. And, you know, they quickly make work out of that. And now moving on over to our second round of fights. Alliance against WBG. Yuma and Ko. We have the Enor competition against the Zenda and Xiaoyo again. Let's see how they're going to be able to sustain this Enor ultimate. As you see, Yuma already invested this. The Xiaoyo ultimate is going to be called in here for the sustain. Gustic marked up, plus drown slam, big damage there onto LV. Now there has to be some sorts of peel here for this player, but it looks like he's gonna be forced to pop his ultimate. And this the setup is not good here for WBG, and this could be bad for them here pretty soon.
Yeah, I've been seeing how this is going to be a scale out here. Nice armor swap mid-time, and that's going to be a shield throw to stop Ryoshi's pressure there on the ground. V1 to space out. There's light staggers here. The range to not. I mean, even though there's no range weapons, it's really just going for the staggers here. All the teleporters inside of the area to try to escape this area. Nice grapple bump. It might be looking for connections here with the F2. Could confirm, but Zipping is that lifeblood, man. She is the artery. She's going to keep that team alive here with that F1, especially for Yuma. And in this scenario, F skills are going to be all the way down. I'm hoping to see whether or not LV has it up to him. The 2.0 doesn't come out here from Yuma. It's been clinked off. 2.0 in close proximity for a Dragon Slayer for John. Not even going for an uppercut. Getting a double piece on Yuma and Revenge. WBG making this comp be the oppositions in the martial artist solos as a wake-up call.
Nah, you see Yuma in the player cam there. He's mad. Yeah.
Yo, look at LV, bro.
LV is having the time of his life. He's just like, yeah. I mean, because Alliance was winning that off rip. They were winning the fight. And then I think after the old recast of the Zenda, it just all got shut down there. Plus the Temi ultimate. Someone grapple bumped somebody in the air, and then the other teammate. Wombo off rip here onto Yuma. This is perfect. This is the Monk. But now the counter ultimate here for the Viper is coming in. Is going to be invested. As you see here, a little bit slow there on the Viper ultimate there for WBG. They don't manage to get that ultimate off, and now they're going to pay the price for it. But you see Revenge now on the other hand is going to eat up a little bit of that damage. A Monk grabbing the back end there from Yuma. But it doesn't even matter. PP is there for the peel, trying to go for the second slam. It doesn't even matter. LV gets hit down, and now the ult is deformed there from PP in a 2v3. This is gonna be rough. There goes another grab. Unfortunate. I don't know if that was a miscommunication or what it was, but the Valdo ultimate did connect, but it didn't even matter.
It didn't even matter, man. One target on their end, and then having the opportunity to see this kid, like it just didn't connect as fast as they were hoping for. Yeah, miscommunication, possibly going in here. We have this last round though. There's going to be the Enor one comp bringing it up here for WBG, up against the Justina, Wei Shan, and Xunhuan. Now, Xunhuan are actually Wei Shan being on the V2 here, so just making sure he can keep himself composed with the mitigation. And timing it right now is going to be up to whether or not PP goes for immediate ultimate or just uses it in conjunction. We have it down to Yuma looking to focus in midair, and Revenge getting the the snipe from the sky, bro. Predator drone online. This is going to be the case right now. F2 might be coming out here, and there's going to be the recast as PP immune through it with the iframe on the ultimate cast. Now he finds a reason to cause for causation, right? There's going to be a huge amount of pressure for this Justina to forcing her ultimate out early or getting her out the game right now.
All right, let's see. We're looking for her overhead. Oh, mid-range. Oh, nearly connects off of that. Tries to go onto Yuma there, but now Yuma does get the space in the Yushan there for the peel. Be able to stop that damage from coming into play. See some Justina dashes come into play. I don't think we got a freeze here from Alliance yet though, but PP now back in the pocket, gets cut off the F recast there from Lee. Revenge doesn't get the damage off the blue. Now is looking for the damage once again, but PP now is gonna go back in the pocket, gets hit by the long sword, or the whip sword, sorry. Yuma in the back end, very weak. We see the HP bar drop, but opens up with a parry there against LV. PP now trying to go for the overhead scale rat, sends it, but parried it from John this time around. Do manage to get the first elimination plus the second. Now the third is gone, and OUG and GG going up next. Alliance out, unfortunate, but we still have another set of fights.
Yeah, their heart rate is up there too. I mean, you can see it on their faces. Just the fact that they got a victory on a victory like that. That way they can concede to go to the final fight. Now for GG and OUG, this is their final chance here, not to be runner-ups, but instead trying to make sure they don't get out here. As Baby U gets the ultimate, little delay on the instantaneous, but he's still going to be using it pretty early in the fight. And the F2 comes down here. The combo breaker might be used for ultimate to mitigate out the lightning blast, and there it is. And getting a stagger off this and the double dash freeze reset 1.0. That's all we need. And looking at Hottie's HP, you see this guy on the V1 cast could be caught out here from the shoot one. He's looking for it, and he might be getting the kill elimination off the corner. Here's a freeze. There's a 1.0, and there's a teleporter to be getting him out of position. But I noticed this is going to be on the LXM. He is waiting for anyone on the back end to take that teleporter, and that cube being invested, it could be their loss of life.
Yeah, I mean, that was his lifeline there. It does manage to get out just in time. The Hottie just, off that double freeze, just eats up so much damage. We saw all the health just get dispersed out. Now SS getting caught up. Big hits there from the fly. Now CJS, nice jump parry there for the elimination onto SS. Baby U now trying to fight this out, but he's eating a bit of damage to the parry. Unlucky, eating up so much damage. GG with a health advantage against OUG. Baby U falls, Peak falls, all gone here for OUG, and GG taking the first round. Heartbeats, I mean, look at CJS chilling. Everybody else they're kind of high up there. 148, 157 for SS. That boy a little stressed.
Well, dum dum bum 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 bum. Seriously, it's crazy having this coming down to this second fight. I know GG putting themselves, wow. You know, CJ just melted everybody out here and burning off the Enor One ultimate, getting an Nbpl. This is going to be denied. He knows it's going to be a denial from the Tianhai as the melee grab comes from Peak. Though holding this down, you could see that CJS is just being a nuisance, like a mosquito. I think just in the building, you hear the buzz, and you're just like, what is that, man? And this is going to be coming down to him going to their backline and no questions flat. But the Tianhai,
oh no,
actually, not even that. The Akko's stopping him for the Tianhai to get the killing blow there. That's going to be kind of an upset and possibly even taking them down for the Viper ultimate as an insurance to kill confirm the last two targets, or just for one.
That's unfortunate, man. I can't believe he stayed in the pocket there while he was half health in that, ultimate, knowing that they all had ults up. But, he's going to pay for the price for that. Now OUG are going to be having the advantage. SS now is going to go ahead and invest the Viper, open it 330 in the back end. You see him here. The ping does get stunned behind the pillar, though. Big damage is now coming into play against 330. LXM tries to showdown here for the pill, but it doesn't even matter. The damage is done. I believe this ping is very, very low. Yeah, less than half health already there. 330 now, 1 HP in the dream. LXM throws down. Baby U throws down the F. He's gonna get caught off of this, and now there goes the full punishment here from OUG onto this player. The overhead doesn't even matter. The 1-2s and the shutdown is there. On to round 3. Unfortunate, man. I can't believe he stood there knowing that the monk was still up and it just gets shut down with a cage.
That's what we're seeing. Like, we've seen these Enors going into these backlines and just kind of playing hot potato. And then all of a sudden, Aka's ult ends their day. And then there's the other thing, too. Is just like even the teleporter, if it's available, I mean, you got to use it early, but the Aka's going to be able to use that immediately. So having this working down here, GG's LXM putting up to the sky, just waking out for the wait out. It looks like OUG made a patient call out there. Just kind of wait this out with the Cicada or with the Justina and the Justina as well. This is going to be a way right now. We're going to see that Dazzle come down. And of course, this is going to be a V1 variation for Syra from 3-3-0 from GG, which taking this into consideration, I mean, look at this. One, boom, boom. All in the straight line. And look at the Tesla Ultimate. We just got to wait to see how are they going to be using this against a Tianhai, because he can iframe through it.
It's F1 V2, Justina. Let's see, SS1 taking up all the damage. Shotgun burst is good there off the 1-2. LXM now is going to respond with a Monk Ultimate now forming up. Baby U on the Kurumi has the tether onto one of his players. The Tesla Ultimate now comes to play. I believe Peak gets hit off of this. There goes Dazzle. Backside? No, that's Peak throwing it down to one of the players. But do manage to get the iframe there through the Faria mech, and now you see the pressure happening towards the Monk. Nearly doesn't really take a lot of damage. He gets a grab onto Peak, looking for the second. Doesn't manage to do so. He's going to go ahead and get the confirmed burn damage there. Plus, the follow-up is there from his teammate. Peak takes up so much damage at the back end, but now the D4 comes into play. Tesla Ultimate does connect there onto LXM. The fight's to continue in the back end. 330 East of damage there in the backside.
And LXMs are going to be right there in the poise. 3-3-0 going down. 2v2 right now to see, or it's hoping to see the 2v3 go down here. But I don't know if LXM is looking to get caught by LMB. Yeah, there it is. And not going to be a denial for the stagger, but the back end is already going to be looking to close this in. The 2.0 though turns this around. And 1.0 to the R&B release. This is going to be 2v2 now situation for LXM, having to work out the 2.0. That's still coming out from OUG. The clink off, no parries, no succession for the V2 since it's 50% cast, and that's a guaranteed kill. That's LXM going down. That CGS looking to reset here, and even on the Fairy Shen, this is going to be a rough estimate. I mean, 2.0, hold check, parry check on the behind. Look at the LMB. There's going to be the follow-ups here. CGS doesn't care anymore. He's at 80% nearly on the ultimate, and he's going to throw these blue focuses just to kite. 50 seconds on the clock. 2.0 comes out. The scare rush into immediate combo raker usage. And then for the beacon drop, it's not even going to be available here to mitigate this out unless he just goes for it. There it is. Oh my goodness gracious. He doesn't have a heal in his life, but he can go for cannon mode, and that's going to be that F1. That sustainability. 600 armor from that. The Kurumi to get the passive heal over time. And look at this. She's already at 1,000 HP practically. 1,500. And then going into this reset right now, it is now going to be a weird pocketed fight because even though there's no sustains, we can still just do the pressure in the middle of the tome.
Yeah, I mean, you have to keep contesting this. That's GG. If you're the Faria, like the bar is nearly filled, but now coming out of this, V2 is called in. CJS staying in here. The bug now going up. 10 seconds remain. There it is. Capture the bug. And here it is. The full stun. Roar! The unleash of the bug. And that's the first time we see that.
Absolutely the first time. First time we see Zenda Woo. First time we've seen no book. Yeah. Like this is legendary, bro. We got this. So this is coming down. This is now a final fight. This is WBG versus OUG, and this is coming down to the Zenda Wu fight against the Eno Wancom. And this is against a team that's been making it through all the way to finals. Curious to see how this is going to turn out here. Obviously for WBG, I mean, I don't even know where their position is going to be leading out to this for against OUG, because like I said, Baby U is one of the media ultimate users for the Eno Wands, and they know exactly who it is coming down as LV puts himself in the F2, tries to catch it in midair, gets caught by the Eno Wand spear, doesn't get the tap dodge he's hoping for, and now he's down to a quarter of his armor.
Let's see, but they have that Shayo ultimate now invested there for the sustain. The Eno though, full chasing down LV. So be forced to pop the Zenda ultimate. Who's going to be the one getting picked out here? I think on the backside, with somebody on the right side, it's Peak. I think it's the ping there for the opposing squad, but LV's now looking at Baby U, looking at the Eno here for this opposition team. The Tomok ultimate now called in for the shutdown. LV might be going for a reset. Tries to go over the top of the pillar, but it cannot. The air R&B there from the Eno O still manages to clip him, gets one powder in. Baby U now gets caught up there by the bird. Doesn't get the full damage though. They had that hottie escape, but Peak now getting full chase down. Mid-range pressure there in the back end, but PP there with the pressure onto Baby U, being able to shut down those flying knives there from the back end. And now you see LV taking another quick reset in. WBG fighting to stay in this, but he gets caught up and it goes to 1, 2, 3s, gets the damage, Zenda falls, and now OUG making it out. WBG is going to be able to have a 2v2 here in this fight, but it's looking rough here for Pete.
Yeah, the 2.0 energies are going to be massive here. OUG's SS looking for the R&B if he can get it. Having the combo breaker is going to be up in here in a second. Jiang looks to try to release the blue focus. Doesn't even worry about the R&B. Look at the repositions and finding out Peak right here. Throwing the 1.0 in the opposite direction and giving OUG a run for their money to see what is next. And as PP is having the F2 back up here, anyone that's on ground, dude, like on the ground is going to get caught. There it is. Peak goes down. 1v2 bringing us up here. This comp has a 100% win rate under the hands of WBG. We already know what's happening next here, right? This is going to be the Wombo combo. But here, there's going to be the head off the F2, off the combo breaker, and that misses out. That's not what we like to see because he has ultimate ready now. This is going to be tough for the escape pattern, man. Look at this. Even look at this. The dub dodges come out here, but there's only a limited amount of time here, especially after the combo breaker. And you know that's rough too, is that the Shio's F2 is going to have to be predominant here if they can look for the catch. If SS gets away with these level 3 slashes over and over, he can take the victory here. No questions asked.
Yeah, he's fighting for it. You see him, Peepy's gonna eat up a lot of this damage. He's gonna be able to give that full return onto the Temi. And now there goes one. Jiang now, last one alive there for WBG. SS calls off that ultimate. Now back in the pocket, fighting for the stone, for the tome, the book in the middle of the terrain. We have the shotgun burst, good for Jiang. Now has the health advantage, forces out the F, drops down, going for the both parries. Both players staying in the middle. There goes the Prowl, has the F once again. And this is what's disgusting there from Hottie, being able to have the double S, but it doesn't even matter. He says the point. 9 gets the damage plus the dub, and Jiang now gonna be able to get that through. Going back to our first round, now our second round against this team. Hey, they duking it out.
Dude, that's crazy too. The 1.0s. I saw the late Hottie teleporter be. I was like, okay, perfect. But he was so sketched out because of that 1.0 energy coming up from John. So I mean, I would too. This is gonna be where they learn from their mistakes, right? The last time they automatically opted to use their ultimate against this composition right now, especially you're gonna see LV looking to kind of work out here, waiting out Peak to see his pressure on PP, and as the late grab comes down, you can see PP looking for SS. This is gonna be up to the points, right? Peak is gonna be investing those booster jumps, getting himself the left point, and then looking at the Viper ultimate. This Viper ultimate. I know Baby used the backline getting melted, but we used this. SS almost taking a high risk, high reward situation and taking himself out of here with the grab going down.
LV had an isolated fight against Baby U. He was just chipping out his health, and he manages to get the OR plus elimination. And now OUG are in the back wall. They're trying to stay up here in this 2v3, but WBG already applied all the damage. The damage is done. Peak forced to pop his F, but it doesn't even matter. There goes the shutdown, and there it is. WBG are gonna be our winners of game number 1, taking the point advantage on over to the remainder of the games. And what a showcase there from WBG, being able to get that last fight through. That was a big shutdown there early game. The Valda comp being played out, the Wombo, like you call it. I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense. You really don't have a lot of place to like move around and try to kite out that Valda ult. In a situation like this, it's just, once it becomes a 2v3, it's just so hard to try to bounce back from it.
No, for real. And the crazy thing is that the only way you're going to be finding this out in terms of skill selection is the moment it happens. So having to see a Valda, seeing the Viper, you're going to understand that's a double Wombo. But if you see a V2 Valda, you're thinking about that. But rarely is the case when the Viper's on the line there as well. Considering that we've seen Vipers kind of making their introduction with the Octos comps, you're going to be able to kind of figure that out. But the time was everything. OUG's SS using the Viper ultimate around the pillar was taking that high risk, high reward scenario, right? Taking the line of sight, trying to break it so you can come right back in for a tap dodge and getting your team to stun. But the problem is, not enough time there. Especially considering that we saw it from from the hands of the maker, right? From Jiang being able to catch it and then being able to kill confirm with the Tianhai. This comes down to just cynical aspect, right? They're going to be reading them like a book. So one thing that comes down is taking out with WBG this round, putting into the verses, taking a new step in a direction where it's not the same old comps or even just slight variations. We're bringing the character selection pool to its utmost peak, right? Taking out the Shio, RW for instance, taking Shio for instance in the BR, but now putting her inside of this with Zenda Wu. And not only that, the combo breaker not taking advantage of that for the Zenda Wu, but also taking the F2 for both the variations. That lockdown is pretty substantial. The cooldown of it is less, right? And the fact that the Shio is there to kind of make sure that she can hard confirm a knockback focus, that's enough to give a team enough pressure for a 1.0 to be charged up beforehand for them to make that call out for that communication barrier.
I mean, now the question is going to be, do you think we're going to see... Oh, we have a question. Well, no, we have another question. We have 2 questions answered for Treasure. If you guys are watching on YouTube, make sure you guys swap on over to twitch.tv/NARAKA BLADEPOINT in order to get a chance to win a special gift. The question is going to be, which team isn't competing today? Is it WBG, B Alliance, C WFG, and D TE? I'm going to say there are champs from stage 1. But overall, I mean, yeah. The question that I was gonna ask was, do you think we see that Zinda Xiaoyu competition played out in the BR mode? I think it makes sense in a 3v3 isolated where you don't have to, you know, be aware of any third parties, fourth parties, but I just think that comp is just going to be a strictly game one thing, right? Being able to have that Xiaoyu ult to protect you from you know, a couple things being thrown at you, but it doesn't really keep proccing over and over and over and over again, right? You have 3 charges, I believe, on your teammates as well. So I don't think we're going to see that in the BR. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, I mean, the shield block, right? Her teammates get 1, and that's it. And after that,
just 1.
Yeah, they either just sit still and they reproc it for restaggers, or those opponents wait them out. Like Tianhai gets free grabs off of that, right? Yeah. Thing is, your biggest pressure is the Enor 1 comps. The only problem is that we're gonna see the Justinas there in the mix, as well as the Cyrus. You know, those are gonna be kind of difficult to kind of counteract, considering that once they read your tap dodge out, they're gonna be looking for a stagger with their teammate, and then they're gonna get guaranteed frozen. But beyond that, looking at the leaderboard for the versus, we're gonna talk about it in a second. The opposition comes out here for WBG. You can see SS1 losing it out against GG, FPX losing it out against OUG, and then moving over, OUG winning it against GG, taking it to the runner finals. But on the other side, DRG losing it out towards Alliance, and then obviously with WFG and WBG, I mean, taking it out with a 2-0, I mean, that was kind of a rough standing, but taking 8 points here, this is going to be the versus score points to second place for the runner-up. OUG taking 4 points, and GG and WFG taking 2 points each, or I mean, Alliance and GG, I should say. With WFG, SS1, DRG, FPX taking donuts, doesn't really culminate any sort of value there. I mean, let me rephrase that. The problem is that, you know, the amount of points here to come through, I mean, they can make it happen even without the win. Like we see TE do it. We see them, that's why they're in their winners bracket. But the one point about this is just kind of seeing where the standings are. Back to that point though, I mean, Xiaoyu bringing it out there with the Zenda Woods mulch to create a way to kind of break the line of sight. Those type of fights, kind of rough to see, but we are going to get a replay going out here as WBG. We're taking that 1v1 fight against the Hottie, and it was just a 1.0 hold check scenario, man, the whole time.
Oh no, he's a shaker. Oh no. But you know, he drops a, yeah, he put 9s in there. That's just insane. No parry, get punished for it. Now you see this was a massive Viper stun here behind the pillar. Tries to tap us through, but doesn't manage to do so. In the back end, even though this was happening, their player falls to Valdo ultimate, and there goes the grab into the follow-up. The Clink connects, and that massive prayer there from the Viper there, but the F is there to stop that follow-up from happening. Does get the knockback. You see him still trying to fight this out, but it doesn't even matter. WBG already had infliction damage. Now you see him going for the clean up there. Oh, with the tempo and excitement there, being able to get the elimination. That's how they end up winning game number 1. But yeah. Interesting to see Zenda in the 3v3s. I think this is the first time I've seen her in trios. We've seen her obviously in solos, but in trios this was the first time. And what a character to pair her up with than Xiaoyu, right? Xiaoyu Temi being able to have the sustain plus the lockdown as well with the tumult. But now we saw her work in a couple of instances, but I don't know. It's still a little rough. Just if you have Enor in play and you have monks and all that, it's just, you know, I feel like it's just way better to run those. Which, you know, it's subjective in what people want to play. But overall, we did see the value, and you know, it could potentially be played out a lot more from other teams as well.
Yeah, I mean, working it around, I'm not sure. We'll have to limit test that sometime later on, where the V1 for the Xiaoyu, right, when she throws a shield throw, and then she connects off a target. I'm not sure if Zenda Wu's light arrows stagger them out of that whole animation. Then that way they can confirm it afterwards. That's the biggest part that I want to kind of see if that was what was occurring there. The V1 for the recast for Zenda Wu there too. I mean, it's 8 seconds of a firewall, ticks every second, it light staggers and hits anyone that's in that direction, right? So if anyone's there, they get also caught with burn. The reason I was looking at this from when we saw DRG running it, they use it in the conjunction with the Tumult ultimate, which kind of counteracts the way you want to use those defensively and offensively, because they used it both at the same time, like at the same exact moment, burning time for the duration, right? 12 to 14 to 8 seconds there. But the way that we were looking at this is when we saw it the first time bringing it out, I mean, they deleted, well, let me rephrase that, they really separated their opponents there when it came down to it. If they run it up inside of the area, they get staggered, right? And that's a free boot focus, or that's a free uppercut. And then that's the sentence with flying knives being so used, you know, every single one of these players have at least a flying knives on the team to drop it for their teammates, and then they can pick it up and utilize it in their fights. That's the whole aspect in here. That's why that 15 seconds in the beginning gives you more than enough time to kind of decide upon what you want to use there, even beforehand the match starts.
Every team runs the flying knives, man. It's just It's so good. It's just so good overall. But yeah, interesting game one. Now WBG, can you break? I'm calling it the C8 curse, because every single time you've seen the game one winners, they get a donut game two. So yeah, come on WBG, I need you to break the curse. Let me have a good game here for game two as well. We're gonna be locking in our first BR game shortly here for our round one of the lowers bracket. You know, these teams have to make it to that top four. They want to stay into the stage two. But you know, this is a major one, right? So we were talking about it earlier. This is the last stage of the spring split here for the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. And, you know, quickly like that, we get thrown into our last chance qualifiers, into our finals. So everything's happening a lot faster, I would say. Technically, we are losing, I believe, 2 weeks from our previous season. So we are going to be, you know, having a faster crunch time here for these teams to quickly adjust. And, you know, I feel like with the new systems being implemented, it kind of makes it a lot harder for these teams to, you know, try to get to their peak as fast as possible. You have less time to do so with the new format. You have pressure on you every single night you come out and play to make it into these the winner finals of the stage groups. And with less stages, you know, it really puts a lot more pressure onto these teams and players to, you know, make sure they have some sort of success throughout this first spring split. But overall, here it is, our winners of game one. How we're gonna bounce back, not sure. We're gonna have to wait and see how WBG looks for our first BR game. But yeah, I don't think we're gonna be able to see the Zenda comp in our BR. If we do, then hey, I want to see how it plays out. But you know, it's gonna be rough to see that through. Overall though, we did see a little bit of the V2 play there from the Justina from one squad into our game one, which, you know, is very rare to see. I think we just see that in the Justina, for especially in just martial arts, for both modes, that, you know, some players or teams will like to run that V2 for that Justina. But, you know, the dashes have always been a main staple there for that character, being able to, you know, freeze out monk grabs and being able to go in and stagger the opponents there. I mean, I think it's good being able to, can she dash through gold frame parry
For Zendawu?
No, Justina.
Oh, like to stagger them, or to like, because that's a stagger. Like she'll be able to stagger through. Yeah.
She can.
She'll stagger it. It won't guarantee a freeze unless you use the imprint, right? If she uses that recast on her ultimate to kind of guarantee that freeze and then doing something about it. But that type of dash, I mean, you don't really use the imprint as much. Well, in certain instances, it's a mega freeze though for Transformers, you know, for one thing. But have any opportunity for her to kind of stop those parries, right? But more importantly, you know, the other thing about Zendawu that makes her kind of a threat is the fact that when she throws that F cast as well, is that she is going to be able to kind of avoid any and all chase downers, if that makes any sense. Well, she's like iframe throughout the entire, it feels like it, she's going through the iframe through the entire cast when she's throwing those arrows, and then she can tap dodge as much as her stamina bar allows her to. Then going out here, launching an arrow, gold focus, knockback, blow up, stagger, flop state. I mean, there's a lot to the offer for there, but still, players are still looking for her to get some sort of changes to make her trios viable a little bit more often. I'm not sure whether or not she does get any sort of changes in the future. I think in solos, right, her presence is pretty noticeable. But the problem is that players, like, she's only limited to one mode, right? Rare case instance of a recently released character, Shunhuan Lee, where he's able to kind of work out both modes, taking both spots, and being so dominant in the since J Cup to come through that he's still being used in every single match at least once. So that 100% pick ban rate is like there for him. As for Zendawu, I mean, she's being a newly released character, not taken outside of the outside of the shed and saying just look at the flowers. She still has some usage there. The problem is just, you know, formulating her and what she's going to be replacing in your BR matches. The first and foremost comp, Inor Hadi's Ping, one of the most dominant comps we've seen in a while, to kind of make it out in this new system, 18-player format. That way you can kind of see that usage. Akko Syra with the Viper, taken away from that point, you take the Justina out to put it into the Wei Shan and Shunhuan now. That way we can see where that comp comes down to round 4, the phase 4 selections. That's where we see the mixed bags. You can start seeing the Takeda with the Tianhai and the Takeda, Tianhai, and the Temi, and then seeing about, okay, what if we use to mulch with Zai and Shy away, and what if we're bringing Takeda for something else? And in this case, nothing else. The only thing is you can then start, you know, thinking about your double uses. This is in the 6-round format, 4 games are the BR. The 6th round is going to be the guaranteed. No questions about it, mirror comp to the Inor Hadi Ziping. Unless there's a way to counter it, right? That's why those latter phases exist. Finding a way to kind of find the counter options, or even to use a comp that it given the right to, will have a better presence just because of their, you know, success rate. You being the ingenuity, you know, you being ingenious and making a new comp, cool for you. Did TXJ do it? No? Okay, we don't want to talk about it. But if you do the work, and you kind of show where its value is, that's why we're seeing Shio bringing up from RW. But in this case, this composition is going to be making its rounds. The only thing is, will it stay? For the BR, at least.
I don't think so. I personally don't think so. But from what you were saying about the new character, she's sounding like a Trios character to me. So, you know, we could have some sort of new comp being formed up with her. Not sure how her overall kit's gonna look, but, you know, hey, she sounds insane. She sounds insane from what you were saying. I think you were saying like she can TP to teammates or something like that. Heal. I don't know exactly what her full kit is.
Oh, Tyragon? Yeah, dude.
Yeah. That's what I'm talking about.
Ooh. But WBG in the last phase. Opportunity shines, because this is a phase that you could technically bring that comp out, but yeah, let's talk about these pick bans, man. SS1 and GG in the first phase, DRG Alliance in the second, FPX and OG in the third, WFG and WBG fourth phase. Yay.
See, this is what I'm saying. Why are we winning martial arts? It don't matter. We get last pick. It doesn't matter. And solos, it doesn't even matter as well, because you only get the first round selection in the group you're in. So if you're in group D, and you win your round, you're being 7th instead of 8th. It doesn't. Come on, man. We gotta lock it in. But hey, first round selection though. Aqua's Viper, Syra for SS1, and there goes the Intercom for GG. But you know, we have a little bit of a difference here. I mean, having that comp in our first round, like you said, that's like a 5th, 6th selection right there.
Yeah, and the crazy thing is, I was about to say DRG, are we running this? Because I saw the tumult and I was like, this is really early on. Yo, don't stress me like that. Oh, yeah, role selection switch. So I'll bring that out, because I was worried about, not worried, but the first grouping allowed for the allowing the Syra Aqua's Viper to be available for phase 2, seeing if that's available for triple pick. But now that we have the Haughty Enor Zipping available for third phase, what is the play here? Because now OUG is like, okay, that pick is available. We could take that to a double pick round. So let's do it. And that's the same thing that FPX is rocking in there. That's going to be available for them. I'm not sure what's going to happen next, since we know the Aqua's Viper, and the Viper Ning are out. You know, that's 2 teams already choosing that composition. Now this comes down to our final phase, and since we saw the Zenda Wukong coming down here from DRG and WBG being the only 2 teams to be able to bring that out here, that's going to be case scenario of whether or not, I was going to say, either we bring that comp or we go to Shunhuan Weishan. Don't play it dangerously, play it safe. That's going to be available for them. That's going to be their available option. I'm actually going through the scoreboard from previous scrims and seeing if they even brought this down from this composition, but it looks like they did. Not from the scrimmages, at least from yesterday to the day before. So between DRG and WBG, by the way, I'm just looking over that real fast. But man, because here's the thing, in the scrimmages, they don't play the martial artist versus. That round is not existent. They only play the BR matches, 4-round pick bans, and then last round mirror comp with the highest choice comp. You know, and seeing how that's going to be the case right now with the Enor, that's just going to be one of those comps that comes down, and there's 3 of them now in this lobby.
Yeah, that comp, the Lee Yushan, I think that comp is super strong, but it's always picked last. But I personally feel like that comp is it's a transformer shredder, you know. It does manage to really control the aggression from the transformers, just to the fact that, you know, the Junhuan Lee is just being able to inflict so much damage, and then you have to respect the F there as well with that character. It's just super strong, but for some reason it's always in that last pick selection. And then now we have, what do we have, Zenda being picked like 4th. I don't know. It's just all over the place. But
so, because I was gonna mention, I was like, the mix up there, having a split first round pick opened the door for head scratchers, right? To kind of bring that out. The Enor one, the Weishan, the Weishan, the Justina, and the Xunhuan Li. That composition kind of usually takes sometimes the second, and then Naoko's Viper Syra usually takes third. And then in this case, I mean, we always see the flip flops, right? Just kind of throw them off their guard. That kind of composition, though, yeah, it's a Transformers leader. If you kind of work off against the Enor, and then if you capture him, you kind of work him down. But the only thing is then bringing out to when, if you can get a double pick option there, just kind of mix it up for another comp that you're just like, let's, you know, opt in for using this one. And that's where we're going to see this first round selection going down. I know that GG is like, yeah, we have it. But for SS1, they're like, yeah, we have it. So you can see the points, you know, the average of points coming down between the two. You know, it's between the value that it's going to bring out overall. And I always forget these points aren't as crazy as the ones like last year. You know, it's like not double digits yet. But bringing us down, skill selections are pretty standard across the board with variations on Zipping, Inor Hadi, Akos, but this is going to be where we're seeing this absolutely bombastic F2 double up from Dongqing 9 and Kakashi for the Shaiho to the Zendawu. No combo breakers for them. They just got to brawl it out, and that's what they're going to bring up here today in this Midoriya inside of the nighttime, midnight. So Fireflies off drop, gonna have to see how the map drops come down here. Players, you know, heart rate, we're going to be showing up most likely in the next couple seconds, and then seeing who's stressed the heck out of their mind.
Oh, there you go.
DRG are below 3 digits though. W team, W health.
I could be wrong, but I think Alliance started that Akos comp last year. Was it though?
Viper. I have maybe a one-off. I hate, you know, that's a history lesson. We're gonna look into that.
Yeah, I think it was them.
Yo, this is crazy. DRG taking Imperial Camp by themselves. No one contesting that. Cycling this down, I mean, Alliance having the double Fireflies off Crimson Cave. FPX taking the one Firefly off this Skygaze Cove. But if DRG takes the Imperial Camp, they'll take the Firefly, they go up north. Azov Peak takes a whole bunch of other teams there. You know, kind of briefly mentioned that. That means they go to Imperium. Maybe they look for a reset over by Twilight's Pass. But yeah, we gotta look into the Alliance's past comp and seeing if that was a one-time comp with the Akos, especially with the Akos Viper. Syra though, I mean, Syra was used not in that comp, right? She was used everywhere else, but this is going to come down. First time coming through here, game 2. My name is Severio alongside with Kratos. Now bringing this down, I know Alliance is pulling up here that one Firefly. Yuma's at 95% with the initial rage, but then going over to Azov SS1, immediately aggression here between WBG and themselves, and that's Jiang going down before you know it. That's SS1 taking their first elimination in this game, taking a little bit of extra gold there, and still hunting down the residuals of WBG here.
And it looked like SS1 were going to get shredded there, but Luoye being able to sustain that. I saw him getting full juggled. Massive pair there from Mian. LV now forced to pop to Justina. Now tries to back on up. Has the terrain now to do so. It's a little bit of movement errors and get grappled LB there from Mian and Co. Fu in the other hands get even damage off the 1-2-3. You see that Justina now trying to live it out. The 2-on-1 into the 1-2. There goes the silence into the F2 shutdown. SS1's Fu takes out LV in the kill feed. Yuma and Co going at it against GG. Another scrap off unfolding here. Just full aggression off rip here from these teams. The Syra ultimate now called in here for revenge. Alliance now with the upper hand. 330. Very weak. Trying to go for the dazzle pretty soon. Doesn't manage to connect. 330 still ends up getting eliminated, and now Alliance with the man advantage plus the eliminations. And look at the leaderboard. 2 for 2 there for OUG Alliance, and that's as one. There goes the third for OUG, so that team did not manage to live that out, and that's going to be WFG. But WBG and GG still have one player remaining, but off rip, you had to win out these fights to be able to scale on up, because that first Yang comes very soon, faster than you actually know it.
Real. And then looking over here, you see the chase down from FPX. Now the thing is, DRG are at weapon advantage. Look at the purple weapons all across the board. FPX taking this fight. It's just going to come down to the comp and seeing how this works out, because ultimates-wise, we have the Zendawu, we have the Xiao, we're taking Catapult. Spacing up here enough, FPX did not take that chase down. The Catapult is going to be used pretty much instantaneously. And SS1 looking to try to get this Vulpine's Essence out the way. 2 eliminations, being able to hoard out this chance and being able to get this Vulpine's before that first Rum Yang. Meanwhile, DRG taking the opposition, taking it over to Imperial Camp, this time against FPX. And a pair like that against FPX, Kakashi's really doing work out here. The Stoneform proc, not even afraid about it. And the V1 from the Zipping going to be invested, as well as looking at this from the Enor 1. Now Over is looking to reposition over towards Mine. He's looking at trying to stop this Tumult from doing any sort of work. The Nbpl could be available, and then seeing about it, there's going to be the ultimate cast here from Mai to mitigate it, and then of course just looking at the shield throws, the staggers from the Zendawu to stop the pressure from the Enor 1. He just has to connect one RMB. The whisk throws are going to be resetted on, and the staggers are happening. The V1 is avoided, and Over seeing his teammates still sustained out here from the Zipping. As much as it comes down the Xiao way, it's going to be up to whether or not she has shield throws to offer.
Yeah, he's able to put up the damage, and now trying to go for the quick reset. And Kakashi, on the other hand, gets the prior onto Kiki. The 1-2 is good. Says the 1.0. Now the health pool going towards Kakashi's way, but Over now showing back up. Massive parry from Kakashi. Gets the damage through as well. Now Over forced to back on up, but Kakashi has already implied lots of damage onto 2 players there from FPXZQ. Ma with a massive parry there behind the head. Water now to be forced to pop the Hottie F. Over's trying to stay up there in the back end, but now Kiki getting hit there off the scare rush into the F. But no, it's gonna open up with a massive parry there from the post sword as well. Another R&B and a shutdown there off the F there from Over onto Kakashi, and now they have the upper hand. Not being able to close out those 2 eliminations might bite them here. Donkey falls, and FPXZQ being able to stay up there with, even though investing those ultimates a little bit too early, they're still able to sustain out the pressure there from DRG. They still have to deal with this Temi ultimate here from Mai, but it's just a matter of time, I believe. Trying to go for a quick reset in, but Water's in the opposite side of the wall. Over's inside. There goes the wall down. Senza gets parried, and Mai's going to get cleaned up. And FPXZQ closing it out. Beautiful there from FPXZQ. I mean, it looks like they were going to get shut down, but no one full collapsed onto one player. I think they split it off, and they ended up giving them the full reset.
Yeah, Kakashi was going back and forth between 2 targets. I mean, he did successful parries left and right. And the only problem is following it up, right? Everyone was at 1 HP, but Zippy comes back with the F1, giving her a little bit of sustainability there. And then obviously just comes down to the checks that came out to the parries. We lost a lot of lifeblood there too because of that. For us though, we're gonna have to look at Yuma looking for a drop down here. My man is looking for it, so kind of seizing the opportunity for 1 or 2 targets. You can see Yuma's already scaling up there. He lands on the ground though, so you can't really take a chance here. OUG taking the Volpine test. This is going to be given towards, I would say, Peak. Yeah, he has it. This comes down to him also having a mitigation to the out of the wazoo. But another thing to kind of notice is kind of seeing where this is going to come down towards another fight at Ferris Pavilion. This is WFG. This is SS1. Obviously, the V1 Shun-Wan Lee is going to be coming through. The Akko's ultimate to stop that pushback. But having this coming down, I mean, Zhao Wen is already dashing out here. No questions asked. He's looking for the guarantees freeze if he could get it. The Akko's ultimate, the Moonbane being dropped down, and the immediate hit on the end. And Zhao Wen avoiding the second Moonbane by getting struck by the first, giving his team a little bit of time of worse for wear. But I think this is coming down to where Shuwan's still having ultimate and losing out Mist in the distance.
Who put that there?
Don't. Who cast it? Who blocked that in the shot, bro?
He literally dashed towards the bay, man. It's just unfortunate, but does manage to live it out. Now these teams are going to be posted after the first round, right? The round, very, very important to scale on that. Plus that buff, you can get super aggressive out the Vermilion's Birds. Might also, though, see Zwan, on the other hand, getting chased down here by Alliance, trying to pick up this elimination from WFG. I believe this might be his last life as well, so this is a major fight here for the Yushan. There goes the form up there of the Transformer. Staying around. We'll go ahead and wait this out. Go ahead and pretty much just get full chip damage here, I believe. Trying to run them inside the zone, but Alliance are not going to give up this chase. They are going to try to pick up this elimination. Zhuan going very deep inside the zone. You see him, though, still kiting inside towards the remainder of the map. Now, yeah, it's going to be a matter of time. There goes the D-form. There goes the F silence. Goes the 1-2. The F2 from the Akos. Everything being invested here from Alliance there on the F department. Plus elimination comes into play. And now WFG are going to be fully eliminated here from game number 2. OUG and SS1 posted up for the Roma Yang, waiting for the gates to open up. You see Fu taking up a little bit of that damage there, going for the reset in. And now OUG posted up. Volpine for Peak. I mean, this is good, right? You having it down on this ping. Most of the times, depending who they fight, and this instance is going to be the Zenda Shayol. If the full focus gets invested there onto the Zipine, they're going to have that safety net there to stay up and being able to pop that ultimate, which really drags out the fight.
Yeah, but the thing is gear difference. We are going to see this coming down. Kakashi getting caught to the F2. Recast is going to connect to back off. And now for Baby, you do the immediate ultimate. Having this opportunity here, there's going to be the leap. There's going to be the Shayo throw. And he doesn't burn the meter. I was thinking about the Nbpl if it's going to happen there. But Baby U is taking full priority on towards the Zenda Wu. Shield throw is going to be coming out here, hopefully. But its multi-ultimate definitely will. Kakashi is still getting pressured on here. He is still going to try to tap dodge if he can shoot, if he can muster it up. There's going to be the V1 recast, going for a full stagger here and trying to space up. But you can see MY is actually going down here almost with Baby U's F2 recast. He switches prio. And then this is also the scaling out here. I mean, these guys have double purple weapons. One goes down for Tumult, and Kakashi looking to kind of scale out here. Getting caught, the teleporter available, of course. And the F2 catch doesn't really need to be utilized here. It's just more of a safety net. LMB catches onto that, and the DRG goes down. I mean, this is a mad gear difference, too. To be honest, this wasn't really a winnable situation for DRG. We're going to switch on over towards it with WBG up against GG. Having PP going down here. CJS looking to kind of shunt around here and seeing what LV has to offer after the combo breaker. But GG taking his victory here with 3 eliminations. They're going to be going up here. They're going to be getting their gold armor, or gold weapon, I should say. They're taking any sort of armor upgrades towards this. They're going to get a gold greatsword and overlord to boot, as well as having that, you know, be built up there. That's going to be pretty scary. I know that for a certainty. And then seeing about FPX winning their fight against SS1. So putting this into the board here, we're going to have these guys with only 21 players left alive to go through. FPX spotting at the Imperial camp, seeing GG on the outskirts of that Rummy End gate.
Love that from OUG though. You see them stall out that elimination, which in this year we pretty much seen them fully finish up the fight. But the reason why they stalled out the last elimination is because no kills have been, you know, they didn't see no kills in the kill feed. As soon as FPX ZQ finished up their fight, you saw OUG quickly get that elimination there. So all the timers are going to be even there. So love to see that there from OUG. This is a quick replay here from FPX ZQ against SS1 over on the Enor. Going for the air R&Bs. Manages to connect there from mid-range. That was disgusting. Going for the drag slash. There goes the marking onto the Akos. Lua Ye now eats up so much damage. The ground slam as well. There goes the Syra ultimate there for the finisher as well. And over now. Has to deal with a little bit of pressure there from Fu. Going for the air R&Bs over and over again. This is just, you know, pretty standard here from the Enors. Going for the mid-range pressure. Gets it through. Now it goes main with the Viper ultimate. Does manage to connect there onto Kiki. FPSGQ's over there for the pill. Staying through. SS1's Fu now. Catches Prog. Forces out the Prism there from over there from the Hottie ultimate. Staying up. There goes another one down. Kiki takes out Fu in a 1v3. Quickly making work of the Viper. Clean it up. And this is how they win their Yang. Getting a gold hung sword from that as well. And now trying to see who they can find out, or who they can find to get aggressive onto. And I believe they spotted Alliance, and you see Alliance fully cutting out, but Alliance didn't even go to Yang, so they don't even have to take this fight. So this is something they're gonna have to try to sustain out the pressure here from FPSGQ.
Yeah, you look at over, man. It's like it's over for you. Oh, you're done. I'm looking at this ultimate as invested as it was too early. I feel like unless they get this great stagger on Ryoshi, he's going to the Yako's ultimate. Viper ultimate to counter this out. Are we going to iframe through it, or are we going to be looking at the out sustainability here? Yeah, he is going to iframe through it. This is perfect too. Look at this. R&B comes out here. The blast comes out. The V2 Syra confirms everybody. And we look at Water, but he has combo breaker, and we know the teleporter is going to be used here. So this is going to be up to Water, looking to, over to take the teleporter. He is safe for at least a couple of distance, and then having this down for the parries against a Hottie. Yuma is aware. He throws a 1.0, that's going to be it. Level 2 slash comes down, and then obviously it's just escape gain. The White Tiger's prowess is keeping these guys sustained out though the entire time. I mean, that's 25 heal per tick. F2 though comes through, and the silence is good. No recast, nice connections. LMB, R&B, hold check off McGee, and I know the Yuma's throwing it in the direction of Kiki. R&B again doesn't get a connection. He knew he didn't have the timing, but the V1 is available again due to the amount of damage dealt.
And now the Viper ultimate called in here from Yuma. There goes the shutdown onto FPXEQ. And they were like, hey, bro, we wasn't even trying to fight. Like, what was you doing on me? Back up. And they end up paying the price for it. And that was beautiful there from Alliance, snagging up another 3-piece. But SS1 getting active against DRG. Both of these teams, I believe, 2 ults already invested, that being the Zenda ult plus Mai's ultimate as well. But the Zenda ultimate is gone. Fu gets shut down. Mai, on the other hand, on the Tumult, snags up a last hit elimination. Don Q going for the chase down there onto Man. Gonna go ahead and back on up. Oh, man, run up to another team. This is WBG in the mix now. This is a 4-way scrap off. GG shows up to the mix as well. And it's just straight chaos here off the first Yang.
You know, it's crazy. Kakashi's been picking up every single Soblum, but not giving it to Dongqing. I mean, it's kind of rough. I mean, we should be giving him this one at least in the second here, but you can see Dongqing is actually getting fully vested in the distance. Kakashi having ultimate again. This time he could potentially even kill confirm this. There is his kill, potentially stolen by OEG, potentially for him to get the Soblum. That's rough. Tap dodge doesn't even work in his favor, and that's going to be it. Boy, baby, you drop down R&B. I mean, these guys go down completely in the lobby with 4 eliminations, but they did some last-minute strides there over by the Crimson Cave and then running it back over towards Imperium. But there's like 3 teams there. Hide and Seeker is going to go crazy for that. You can see that GG are going to look up to the remaining gear that's left behind. 12 players left alive, 4 teams before second Romy Yang.
Yeah.
Now we're in the low period, guys. Now we're in this. Now we're in this. Okay, what happens next? You know what's gonna happen. For us right now, though, what's gonna be the determination is seeing Alliance over by Skygaze Cove taking this Romy Yang. Everyone's gonna be able to take a fight here. For instance, try to see about that gold armor. But more importantly, kind of working around here. I know the Alliance is kind of on the less for wear amount of gear. Still trying to look into stack up some money to kind of look for armor purchases. Also to mention, I forgot, in trios there's less Reaper charms, so anybody goes down, I mean, I don't know if they're already sold out, but we're gonna have to see because these guys stacking a lot of money on the standby, right? Just gotta make sure they get those gold purchases for the soul jades, especially in the shop. Let's take a look and see, because OUG just earned up a monthly allowance from those kills coming through here. Still having a Ruptured Gale Orb to be built up on Baby U. The Tuna on peak as well is with a Sin Cleaver. He has a Sunwing Slow Shot and still holding onto that Volpines. Still hasn't been burned. And for our day coming through here, second Romy Yang is opening up, GG versus FPX.
Yeah, and that's good there for Peak being able to have that. These teams are not going to anticipate that this late in the game. But, you know, we already lost half of our teams into game 2, so we'll see how it ends up going with that situation. But GG, FPSEQ, CJS, look for the F recast. Doesn't matter to connect off of somebody. Going for the overhead. No, gonna go ahead and call the Eno ultimate. You see him now going for the aerials. Doesn't crash the marking there. Going for the drag side, gets a little bit of damage down to water, catches again. There goes the marking. Now the Eno there for the peel over, trying to stay up here on top of CJS, being able to sustain out the pressure. The peel is good. Water though, trying to take a quick reset in. The 1-2 after drag slashes, catches him once again in the corner. Goes for the arrow 1-2s. Now the Hottie F called in. LXM very low as well on the backside. Has to be real careful here for GG. And we see the deform here from CJS. Now this is where the pressure is going to be thrown towards GG's way due to LXM. Ultimate is about to run out pretty soon as well.
Yeah, and I know this is coming out of CGS, looking to try to work it around from this Hottie F2 cast. He's like, I'm mad. But he can't do anything about that. Teleporter taken here. I don't know if CGS is looking for a reset or for a drop down, but one thing this is for certain, that his backline teammates right now are about to go ahead and come down here for round 2. There it is, drop down from water, looking for the clink off as CGS looks towards it. But for water right now, LMB hold checks off the Dragon Slayer, gets parried, and CGS prepared for that, doesn't get the riposte.
Damage.
No way this guy didn't come through here. The RMB comes out. Stoneform procced out here. No even shunting out. He's going for the LMB. Doesn't realize he connected it. Over is down. Water is down. And then, of course, looking at the last member with Kiki. GG taking this victory here is going to be looking at this pretty heavily. And like, okay, cool. 3-3, I was like, nice. But our weapon selection, what are we going to be upgraded on? Because right now, they're going to have a Hepta Detached Dual Halberds, another Tuna, by the way. That's going to be built up here and building up the Mystic Might to kind of keep that momentum going.
Yeah, good plays there from GG. See them now. I'm waiting to see buy ups a little bit more of these resources. OUG went out the realm as well. Probably get a little replay back, but no. It's off rip fight here between both Yang teams. There it is, the replay. This is how OUG end up winning the Roman Yang. SS gets caught up off the F2 there from the Akos. They goes to shut down the Viper ultimate called in from Yuma as well. This is a good setup here from Alliance, but the pillar is there to stop. It doesn't even matter. Catches 2, big damages coming into play. Hottie ultimate invested instantly after this, I believe so. Gets double stunned again due to the dazzle there from the Syra. Just but not a lot of pressure onto the Hottie. He lives up the whole sustain there. Unfortunate due to the fact that that's the ping ultimate being able to sustain you out there for this composition. Parrying ult form, spins it back onto Ruo. Does get shut down. Revenge on the other hand though, they had the setup but not being able to execute the finisher. And now OUG with the upper hand here, being able to just keep continuing chipping off the health bars here from Alliance. And you see Yuma falls 1v3. Revenge last one up, trying to fight up as much as possible, but it doesn't even matter. They end up winning that Roman Yang. Now FPSEQ, see them playing near this no ult zone. I'm not sure if Peak's Volpine got proc there. Potentially did though. I think it did.
Yeah, I think you can double check because they got cookie cutter crumbled
Yeah.
down with the Viper, Syra, Sun, and they still won. So that way, kind of seeing if that's the case. We're going to see. Though for FPX right now, taking the Draco Storm, kind of a key target to look at. I mean, I feel like the Mystic Might players might even gang up on them just because of that. Just because that Draco Storm is a sign, right, that you're in the outskirts. Or losing your roaming, right? So getting us into the next part for us, Alliance, just keeping them spaced. They got bounty scroll information right now. They ain't gonna be looking to kind of hunt down any players. But the crazy part is, it's just how the fact that they got gold armor is still available, you know, for them after losing to Rumyang. Now, for this, obviously, purchases reasons, the amount of stuff that's in the shop right now has been like tripled. So, you know, you can look for inferences of like different weapons and jades, or rather different jades, right, of selective quantity, like instead of just gold and looking for purples. But in solos, at least, that's the case. What I want to worry about is whether if OUG are just hoarding for something completely different in the shop. I mean, the gear set right now, they have all the jades they need to have the detail. I mean, they have gold and purples across the board, except for SS. So what's next is going to be working out Yang Spirit Well. This is going to be a World of Defiance purchase from Baby U, as well as with a Aurora Burst and the Ruptured Gale Orb, right? Explosive armor for SS with a Tai Chi fan. Volpine's still available for peak. He has not lost that. So this is going to be where rough estimate is like, okay, a team may or may not have the Volpines. Let's just run it down on the Zipping, and then all of a sudden 1,000 heal. No one has any sort of burn jades, at least for right now, for what we've seen so far. So the only people that have it are OUG themselves with the Ruptured Gale. And that's going to be the only way you can really start countering. If you start proccing that burn, start doing that attrition, right, burning out the resources, that especially coming down to a midway fight. And that's going to be a fight we're going to have to see right now between Alliance and FPX on the drop down.
That's it. Here it is. F recast there from Enor. Yuma gets sent down a little bit down the terrain. See Alliance repositioning. I'm just thinking, if that Volpine is still in play, who was Alliance full focusing there? There was like double stuns, triple stuns actually, if you count the Akko's start up there, and they weren't able to get elimination. So I was just thinking about who they were able to shut who they were looking at, but it doesn't matter now. Here goes once again. If I have ultimate stunning once again, let's look at who they're going to be focusing here. Water in the back end eats up so much damage. Still not looking at the Hottie. The Hottie manages to stay alive. The Syra ultimate now, I believe, is through. They don't manage to get the stun onto nobody. FPSGQ now going to be showing up against Alliance. Yuma be able to get hit with a little bit of this damage. You see all three players there for FPX. Going straight to this Alliance member. The Hottie slash down is good through the window. The counter grapple as well. Now OUG starts to move on in. GG as well, having an isolated fight there right next to them as well. But now the timers are ticking. 35 seconds here to try to cleanse out his Yang depletion. But Alliance now might not be able to do it. They do manage to get one onto Over. There goes the cleanse onto the Viper. But I don't think they're able to continue this out.
No, the crazy thing is they got one kill off of this end, and then obviously OUG is there to clean out the floor with the Yang Spearwell. You can see their Enor 1 is looking to pop ultimate. Kiki goes down there. There's going to be second soul bloom, but look at this. It's going to be Enor 1 from Hottie from Baby U. That way they can get their full reset, and you can see it. Alliance is down, right? For at least one more player left to go here for Yuma, and SS already in Hottie. Flight form is going in, going hard in paint, and as Peak is already going to be going ahead, and with that, we're going to get a soul bloom pickup for SS, and he might even going back in because you can see Baby U taking revenge down here with the Syra Ultimate V2. Is not going to really do work here, but if he does enough damage, maybe so he can kill her before the blast. Seeing how the F2 is already set up here, we're going to look for the tap dodge, potentially. No, he's going to get caught. It's going to be enough time for SS to close the distance with a slight uppercut, burn the combo breaker. Revenge will get out for a split second here. But killing noise won't be the issue here. It's just going to be him going ahead and not giving the kill unless he forgot that he took damage 5 seconds ago. I don't know why. I don't know why. That's kind of rough there, but they're going to look at OUG putting themselves at level 3, and that might be the end of the game.
Yeah, I mean, this is the last 3v3 of game 2. 330 takes up so much damage there. The Zaping nearly survives. They're almost getting eliminated. Now the Hottie F called in there from the Zaping, being able to sustain a little bit of that pressure. 330 still getting full looked at here from SS. Back-to-back slashes, looking for the 4, but the O runs out. There goes the F down, the 1-2s. Still having to stay up. Peak falls there for OUG. Now in a 2v3. Hold on, the Zaping's back to full health. This could be bad here for OUG. I believe the Volpine already procced earlier in their first altercation when the other team was fighting as well. CJS now with the upper hand, looking for the shutdown here onto Baby U. Baby U as well in Enor ultimate. Doesn't manage to catch it. Going for the 1-2s and the airs. I mean, this is looking like it. And both teams with 13 and 10. OUG do manage to have 13. GG make it 11 this time around. One player remains, and that's going to be Baby U. 1-2s, overheads, and that's all it's going to be here for game number 2. And GG with 12 plus the dub are going to be able to take out the win here for game number 2.
It's crazy too because this is a big part. The Yang Spirwell, Yang Essence is going to be built up there over time for their rage to get 100% it out. You know, it's going to be a cap on everybody. So for GG to get that off from the one player that had it, which I believe was Peak, that gave them all the necessary timeline just to go ahead and get the second fight going on. There was no chance for OU to come back from that, which is crazy too. Like we said, the Peak losing the Vulpines, quintessential there. I mean, the Zipping had it, and he still did enough damage, right? Because that includes the 5 or 4 seconds of the 40% mitigation that you're going to have to work through. That is a crazy amount of sustaining, right? And they also had Mortal Defiance, and they still had their opportunities stripped out from under them as MVP for this round. This is going to give GG a nice little push there. A little bit of points, no multiplier, of course, with the new scoring system. So putting this down here, having GG take the victory, we're going to go ahead and see about round 3. But GG taking the MVP as that Enor Hottie Zipping composition.
I feel like them not getting that kill on that Zipping right there really just turned the tide so fast, right? You have to try to get the elimination. Nearly 1 HP, just 1 hit left, and they were not able to shut that down. You saw the sustain come into play once that ult got invested, being able to kite out the pressure into the F as well, just more sustain, and then next thing you know, the Zip is back to full health instantly, and then you lose a member there for that squad as well. And GG just fully capitalized off of that situation, and they're able to sustain out the pressure. The ults run out. Now it's their turn to ult. They have everything in the books and cards to just take out and finish the end of game 2. But yeah, I mean, we saw Alpha first Yang, right? Half of the teams eliminated after the first Yang's commotion. Just quickly getting shoved into 4-team game. But we do have another answer for treasure for everybody at home. If you guys are watching on YouTube, make sure you guys swap on over to twitch.tv/NARAKA BLADEPOINT in order to have a chance to win a special gift. The question will be, how many players use Syra in game 2? A1, B2, C3, or D4? Just gotta look at the comps, you know. How many comps we had? But
that's what I mentioned. I was like, yo, the hint, the fact that you get a ban when you choose X amount of characters.
Yeah,
that's all I'm gonna give you. But yeah, this is kind of crazy too. The Zipping not getting focused out there as they should. I mean, that's like, you know, easier said than done. You know, when she has her ultimate cast, I'll go up there. So like one part that's a really problem is just like catching her on the back end on a rollout. So one thing is, you know, it's there, Hottie's there, right? SS was kind of working off with Baby U if he could, but you know, not taking the opportunity there. They couldn't lock her down fast enough, and then once the other Zipping, once they lost Peak, that was their Summoning's Essence. That's a reset. Everything is back up 100%. Like it's kind of it's a scary notion, right, with the lower player lobby and then having that opportunity given to your last team fight, you know, and then all of a sudden there's nothing you can do against that. That's basically no third party. There's just you and the other opponent with full reset, full armor, full rage, the whole 9 yards.
Yeah, I mean, it's just rough. Not being able to sustain out the round 2, I would say, I would call it, just because it's a pretty much just gives it a whole different another like round of the fight in that comp, just so strong. But yeah, I mean, GG had a massive game 2, being able to close it out there. They didn't have the most amount of eliminations, but just by 1 they do end up getting the ranking point that drops them into the MVP. But overall, great game. Lots of pressure. We saw the aggression from all these teams. I mean, after that first Yang and you drop down to 4, you know, it's kind of like a toss-up if you want to take that second Yang. We saw every single team take the Yang for the second Yang. And, you know, it just forces out more aggression after, right? You know, 2 teams fell, so you are going to have to, you know, join the fight pretty soon. And, you know, it's who's going to be able to bite first and start off the aggression. And we had that aggression there from Alliance that gets shut down as well. They lived out actually longer than I expected in that top 4. But unfortunate for them, we already had GG already fighting as well on the top side. And, you know, just from there, you just quickly get shift onto them once their cleanup comes into play. And overall, you know, it's just been more aggression. I feel like I've seen a couple in games probably once a night in trios, but I think it all depends of how the Yang Alpha first Yang aggression happens, right? Well, how many teams we lose, if a team cleanses or not. I think that's where we have probably where the shift changes a little bit towards the end game. If, you know, we're gonna have 3 or 4 teams still alive to live out the zone, but most of the times we don't.
Yep. Yeah, sometimes I think one of the problematic things kind of looking around there was after that first from Yang, it's just everyone's converged on each other. But looking at the scoreboard, GG with 16 points, giving themselves out, and 15 for OUG. Then having Alliance with 9 points in third, FPX with 7, SS1 with 5, and then so on so far between DRG, WFG as well. And then seeing how this comes down to the stats, I mean, this is coming to the Ener1 doing 7 kills, most definitely taking up the MVP. Whereas it's also kind of looking at seeing where the this composition is still going to be holding its fort down. I mean, it was a split first pick. First round selection had Yako's Syra, and that's 2 Syras in the game, by the way. That's your answer. It was between the Yako Syra as well as with the Zipping, or the Viper Ning, I should say. The other thing is kind of seeing if that's going to change after the next round. Since OUG are having 4 points from that Martial Art of Souls in second place as the runner-up, 19 points overall. GG taking it out here for 18 points. Alliance with 11. WBG with 9, FPX 7. I know that DRG comes down here to see about WBG, but they got 1 point. They won, but they got 1 point, so they got no donut. The only thing is though is DRG taking 4 points and then having WFG to take out 0 points. And honestly, speaking, I want to see how this comes up to the next round. I mean, I don't know if WG wanted to bring out that comp that DRG had to offer in the first round. To be honest, that fight was very interesting in seeing. I mean, once the ultimates ended, it was just a split off. It was a multi-shot angle, right? Tier 3, I'll stop. The thing that happens next is kind of working around this highlight Rio C8 as we come down to GG, taking their first Rummy Inc. right here.
Man, this character's pressure is insane. Like, he got heavily nerfed in the aspect of his sustain, but I mean, in trios, he's just a unit, man. Being able to chase down, being able to continue inflicting pressure in flight mode, and even though you're doing that at the same time, you have that back alley for your teammates as well to have a combo breaker with his ult place down. So overall, just the hotties, just a great trios character. You see him here. LXM applying so much pressure here onto these players. 330. Trying to stay up here for a squad that's a ping. You see the pill here from LXM. Being able to continue looking at the Shayo. Doesn't even matter. The Yang depletion does take effect. They end up taking the elimination. Flight mode. GG though. This is how they clean up. It's a ping, slash down into the marking. Look at this combo. CGS. There's another slash down. There goes the Volpine. There it is. We do see it being played out there, but not being able to do anything. Just getting full staggered is just unfortunate.
Yeah, that's another thing. I mean, I mentioned Burn being one of the forces to be reckoned with to deny the amount of healing for the Volpines, but Zone at this point of weakness escalation, I mean, that's going to be the other way that you can just opt in to get someone out, with Volpines. Even if you don't know if they have it or not, right? But look at this, right? LXM putting himself out here and just like blockading this guy with parry, like nothing worry. Jump LMB, of course, forcing out the explosive armor, and then that was like a sealed deal. Everyone in OUG felt like they had Tuna to be procking off over the course of time, but not enough sustain with the damage when the Donder God comes out here. Man, looking like a constellation, bros. Look at the stars. Joink, joink. And then that's gonna be it, right? This is probably one of my favorite characters to come out here, but it's just kind of rough seeing him taking over Weishan's position as majority, but Weishan's still making appearances out, no questions asked. Now, Sticky Yang Zen, we never saw the nunchucks out there for that. It was all pole sword. It's actually interesting, OEG brocking double pole sword, but bringing us into the Juggernaut, that's enough to kind of seek. I don't know how early he got that Juggernaut, to be honest. Actually, we haven't even looked at the Jason's first GG in this entire game, but if he had Juggernaut to be stacked up early, that amount of damage started scaling up with his ultimate, and of course, he's looking to kind of create pressure with the skill as well with the F2. A lot of damage, a lot of peel, a lot of timer, to kind of be forgiven. You can cast it out and then wait it out 7 or 6 seconds to wait it out to cast again, whether you need it as a soft combo breaker or if you needed to use it to kind of knock someone into the sky. And then, of course, having GG booking it down there, you're going to have that MVP to be given to the Ener1.
I didn't even know that Jay was called Stick of Yangs. That's just actually pretty funny. I've only seen it a couple of times too.
Yeah. No one using it, man. I mean, it makes sense though. I mean, it's kind of a way to kind of lock that down, but we're going to lock down a break, guys, for you guys. See you guys in a couple of minutes. We'll be here for round 3. Stay tuned.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League lowers bracket stage 2, day 1, right? First one, round 1 of lowers bracket. We just saw 2 games being concluded, that being the martial arts plus our first BR game. My name is Creatives. I'm here with Severia. We just saw it. How do we feel? How do we feel about that? I love the pressure that we had there from OUG and GG being able to get a good amount of eliminations, but like I just mentioned, you know, the martial arts don't really matter. Team like WBG now taking it for game 1, game number 2 with 1 elimination on the board. I mean, it's kind of rough, you know. You can't get the fitting. I don't feel like the martial arts sets you up, you know, with that tempo. It just comes down to that BR, how you're able to, you know, live out the situations you're put in. Once you lose those yangs, you're really put in a very, very hard predicament to try to stay up and try to cleanse out. I feel like right now it's probably the hardest to try to cleanse out yang depletion, just due to the fact that there's not enough teams and players. Most of the times you're fighting a buff team that already won their yang, or you know, you could also get put up in a situation where you go against a losing team, but quickly after that the commotion is being heard out throughout the whole map, and you know, you get third party there and it just gets quickly shut down as well.
No, yeah, big time. You know, it's kind of interesting seeing how the Alliance were looking around, you know, taking the catapults, kind of looking to opt in for those third parties after they had taken their first fights, and then obviously it came down to just being outlier teams, just looking around and then having the understanding of what you'd seen inside the realm yang is just what you'd expect outside of it. So for instance, when we saw it coming down to it, a lot of those teams took a reset against each other. Kind of see like you saw the fight that happened with Alliance up against, was it FPX? I think it was, right? The White Tiger's Prowess fight that kind of come down. And the problem that came out of that fight was that it just turned them around. I mean, White Tiger's Prowess, that's going to be something you'd have to fight through the entire fight. Vermilion's is the second life at the end of the day. Yeah. White Tiger's Prowess healing over time in the early game, that's kind of a rough estimate to kind of see what the feel is in the fight, because especially against a CC comp heavy like the Akos, the Sire, the Viper, and the fact that the Viper ultimate immediately came down to being used was a way to kind of see Alliance turn that fight in their favor, right? And then obviously getting it again when the last you know, echelon of the fight happens again, and obviously there was no one else to kind of work around the second stun. It was just a majority of just spacing up. But scoreboard check on this. Today is really a big day to see about this, guys, because this is going to be the day where players are completely out if they get knocked below 4th place. Anyone that gets gone zoned is going to happen here instead. No longer are we going to see them for the rest of the remainder of the week for stage 2, for this week and for next week. So when we get us into this day, this is going to be the first knockouts in the stages, for stage 2 at least, before we hit LCQs, which is Last Chance qualifiers next week, or at least after next week. Then we have to look into seeing who's going to be completely out before grand finals. Though, getting us started here with OUGs, I mean, this is going to be, I think, in the next phase selection of seeing about them going up in the phase pick selection pool. Though, putting this down, it's just going to be what I was kind of anticipating. Are we going to get a split first pick round? Are we going to get the Akos Viper Cyrus on a mono pick for the first round selection, or just having the sensational, you know, Hadi, Enor, and the Zipping? I mean, CGS is already taking a nap, man. He's already out of it, bro. Taking a chance right now, coming back up stronger than ever after the, you know, burst in 2 minutes.
I wonder what their schedules are like.
I don't want to think about it, bro.
You know, like, because the thing is, like, I'm going basis of like just, you know, NA pros in different games, right? They usually stay up very late and grind, and then whenever it's match day, it's around 3, 4, 5 p.m. You know, it's like, it's not at the times that they're usually up streaming, but overall, you know, you see CJS there gonna be laying down his head. He's probably still you know, a little sleep fatigue, probably a late grinder as well, but we'll see how it plays out. OUG had a massive game 2, trying to stay up here. If you're a team in that bottom 4 right now, it's the time to shine. A team like WFG, they had a rough stage 1 as well, got sent to the losers bracket pretty early, not being able to bounce back there from the losers bracket, and you know, they get sent home, I believe, round 2 of the losers bracket. Today, once again, they are in that 7th place spot. We just concluded 2 games, so there's still a lot of you know, games to be played out to try to make up for that, but you have to put the gas pedal down now. You got to get up, you got to get active. You're gonna have to try to put as much points up on the board to try to close out the distance there from you and 4th, which right now is not currently that much. I believe 4th has 8 points, and then 5th has 7, so it's still very, very close. You know, one game decider, or one amazing game decider, can really set you up in that 3rd place spot as well. So, you know, this is where the teams on the bottom side, how bad do you want it? making into that top 4 to make out to that round 2 of the losers bracket. Because like I was mentioning earlier, stage 2, last stage of the spring split, you don't really have a lot of NARAKA left in you. I mean, after this, you have last chance qualifiers into the spring finals, and you know you want to be in that spring finals. You want to get a chip home for yourself and your team and your organization to, you know, be cemented into the 2026 season. But overall, teams like DRG still fighting it through as well. Haven't seen an insane sequence. This is SS1, but I saw DRG in the top right. SS1. So I'll have the have a good sighting here for our games thus far. Have been able to put up some points up on the board. Teams like DRG as well still fighting to make it into the top 4. I believe they're around 5th or 6th as well. Very close. WBG had the win off of game 1, but not being able to have the same success into game 2. Still have a couple games remaining though. We still have 4 games being played out. 3 out of the 4 are gonna be having free will to have the team comp when you are when you're trying to get there. But overall,
yeah,
let's see.
Yeah, I'm curious and seeing, because they're in the same phase, kind of going off the bottom. Though they're gonna bring up to 3rd phase, this is gonna be opening up the door. We gotta see. It also kind of comes down to the denial. I mean, we're going to Holoroth next, or actually more so nighttime next, which means that the teams are more flat against the bird of like pick up the Justina, pick up the Weishan, and the Shunhuan in the sooner phase. So by phase 2, that should be a composition that would make its appearance probably a lot sooner. Though one thing I was kind of bringing us down here, Aga. The problem is if we see WBG putting themselves past the point of bringing out the, you know, if they decide to bring out what DRG brought last game, that would be a point to see, because they're going to be up another tick on the same exact phase that we saw DRG in. So for WBG, that's what we'd have to wonder about. Even after winning out that run, even after winning out that martial versus only taking 1 point from last game, they just got to step it up. This is going to be them going down here. SS1 GG taking the first phase, DRG and Alliance in the second phase, FPX and OUG in the third, and then having this between WFG and WBG. Curious upon this end. I'm really wanting to see how these selections go out here. C8 is going to be a big step up in terms of direction. These guys got to make it happen. 4 games left to go.
Yep. Let's see it. Let's see how our first round picks are going to be looking. Are we going to have another Akos like we did for game 2? Akos comp. Obviously, you do expect to see the Enor composition being picked out for one of these squads. But into game 3, leeway here for these teams to see who they're going to be picking. Still being able to pick out the team. So thus far, we had 1 for Akos. I think Akos after the first pick. So Akos is currently in the lead for our mirror match thus far, just due to the fact that that's what we have for our first game. And now let's see it. Alliance in the first round selection, going with the Enor comp, so now 1 for Enor, and now DRG as well is going to be picking that same composition, matching it. And this is what we're used to seeing every single day in the trio. It's just this comp is just super strong. Enor Hottie. I kind of missed the Justina with the Viper. I felt like that comp was strong as well, but there it is. Thank you. Peak on the Syra, Viper on the Justina, but they swap it on over to Akos. They just debated me. I got debated. Yeah, the new comp here with the Akos just, you know, it's good if they're able to perfectly time out those Viper ults with that cage down. And then I feel like from what I've seen, the Syra ultimate has to be called in at a specific time too to have a triple shutdown in this comp. So it's a very heavily communicated comp, I would say, compared to compositions where like, you know, you have an Enor in your team, you're just able to full, you know, sustain and peel for your squad. You know, it's kind of a you know, a little bit less communicated in the aspects of the ults being timed at the perfect time. But whoa, what do we have here? WBG locking in Tessa, Wuchen, Temi, WFG.
I believe it. I believe in him.
What?
That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. You know, it's funny. So we were talking about this earlier. RW actually bringing out WFG, bringing out what WFG just brought. You know, with the Kylan, with the Tumulch, and I was like, okay, whatever. But the Tessa into we gotta see. I gotta wonder. I gotta peer into the globe, snow globe, because I'm shaking. They're shaking it around. I'm like, I don't see anything. So the Blizzard is here. I don't know whether or not they can outpace the Shunwan comp though, because the Wei Shans exist, right? The V2. What's kind of a bummer is too is that I mean, the Tumulch against the Wei Shan with V2. I mean, he's a 2-for-1, right, against the Viper and for him. So if anyone gets to try to get locked down on them, it's counterintuitive. Tessa, she can guarantee that enchant potentially, but I don't know. This is gonna be just, you know, we're practicing. We're just limit testing at this point.
I feel like I hear my heartbeat right now, but
what's my pulse? You're dead. On God, say on God.
Oh man, not again. But overall, let's see. Game number 3. Teams already locked in their picks. Yeah, I mean, Colin was in the team cons for a long time, right? Being able to have that with the monk was super strong. Then they never his damage on his slash, and you saw teams kind of put him away in the bag. And you know, now like you were mentioning, you said WF is a team, or RW, sorry, is a team that that tried out this comp that WFG is playing now. So we're gonna have to wait to see how it does here for game 3. But that Wu Chen comp, I'm looking at it, but man, it's been Wu Chen was an OG in the trios, being able to have the safety net for yourself. But they played it with the Viper Tesla back in the day. It was good in the fact of, you know, the realm portals being able to get, you know, contested by a comp like that. But I feel like with how it is now, not a lot of teams, it doesn't really work the same way, kind of.
Yeah, no, I mean, the weird thing is that we got to see what, because it's the same thing with Akos, right? When Akos, Wu Chen Tessa was appearing, then they swapped it out. You know, Akos is no longer, he said, all right, bye. You know, he's got swapped to another team, basically. So one part is that next, I'm thinking about what kind of Wu Chen ult. Are we thinking disengagement, or are we going offensive with it? Because full offensive Wu Chen ultimate would be kind of a mixed bag of things. I mean, does Transformers get full staggered off of the V2 if they decide to? But there's only 2 casts, right? Are we rather taking the advantage of just being on the outside of the row? I mean, we're all obviously not going into row Yang, right, with V1. But the thing about it is, I mean, that's an attack buff. That's also an opportunity to see whether they just rock it down. I got to see the skills. I got to. Because the thing is, I want to see how this Tumulch goes out, if it's V1 or V2, because if it's V1 Tumulch, we're not really worried about the whiz throws. It's more about confirming gold focus strikes. Some teams are actually rocking V1 Tumulch a lot more in the commonplace aspect. So what I need to see is how that's going to be operated on. Besides that, though, getting us into the second skill selections here. F1 versus F2. I mean, Liu Wei is rocking the F1 combo breaker, F2 for 3-3-0. Actually, TE rocks F1 combo breaker as well. So that's just taking a notion from there. But here's going to be the next grouping for OUG, seeing how the Silence Viper, yes sir. Then of course the V2, and then obviously the same skill set for DRG. So get us into this last row, drum roll please. Skill selections here, V1, there it is for Zhang, as well as that for Mist. And then bringing us down here, V1 for the Wu Chen. So that will be a way to be apparent. This is not going to be a scrimmage comp. They're not going to take any sort of aggressive fights off rip. It's more about lurking in the outskirts, being the assassination like we've seen from the past with AOT, but just getting it a little bit of a tweak with the Tumulch swap out there.
But it's rough. I don't think we have the team numbers to be able to do that. It's just, yeah, I don't know. We'll see though. But our jobs are in here. We have a 3-way team contesting there on the top mid side of the map. SS1, GG, and FPX. Also in the bottom right hand side, OUG as well. We'll see how it'll go. Now game 3, locked and loaded. See how this is gonna go for our 3rd game. Had a staple first round selection though with the inner composition. Locking in our 3rd game now. My name is Creatives here with Severio. Locking in. Let's see it here. Fight off for the Firefly. CJS. Common staff against Kiki. Does manage to get the damage. Fear in hand for Kiki. Now the Viper, Justino ultimate gets invested. Going for the freeze. Doesn't matter. Skynate eats up the damage off the R&B focus. See it here. Water on the other hand. Starts to show on up. There goes the Akko's Cage into the lockdown here from the Viper ultimate as well. And this could be bad here for GG. Does not get stunned there. Whoa, the U-Shot ultimate comes into main at the perfect time.
Yeah, that man did that U-Shot ultimate exactly exactly what we needed it. And the crazy thing is that the whole opportunity for a Viper to get that ultimate is if she silences him, but didn't happen. And now, of course, I don't know, just pre-input buffer, but there's going to be water escaping it towards the other Firefly potential. We know there's going to be a chase down coming down here in the map. You can see it for GG, though, right now. It is going to be looking to try to stop her. She did pick it up, so water does have that on the back of her hand, but SS1 is right behind these guys, man. They're hunting this down, and I'm not even sure if SS1's playing safety net or they're just like, let's go in. So this is going to be because they have a glass cannon player. Bion is on the purple great sword. That rarity scaling this early in the game is massive. This is going to be where all the common armor is gone with a single blue focus. We're going to see Baby U, though, getting elimination on WBG. And as for FPX, I mean, they are struggling over towards the north side of Artisans Grove, Moneytown. Hoping to see what Fu has in store. The Justina ultimate is ready to go. He launches it. He gets a reset. RMB connects there. He gets no stagger for a freeze, but he is going to guarantee that if they can kill her in time, because now that the Aqua Syra is here, that's a sustained city momentarily.
Yeah, they're forced to back on up. There goes the Dazzle. Don't think it connected onto anybody. Water now getting full focus here from Fu. Yushan there for the extra damage. There goes one kill for SS1 onto Water. Now FPX in the 2v3. Imprint there from the Justina over, trying to stay up. There goes the F2. Good there from the Akos. On the other hand, Alexem joins the fight there from GG. Got to be really aware of this. Mian gets the damage plus elimination onto over. Fu, on the other hand, now forced to pop this FGG. Now, with a counter attack onto SS1, 2 players fall. That's 1 actually. Mian goes down. And this could be bad for them. Peak falls in the kill feed against WFG. 330 picks up elimination onto Fu. And there it is. Perfect third party there from GG. Fights here at Shipwreck. DRG and Alliance. Yuma trying to stay up here. Has full blue armor on the Enor. Looking for the F. Recast gets the damage onto Kakashi, but Kakashi there with the whip sword R&B gets the damage back, and now the full stagger comes into play. Big pill there from Rio. Does manage to get the F out there from the Hottie. Another parry from Yuma this time around, but doesn't get the damage due to the terrain. And my perfectly timed ultimate being able to sustain this out. The girls the market into the ground slam. No elimination though. The body gets shifted out due to the Hottie F there invested from his teammates. So it's gonna be able to live this out, and looks like DRG are going to try to back this up, but it might be going to a round 2 still here in this fight with all this commotion happening throughout the map.
Yeah, and now Maya's having his ultimate to come down for a recast on the F skill if he could throw, but Yuma is still kind of hunting him down into the rooftops. Now the situation lies in with it. You know, Yuma's ultimate's going to be coming down to try to lock that one strike in the next 15 seconds. He can decide upon when to throw the spear throw. He sees it. This is going to be a teleporter. Can we line the site? No, we will not be able to. This is a huge structure that we'd have to think about. He threw the spear in the other direction to try to force them off on one direction. Now for us, Yuma, the F2 opportunity for the hold check could be there. Yuma finds his parries. There's going to be the connections off the F2 recast from Mai, and he recasts just in case to space up. The parries, though, are just right upon, and Mai is going to be looking over with Ryoichi to kind of confirm this. And I'm seeing about this horizontal hold check. The zipping healing is doing work. The F1 comes out just to save the moment, and then Yuma, still having a chance to switch this up, is still going to be deleted out. And even with DRG putting this down to works, I mean, the parries are good, but I think Alliance is going to be going down here hard stuck in terms of this position in 8th place. As long as it comes down to this round, if they get a good reset, there is now going to be DRG on the come up. The mic. Check, check. Hear my heartbeat. 1, 2.
The voices in my head.
Let's get to it, mode.
It's talking to myself. Yeah, but GG3. OUG with 2, Alliance with 1, as well as WBG. DRG with 4, FPX with 1, SS1 and WFG with 2. But yeah, now posted up for our first gang, right? It seems we're gonna have to stop the aggression for now. The off-rip fights have already concluded. I believe we're not gonna have more aggression. We see Alliance loses a member. Revenge is gonna be eliminated out, fooled out. So Alliance are gonna have to try to full buy back this player if they can. Still have some aggression this time around from WBG against DRG. Tesla ultimate invested. Overhead doesn't release, catches power off of this. Hottie F called in as well. Don Q gonna get Tesla enchanted. There goes the damage there from the blue halberds. There's a pink ultimate is gonna be used up here from DRG for the sustain. And now how is this team gonna respond? They do have the Bane in play. Look at the damage still happening towards PP. Does get the damage through, but Don Q's lives it out. Not sure if the Wu Chen's will be able to port them out. There goes elimination there for WBG or DRG. And looks like they're gonna even it out as well. So it's a 1-for-1, 2v2. Inner ult now call it in. The Bane was good for the sustain, trying to go for the heal, but not being able to do so. LV trying to stay in this fight, has another Tesla ultimate. But the Bane is just very scary right now.
Dude, this Bane is like Omega value, man. Look at this, 4 eliminations bringing up there. What's crazy that, yeah, the Wu-Chen port was ready to go in case you needed to port out, but they still stick to it. I mean, LV was picking up Soul Bloom upon Soul Bloom, and then that just built up. Look, now the Moon Bane works, bro. Can we get a what? Yo, the Moon. It's like, yeah, we're just gonna triple stack that real fast. Right, exactly where your fight was just happening 5 seconds ago. Thanks. So the thing is, this comp is early game is the only time you can be able to build this up. I mean, gold over time in terms of like kills and giving you gold dark type coins, the way it works in the Mortal War. It's really small in the beginning. I mean, you still take it. You still take that gold when you get those eliminations. But the other thing is, I mean, movements are only available before the first Rummy, so those type of fights are necessary to kind of slowly creep up and snowball down, getting us down here. First Rummy entry is going to be coming between GG. I mean, taking this fight, they haven't lost any fights yet. They are on 3 eliminations total. They still have 2 purple armors, 1 purple weapon at least for CGS and a pole sword, which is good on Justina, right? That 1.0 quick O. But, you know, it's kind of interesting in seeing how they're going to go up against WFG. This is going to be a, you know, sleek composition to see how that Kylan's going to be working out. Wendy Trinity, Benthic Descent, Cyan Fang is going to be built up here, 4-3-3-0, but Skybound fight coming down here. GG is taking their opportunity right now. You can see the pole sword energy is within. CJS having a line of sight, hoping to see the staggers if we could get it, is going to be pushing towards the Tianhai. And of course, having to worry about this next is whether or not the other opponent's going to be looking to cause, you know, a reason to cause an ultimate to be casted. And there it is.
There goes the Monk. Oh, now called in. Xiao Wen. Trying to go for the slam down there off the kick. Doesn't manage to do so. Still look for the grabs. Yusha ultimate called in from 330. So they're going to have the Transformer battle happening a little bit. The Temok ultimate now called in there from Miss. Trying to get a shutdown. There goes the Google Stomp. Doesn't get the grab though. CJS does match pop that Justina F just in time. No grabs yet. Xiao Wen not being able to find the value. See the Colin ultimate now called in from LXM as well. CJS though looking at the Tumult with 30% of that HP gone or still up there for himself. Gets caught up in the back end. Miss now with an aerial with a gets clipped off the LMB there from the pole sword. Zhuan as well trying to live it out, but the damage is done in GG, being able to pretty much take this run already.
Yeah, man. I mean, Xiao Wen only has a combo breaker, and that's it. And then CGS just has a full sword, bro. Look at this. Done. You're done. There's it. There's it goes. That's going to be 3GG taking their victory. Purple armor, LX10 picking us up. Gold weapon of choice. Well, not choice, but the gold weapon in their hands. Halberds, gold rarity, and an assassin's lunch. So that's going to be pretty substantial there. That one's going to be kind of hurtful. We're going to have to see if they get any fan or dagger. They're going to be running roulette in terms of it. They're going to be able to kind of purchase out space. Though, with that being said, the coffee is ready, boys. You know, it's going to be a chance right now. If anything comes down, OUG are on the outskirts, and they're staying awake. Look at this. The Akko's immediate. Double Akko Soda coming out here. And who is going to get more value off of this with the Viper Ultimates? Because now that Baby U is there, SS is able to use it right after forcing FPX apart, but they just lost one of their key members. And not losing Baby U there, that's a rough estimate because he's got to go for the respawn if they're going to take this 2v3 to a 3.
Yeah, that's rough from there. And try to go for the overhead Viper ult play, but they don't manage to do so. The audio is good as well. Water. Now getting full chase down here from SS. Eats up the damage. SS. Go ahead and continue chasing down Water on the other hand, but now the drop down here from overheads gets clipped off the Scare Rush as well. SS with no sustain, no help, from their teammates. Massive parry from Kiki gets the damage there onto CJS. Now the F2 there from the Akos, and now look, all the teams starting to show on up. GG snag up another one, being able to get that elimination onto Water. Akko shut down now once again there, trying to bring it out, trying to live it out. CJS getting caught up. The 1-2 big sustain there. Double dashes through, doesn't get the freeze off. Invests a fourth on through. Over though gets clipped off there by GG. Mian takes out Yuma. Peek and Co still going at it. FPX now getting shut down. GG with perfect gameplay. They end up getting eliminated now, but the damage is done. GG with 11 on the board. OUG with 5. Team still having to cleanse out. That's SS1's Justina and Lee. WFG, all 3 players. And Alliance still have to sustain out or try to cleanse out the Hottie, which they can potentially buy him back if they have enough Dark Tide coins. But we're going to have to wait and see how that unfolds. OUG and FPXZQ, both in soul forms, are going to be having a spot to resurrect pretty soon. Jiang Wen here for WFG with 1:45. Try to cleanse it out, looking for a squad, and looks like they're gonna be running into SS1. No buff team, both teams having to try to cleanse this out. So you see Xiao Wen with a little bit of that pressure there onto Fist Blades with a jump L and B. But in this terrain, it's gonna be a little bit tricky here to try to stay up and try to catch somebody lurking. Just being able to have the momentum and movement here from the trees is just rough. But you see WFG trying to wait this out as much as possible. Ult already. There goes the aggression out from SS1. Justina ultimate called in there for Fu. Looking for the freeze. Do manage to connector onto Miz. Now the Tumult ultimate called in right off of that. Xiao Wen with the Monk ultimate as well. GG's. 3 players fall to the zone. Looking for the overhead. Not be able to do so. The Monk now looking for a grab, but caught up in the center. Not be able to find a value due to the Yushan there being there for SS1. There's the overhead. The freeze is good. No damage onto him though. Looking for the damages, not being able to do so. Lee now called in. Ultimate here called in for the opposing squad. Now the shutdown coming into play. Xiao Wen overholds, gets the damage onto Fu. Justina F now called in. Does get the damage through off the flying knives. WBG now with a third party coming in, and now the full commotion is unfolding.
Yo, the amount of damage coming out from this is going to be momentous. Look at Fu going down here next, and all of a sudden, WFG SS1 down. SS1 is already off in 8th place, and then of course, WVG taking around 3 to 4 eliminations. It's going to be a wipe. This is down. FWFG maybe or may not have gotten their player to find that Soul Bloom, but at least for right now, 1 player left alive, and that's going to be their, their Tumult, and he is just scaling out there. So with that being said, if he does have a Soul Bloom, which he did get to pick up, it's just whether or not he's going to get the rebirths. Remember, less rebirth charms, and since WVG are picking this assassination piece by piece, layer by layer, like a Reese's Pieces recipe, they got to change it out, man. 2027. This is going to be the bread and butter right now for this comp, at least for the remainder of 2026, if it can make it work. But for now, day 1, this is going to come down to see if DRG, though, want to take this aggression. Because I don't know, DRG are looking to kind of opt in there. WFG finding the rise off a shoe on the zone, bro. Not well. Listen, the zone take damage won't be going quite crazy, but he's going to go ahead and do so. Weakness escalations to be stacking up right now, finding the supplies to make their escape back into the zone, getting Zhao Wen off that res as well. Crazy moments from WFG to make this round not their own. They'll make the last out of it.
Yeah, Fidelity seems going to post up with a second Yang. See OUG trying to scale up a little bit more. Already full purpled out on the weapon and armor department, I believe, for everybody. It's like DRG though, still having some blues. We see some blueberries, but let's see it. Second Yang forming up now. Team's gonna start moving on in. This lockdown comp has had some good value here into this Morris Isle game. FPXEQ, first one's in. OUG ready to take this up. Justina F for the Yang portal, and here we go. Our second Yang. It's gonna be FPXEQ against GG, and the way GG's been moving throughout game number 3. This is very rough if you're FPXEQ. You're gonna have to try to match this.
Yeah. 11 eliminations, a lot of gold, a lot of items on the pockets now for water. He's just scaling up to the bottom. I noticed that Over is going to be looking to try to take this mid-air fight. We're just watching on the bottom floor. You're seeing, all right, so what's going to happen next? Mid-air collision, combat. And we're going to see Alliance actually getting eliminated by WFG, so that's them down. But switching back over, the silence is guaranteed. And since Yakos has his lockdown, look at his HP bar. Over doesn't have a lot to live for. This Cyber Ultimate's going to be coming down, and the V2 from the Weishan is going to deny this Viper any value the entire duration on his ultimate. He's just going to go ahead and invest this down as the Shunhuan Ultimate being alive, but the 2.0s are good. This is going to be a silence, and this is going to be a guaranteed stun. It should be. That's going to be the turnaround. FPX making it out alive with all 3 of their teammates still in play, and Water still mushing around here, even with the Viper Ultimate whiffing. That's okay. The teammates were able to kind of sustain themselves out. That's 2. No way this guy gets a raw uppercut after that. That's a dagger, my friend. That's going to be elimination, and that, study it. That's just GG going down with the with the minuscule effort that FPX just found a little bit, tiny bit more than they had for their predecessors.
And the Viper there is just releasing shotgun burst after shotgun burst. I don't know what the Yushan's doing there, not being able to knock down that player, even though that Viper ultimate was still up as well. They didn't even have to invest it, so just no pressure there onto the Viper, being able to do whatever they wanted to, and you see it there. They do inflict a lot of damage. They end up winning that Yang. GG now is going to have that Yang depletion. I believe only 1 team or 2 teams enter Yang, so 1 team is going to have that Yang depletion only for the second Yang. So now we see OUG having that mixed might. FPX as well with a mixed might. The ult zone's popped in, so the commotion is going to happen inside. There's no ult zone. WFG, though, still trying to fight this out with 6 eliminations on the board. They managed to get a Tesla enchantment there onto the Kylan. The F is called in. The mid-range flying knives are good there for Xiao Wen for the peel. Now we see them Roaming the outskirts of the map. We got 2 players still in the zone. OUG could potentially collapse onto this pretty soon. But Xiao Wen going for the full reset in. 92% on that ultimate. So this monk ult is about to be online pretty soon. But for the Colin and the Temi, they still have a lot of rage to try to cover back around 30% on both of their ultimates. And we'll see how this is going to happen with no ults being able to be played out there in that no ult zone. Looks like there's going to be a little bit of a downtime for now, but teams like GG are going to have that timer in the back to try to cleanse out this Yang depletion. But OUG up and ready here. Everything in their inventory in case they are getting met with any sorts of commotion here. And it looks like GG is right next to them, so we might have this aggression happen between both of these teams.
Oh, yeah, look at GG's. Anyways, gold armor, boom. Now, honestly... It makes sense to kind of see how this comes out. I mean, they got themselves an engraving here for CGS, which is nasty work, and the Cavlum has just been acquired by LXM, which is crazy work. Man, these are Jays of Destiny right now. These are actually really strong Jays to have this, and considering that the engraving being on the Justina, right, that just means it's a guaranteed just jump RB. That's it, fast, right? You don't have to wait for any sort of 1.0 charge time. Although Pole Sword is going to be your option to select there for GG, but look at this, WBG, Bush Gaming. United. You know, it's funny too to see whether or not they've been spotted out, because you can see water with Mystic Knight. They can see everything around you. And since WBG just have to stay away from this, they aren't realm losers. They're just outskirt fighters right now. And considering the Tumult Ultimate and the Tesla Ultimates are no longer in value, it's just about looking at whether or not Wu Chen is going to have that Wu Chen Port of Destiny. We are going to see a little bit of pressure being pushed on, though, from WBG against WFG in this direction now. Having this to be said, Tiana Ultimate is ready to go. Kylan Ultimate and Smolch are gone, so no opportunity here except for just quick range shots if they can get their rage back up, especially for the Kylan. I mean, even if he doesn't have a zipping to back him up, he's still going to be able to kind of put off the heals with just hitting the hits, level 2 charges, or even with the newly buffed out, you know, with those 1.0 charges. But GG are looking at this, they're fiending for this. Let me rephrase that. 2 minutes on the clock. Just in the ultimate. Might be a good double freeze, not a chance. The RMB from the whip sword comes down and connects off this. This is Jiang might be looking for the RMB, and this time he switches over to the long sword just to go ahead for those ranged blue focuses and guaranteeing almost catching PP there. PP still having the space up here as he is the Wu Chen. They just want to make sure they get rid of that escape pattern.
Not a lot of value here from CJS, just unfortunate. Dashes through towards a focused attack. Dashes again, lands on top of head of someone, eats up a 1-2, nearly gets juggled down as well. Now he gets hit by the Tesla enchantment. LXM gets shut down as well here for GG. Now the 2v3, WBG with the upper hand here, currently with 8 eliminations on the board. You see 330 trying to be there for the pill here for his Justina. Doesn't matter to do so for now, but Tesla enchantment now connects here for WBG. Commotion's now unfolding throughout the whole map. WFG joins the fight. WBG snags up elimination onto CJS. 1 player remains, that being the Yushan. You see now everybody trying to back on. Now WG with some big brain retreats there to avoid getting caught up there by a third party. As you see, it's still unfolding there on the right hand side of the map.
And it's good options too for that Samotion to not the Shunwan, but hey, headshots are happening right now. We gotta walk away from the shop. Yeah, this is a really good, easy aggression. The gold armor already been resetted here. Mortal Defiance purchased from the shop, as well as a Juggernaut level 1 and a Rupture Kill for PP. Then having the Fire Arrow target lock for John with the Blistering Edge and the Bent Descent. That's the specialty Jays we got. Now for everything coming out of this, I mean, they snagged it up. It's mostly to deny the Shunwan for the V1 recast when he was locked in with 1 HP. The Wei Shan ultimate cannot do anything against Tessa. Nothing at all. It's only really Viper and the Tumult. So for that free enchant to be given towards the team, that was a deletion that GG weren't really hoping to have. That's just the case. But out of this hands, we are in the last under 9 minutes left in the match. For us, exclusive. For us, Xiao Wen 2.0s. I don't even think he's going to be wanting to take this smoke off when he's on this Yang Spearwell. I mean, this is a Tianhai. This is a full reset. And otherwise, WBG, we're looking over towards Noble Cave, seeing if they can take any sort of fights out here. But FPX said, no, we're just chilling out here. But dang, getting this Yang Spearwell for free, not what I was expecting to come out here from this match.
Yeah, it's rough. You see FPX going to be playing inside of zone to avoid getting caught up with that Yang depletion as far as possible.
Yeah.
There it is. They're good. Oh, no, they're not.
Yeah, I think he had to go deep in his zone. I think he had to go to the Lake Yellowleaf, man. That's far.
That's far? Like, nah.
I think so. I mean, he tried. He's like, oh, let me attempt this. And then he comes back. He'll still have a love healing. But listen, Flag is healing, right? Look at the Kakashi. This man is like, I'm sustaining this out. I'm the alpha. And I'm like, all right, bro. You do you, bro. Get out of here.
And they're good. Look, they're good. He got blue armor too. And he's out. Now you see these teams looking at DRG. I don't understand the commotion. Like, hey, don't look at us. We're good. Look at the other teams. They got Yang depletion. As you see, that's what DRG and WFG are doing now. DFG still looking. We're looking that back, but overall, we're gonna stop the commotion for now. A little bit of frame bringers, a little bit of cannon shots, a little bit of mid-range pressure here from that squad. OUG trying to inflict some damage before they start going on in with 2 minutes and 55 seconds. They have a little bit of time to work with, but the aggression is already starting. It's just straight pokers from a lot of these teams. You see them full rotating in the outskirts of the map. Overall, see, we're gonna have to wait to see who gets hit with a lot of damage off rip, and then that's where you're gonna start seeing all the teams rain down on. See WFG though, looking for the openings, being one of those main squads. DRG gets clipped up. That's my in the back end now. I believe the full teams are gonna be full committing onto that squad. OUG just waiting in and out. Now overhead shot here, looking at the teams like DRG and WFG. They can just chill out as much as possible. They want to try to get active though at the perfect time to try to get that last hit confirmation. LV now investing the Tesla ultimate, looking for an opening. My forced to pop this F there on the Enor, but not being able to find anybody. You still have the aggression happening in the backside of the map, but now all the teams are going to potentially start moving on in pretty soon.
Yeah, 2 minutes on the clock right now, and it's lurking this down here. Just gonna be up to LV. It's hiding around the corners. I know that LV is probably putting himself in the spotlight of just like, all right, I got my ult ready. So the moment you guys want to smoke, come after me. But one thing is that WFG right now are so safe. I mean, all the ultimates are online. They're so good. It's just timing this down. The Forbidden Seal, of course, is going to take out half the map basically with this Forbidden Moonbane. But Zhao Wen is getting melted in his teammates as well. This is going to be a Tumulsa guarantee, a little safety from range shots, and then of course looking for a reset, hopefully. But the grab is good. The double grab is good, and the slam down is guaranteed here, forcing him into the area. The Tesla is going to go ahead and I believe burning them down and get the Mode of Defiance proc there. So that means that with it, DRG is seeing their going down, but WFG still in the mix right now to kind of work around as being a dominant force. Still, having WBG burn that Mode of Defiance, not on the bingo card. I didn't need that. Now for OUG, I mean, this is still a minute on the clock. Whether or not they can pick up some kills to make sure that they have at least one player left alive, since FPX already have 2 Soul Blooms ready to go.
Yeah, let's see it. How much time they have left? 50 seconds. So it's gonna come down, raining down fast. You see now, Yang Spirit Wall is gonna be chopped down there. OUG is to be able to snag that up. Overall though, WBG now trying to get active. Chop down now. Ooh, I got audio now. All right, let's see LV. Looking for the hits. Viper ultimate caught in there in the backside. SS looking for a massive shutdown there in the middle of the river. Does get a lot of players. A case shutdown as well there for OUG. Now the full conversion is happening, but FPX snagging up 2 there onto WBG and WFG. Now SS1's gonna go ahead and respond with the Viper ultimate. Looking for the stun confirmation on the backside. I don't believe who got it, but there goes the counter stun there from the top side. Water with the musket shots managed to snag up that kill. Baby U takes out Juan as well. And just ultimates after ultimates. The counter attacks are good for all the squads. Some teams getting knocked down, and that being WBG and WFG still with 1 member alive. It's gonna be rough for them trying to bounce back for this, but teams like FPX have the upper hand now.
Yeah, and this is going to be an ultimate cycling. There it is. The silence is good against SS. And having himself to get caught out here by the powerful Dazzle might be confirming it. Yeah, it is. And now it's just a timing attack. They got to look to their one target. They're looking at this as SS gets caught by a Dragon Slayer, having the Dragon Slayer for the gold focus and running him around here. So at that point and seeing the other Viper, low as health as she is, Water, the next person of interest. The Draco Storm, though, going crazy right now for OUG. They can confirm these kills with just a little bit of tick damage. Though, taking out the Soul Bloom, this is going to be coming down. 7 players are going through, or at least 8 players left to glide to be made apparent for OUG. This is a sky bomb attack. What they gotta do. SS is looking for it. He just can't find the confirm because these hay bale stacks are making it very much a nuisance, and seeing how SS is working around these staggers. OUG having it down, right? Look, Kiki goes through. That's a Soul Bloom. That's gonna be going around for this last wave fight. DRG having only 1 member alive though in the zone.
Man, that Draco really just kept them alive there. I mean, they were really set back to the back wall, and they would have lived this out. There goes the F2. No value off that Viper ultimate, I believe, even though we saw behind the haystack. And now there goes the Temi shut down here from DRG, but it doesn't even matter. There goes the 1-2 lead up. WG Miss gets taken out. Don Q last one alive here for game 3 against OUG. SS gives him a little bit of love tap, knowing that he's gonna get this elimination confirmation. No, Over still alive. There it is. Over still alive. Don't manage to scout him. SS now starting moving on end. The F2 gets called up. There goes the cannon shot. It's good. No. Tap dodges is at the last second. They don't get the elimination onto that, but OUG are going to be able to get the MVP for game 3, and they also had a good game 2 as well, so they should be still in first place off of this game alone.
Yeah, it should be okay. I mean, they got in terms of positions, right, to kind of make it out. This is going to be a good MVP though. I mean, stat line wise, they are going to be making it to, I believe, just top 3, or at least top 2, I should say. So with this coming down to this MVP, I mean, this is going to go down for game 3s, you know, for the second half of the day, right, to see and make sure they can keep the momentum there from Colorado starting tonight, and then back into Padoria for the pick band faces at least. But hey, you know, FPX staying alive as long as they did was kind of a brain in a moment. That Yang Spirit Well conflicting or inflicting all the players there for the Yang for the Yang depletion, that was just ticking time bomb. I think a lot of players weren't really prepared for that. That's why we saw GG trying to see about going through there and spacing up, or at least not GG, seeing about, you know, OUG making that space, but they still found a reason to come back. Draco Storm, Spearwell, that one being timed up there, perfectly executed. Even though it's just white healing now, which is just your direct health bar, not being able to get armor reset, not getting armor heal, that's not a problem, especially for the wielder. It's just making sure to get the tick damage and just keep the fight going with the white health.
Nah, that really played a big factor there for OUG to live out the pressure there from that squad. I mean, they got shut down there from the cage and the Viper ult. It wasn't even enough for them to even take out any of their health bars away. As we saw there, pretty much all were still with armor at the end of all that aggression from those ultimates being invested through. But you know, overall, game 3 out of the way, OUG takes this one. Gonna be looking at how many eliminations they had. I didn't peep at how many they had going into that end circle, but you know, into this game, we had a little bit more teams going into the end game, just due to the fact that you know, the Spirit Wells are the Spirit Wells are called in there for that Yang depletion, which really you know, it continues the same type of aggression even if we had only 4 teams in our second half of the game, which, you know, we saw in our first game, or our first BR game. It's still the same aggression. You're still forced to fight. You have to try to cleanse out. We did have a team pick up the flag and cleanse out as fast as possible, but even off of that, that's where the whole commotion already had started for this game alone, where teams are just full chasing down, try to poke and just try to get somebody as weak as possible so they can start investing ults. Yeah, you have the no ult zones that kind of, you know, stop the pressure for just a moment, but once that's down, even though it's still up, as we saw there, one of the teams had invested their monk ult on the edge of that no ult zone, and he catches 2, get a double grab an elimination off of that as well. So you know, even that can't stop the aggression that the trios has here.
Yeah, WFG were the ones that kind of make that happen. The only difference was that having the Mortal Defiance kept WBG a little bit alive for a little bit longer. So, I mean, those type of small moments gives the lobby an eye to look for, you know, because that double grab is going to be a way to turn the attention against you to the people that you just damaged out, completely obliterating their armor and their health bar. Now, for the TNI to kind of work this down, I mean, the Forbidden Seal was a really great placement. Let's talk about it beforehand. We'll go into some questions in terms of the scoreboard leaderboard. 14 eliminations for OUG. That's how many points they earned this round. FPX was 13. GG with 11. 9 for WBG there, which is pretty good. It's got to be good. I mean, it's good for the company they brought in there, right? WFG with 8, 7 points for DRG, and SS1 with 3, and Alliance with 1. And bringing out the MVP stats, I mean, this is coming down to most definitely SS on that Viper. 5 eliminations, 16,000 damage, just going crazy with it. But the one part about it is just confirming that silence or into the stun, or just going for the stun altogether. But this is the difference. He's running F2. He's running the blow up. So having the shotgun burst, you know, coming down, you know, from Flying Eyes, then having it translated to gold focus skill, that's more than enough to kind of confirm some scrappy offs, especially inside the realm and outside the realm. And with these 2 games, 33 points, looking pretty snazzy. First place overall, and then OUG, or GG I should say, with 29, and second, third for FPX with 20, 18 for WBG, and fourth, that's the Gatekeepers. Alliance is at 12 points with 12, and fifth place with 12 points, 11 points for DRG, and 6, SS1 with 8, as well as WFG and 7th and 8th respectively. Any pop-off game can happen at this point, but they need to happen. Otherwise, they're going to have to be taking a break, and that's not the best feeling in the world. So, what I'm kind of curious about is just kind of seeing. I know that the Tumult into the Tessa Ultimate was kind of one and done. Repeat cycling? I don't think so. I doubt it. I mean, they were, what, 3rd phase, right? So they go into 2nd phase next So we have to see how that's going to come down. But we got some highlights reels from the games. CA, take it away.
Yeah, this was OUG's Game 3 highlight reel. This was in, this is first Yang. Goes Aqua's ultimate into the Syra ultimate. Same time. This is what I'm talking about. I think this is where the communication has to be at its peak, I should say. They stunned the Yushan. Quick 180 to see who he got that stun on. See that the Transformer gets caught lacking, so now all the members go quickly onto the Justina. Now it's the Yushan's turn. Jump on the me, jump on the me, jump on the me, jump on the me. Just chip damage. Once again, look, instantly, once again. Aqua's ult, Syra ult, same time. Calling it 3, 2, 1. We were applying mad pressure in the pocket, in the cage. Dazzle is good as well off that Syra ultimate. It's just perfect here from OUG, being able to play out this comp this way. See the Dragon Slayer, but the Draco Storm is just too good for them here, being able to keep them healthy. It didn't even matter. Like you said, it doesn't even give back armor, and they weren't even knocked down to that threshold where the white health was being the one getting chipped out. So even so, the target selection was not good there for that opposing squad. This was the last and final moments of game number 3. Going for the quick shutdown. They managed to get that elimination. They don't get the last one on the last player, but still end up taking the MVP with a massive game 3. SS, like you said, the Viper.
You know, it's crazy. I looked at the animation that they threw. I think that, I'm not gonna lie, my mind is like, that's that old F1 combo breaker, or like when it was first introduced? I feel like, I don't know, something about it. But regardless of that, so I'm yapping right quick. Rupture Galore really did some work out there, man. Look at that, 5,500 damage on that cannon alone. My man had it, and he spent it. He spent all the time that he could get. Repair chests involved with him and his teammates, and just kept spamming. That's just the power of that Jade, man. That's a gold Jade. I don't know what to say. I mean, we have a chance to look at that Phantom set, making itself to make a gold Jade. Some Jades and purple rarities are just really, really overpowering, even over some of the gold Jades for weapon selections. So have that to go through. We're going to move this over to our interview with one of our players. We'll be back afterwards, guys, for game 4, and then see you then, because we'll be back sooner than you think.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our post-game interview. I'm your host Jingjing, and our player is standing with us. So let's say hello to the audience first. 先和大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是记忆战队的李新淼。
欢迎李新淼来到我们的赛后采访。So welcome 李新淼 to our post-game interview. So you guys did well in our first stage, and you also got 14 points. But you have got into the lower bracket for the second stage. So what do you think that the pressure will be heavy in the lower bracket? And how do you adjust your main side? 因为我们都知道，其实我们第一赛段的表现非常好，并且累积了40分数，但是我们在第二赛段掉到了败者组，也想请问一下，你们队伍是如何调整一下自己的状态呢？
首先我觉得，因为这个游戏的话，运气成分比较大嘛，我觉得我们先不用想太多吧，然后多放假，转移一下注意力，玩点别的游戏吧。
OK， 所以其实就是让自己多加休息，然后找到一个更好的状态。Okay, so I just think that we don't want to overthink too much things. We just need to have a good rest so that I can find a better status for the competition. Okay, so let's move on to the next part, answer for judges. So today's question is, what's Li Ximiao's average kills per game? 那么今天这道问题呢是李新淼他在每一局的平均击败分数是多少呢？ Okay, so if you know the correct answer, please just tap it on your chat box. So we know that Gigi is really good at the hero lineup with the Inor. So what do you think of the strengths of this new patch? 那我们也知道，其实 Gigi 你们非常擅长万军这个体系，也想请问一下，你觉得目前万军这个体系在当前的比赛服它的强度怎么样？
我觉得万军体系的话，在比赛服应该是属于 T0 级别的吧，就是不管什么英雄跟万军搭在一块儿，他都是很厉害的。
Okay, so I think that the hero lineup with Inor is very strong in the current patch, and I think that every hero with Inor can have a better effective in the competition. 好的，那我相信我们的选手已经准备就绪了，也请你为我们用英语倒计时吧。
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot.Okay, so let's find out the correct answer. 也请为我们公布一下这道题目的正确答案吧。
正确答案是 C.
Yes, the correct answer is C. Congratulations to our lucky ones.
Okay, for the last question, because the lower bracket is very intense, so I would like to know, which team do you think will be your biggest opponent? 那么我们也想请问一下，就是你会觉得，在接下来的比赛中，哪一个队伍是你最强大的对手？
我们最大的对手是 T。
为什么会选择 T 呢？
因为在常年以往跟那个 T 他们战队经常交战嘛，然后他们也是比较韧性比较足的一支队伍，然后就是反正经验很老道嘛。
So I think TE will be our biggest opponent because they are really experienced in this current competition. 好的，那再次感谢李新淼来到我们的采访，也希望你后续可以表现得越来越好。Okay, so thanks 李新淼 for joining today's interview. Let's take a break and we will be back later.
Ladies and gentlemen, Welcome back. We are here for round 4 as the Mataria Ultimate comes out here. We're teleporting, right? Undervalued skill. Kachan, where you at? No, listen. Bringing us down here. I know there's a spotlight right now for us to kind of see. Today being one of the final brackets for some of the players and the teams here. Since it's going to be after round 3, we only have 3 rounds left. Seeing how this knockout stage is going to begin here for the lower bracket, a couple things we got to keep in mention. The first 2 rounds, we're kind of going in the way for OUG. I mean, they're safe enough as is. They're in first place. GG in second, though. And then seeing how that comes down between WBG, DRG, all the other teams just kind of solidify that gatekeeper spot, 3rd and 4th, right? And that's a really like big mental spot too, C8. That's a spot that you just kind of like don't want to think about losing. But at any point in time in the match, if you just aren't in enough of a good position to spawn off drop, and if you do it in the wrong way, manner, or fashion, or if you get caught by the monoliths of the lobby, right? The behemoths, the guys who are stacked out of their minds, that's just going to be an upset. That's just going to be part of that process, though, that they're going to have to overcome. Yeah,
I mean, now into game 4, this is a big make or break round, I would say, especially if you're in that 5th through 6th, with just how close it was into that 4th place. You're going to have to try to have a great game 4 just to set you up for the remainder of the matches. Halfway point is gone now, so you know, we're here. We had to try to see how it's going to look in that bottom 4. And, you know, this is one of the great things I love about this new system, that every single night now you have something to be looking out for. Who's going to be in that bottom 4? Who's going to make it into that top 4? Who's fighting to stay into that top 4? So now I feel like that alone gives it a lot more excitement. You know, because before we would just pretty much look at that for our day 3 over bi-weeklies. Who's our top 8 teams or whatever the case can be, or top 6 teams, sorry. Who's going to make it to the finals, this and that. But now, here for this new system into the season, just every day of the stages, you know, you're going to be looking at who's going to be able to make it to the top 4.
Yeah, for real. So one thing is kind of, you know, I mean, it's kind of taking advantage of the key comps, the hot Enor zipping, and, you know, just making sure you take full value of that comps. It's such a strong one. Though being prepared for any outlier situations, Tessa is a really big outlier. Even if you're running the Wei Shan key comp of Wei Shan Enor, or the Wei Shan into Xunhuan into the Justina, that's a comp that you have to kind of be like about. And GG weren't really prepared for that to happen. The way they got ambushed outside of the Artisan's Grove, because all the things that would work in terms of counterplay wouldn't have worked against that, right? And then obviously, you know, being that the Wei Shan can't stop the test enchant, that was a huge lockdown. Wu Chen is in the back of your head, like, is this Wu Chen going to port them out? Should I keep focusing him? That's what we saw. I mean, ZJS was making sure that Wu Chen was kind of locked down the entire time, but at forcing their hand, we are going to switch this over here between 2 members out of the teams with OUG, and as well as for GG breaking it down. You know, it's crazy too, because one thing is that SS is like, I feel like he's a bread and butter pick with Baby U this, you know, kind of going through it, and I'm kind of glad at seeing how this guy, you know, kind of comes out. I know that XCM isn't playing here for OUG today, so that's kind of like one thing where we have Peak to kind of make this happen. But you know, it's kind of a standstill in seeing how OUG are making their, you know, come up on this round, considering that they lost their first day of playing.
Yeah, you drop down here, you're playing a lot more games than that you want to. And every single day you're fighting to stay into that top 4. But overall, teams like OUG, like we see on our screen, comfortably, GG as well, very comfortable in that top 2 spot for both of these squads. Yeah, to game 4. What do we have? Our first Hollerouts game of the day. I have to wait and see. I don't think we're gonna see anything different in the essence of the first 2 round selections. Just maybe Zenda, like we did for game 2. Which you know, it's been rough though. Seeing that comp in the BR mode, just yeah, it's not being able to have any sorts of a combo break into those 2 characters. It's just everything, right? Especially in NARAKA, just if you don't have that safety net at least once, and if you're not running Hottie, you're gonna get caught up and you're just gonna eat up so much damage, and there's no sustainer in the world that can, you know, save you from not having a combo break for, you know, pretty much the whole fight. Literally.
Yeah, that's the thing. And I'm like, F2, low cooldown, no problem, right? But for her, I mean, her survivability is just coming down to her teammates peeling off of her. That's why some other comps, when you start swapping out some certain characters, like Kylan, for instance, right? We saw that just, you know, when you saw the last round. Kylan taken away from him and then not having a Takeda. I mean, you're kind of making sure you can peel even when you're under pressure, right? And that's the thing that Takeda can offer. The only difference is that it's a limited quantity, and the only problem is that you know, it can be counterplayed. You know, Ultimate's decided the factor of whether or not Takeda can exist. You know, if he can't chase down the chase down of like charging up blue focus and hoping to kind of reach the target there, his value is slim to none. It's only for whether or not his teammates, like how we have the Tumult, how we have the Tianhai come out to kind of support him in terms of like connecting those dots. But the other problem is can he take his own isolated fight without having to invest ultimate that wouldn't really create a, you know, from a single, you know, isolated fight to a field-wide fight? Can he take a 1v1, force that ultimate, and not really lose value for the team by having to invest that ultimate as early as he can? Can transition to the other fight? Like Kylan can immediate ultimate and then go off and, you know, to the distance because he can immediate slash to close the gap. Takeda has to take the time to grapple, and if he's still taking his isolated fight, he can't go from point A to point B as fast, right? It's just the moment of how it works. It's just how his build is set up. Though Kylan changes had happened, right, where we had the multiplier changes, even bringing him into solos with the V2 changes back. As much as 0.2 makes a difference, and like it doesn't sound as much of a difference, in their mind it does. And considering that when he procs out that Keelan guard, that passive, where he has 4 seconds of, you know, not just invulnerability, but 4 seconds of just infinite slashes, he can just start DPSing the heck out. Gold focus slashes can knock people down, and that's just going to be the lineup that why we, you know, that's the reason why we see him kind of sprinkled in here this after the patch, after the season patch had dropped.
I was just looking at Xiaowen's mouse. I've never seen that mouse before.
You had to go back. I had to go back. I'll look at that in a second.
Yeah, I've never seen that mouse before. But overall, though, I'll post it up. We're gonna see how our drop zones are gonna be looking, or our round selection, sorry, is gonna be looking for game 4. Then into our drop zones, but yeah, I don't think we're gonna see anything crazy. I think we're gonna keep it kind of traditional throughout this whole round selection again. The Aqua's comp though has been shown out to have, you know, really good value. The lockdowns, as we saw there from OUG, they were perfectly timing that Aqua's ult with the Syro ultimate. I initially thought you will, you know, match the Viper ult with the Aqua's cage, but we see the value a lot better with that match of the Syro with the Aqua's cage.
Yeah, because it's a limited time. I think that thing is up for 12 seconds. You know, so you have to burn the 8 seconds on that Syro ultimate. That's how long it will take until she, you know, creates the powerful dazzle. Then after that, Viper can ult safely enough, you know, because it's 6 seconds of the powerful dazzle. Her ult cast takes time for 6 seconds as well, or at least 5 seconds, and then 6 seconds, and then it can pop, you know, and then all of a sudden, and then everyone's deleted. But our pick band selections here in Hollow Starry Night has it at FPX and OUG in the first phase, WFG and WVG in the second phase, SS1 and GG in the third, and DRG and Alliance in the fourth phase. Now, curious. I had to see how this goes down. We've seen some weird one-off selection picks, but now the bottom 4 has to make it out of this leaderboard with guaranteed, you know, guaranteed selection pick processes. They can't, you know, muscle around here. Now, for OUG, first phase opens up the Hottie nor Zipping. That's a question of whether they want to rock that or Aqua Syra Viper. Just limit test that in the first phase. But obviously that's going to be their case. It's going to be the Hottie nor Zipping, and then locking that in as well as for FPX. That's a guaranteed ban. It means the teams in second phase understand exactly what they're going to be going up against. Working the counter option there. I mean, I would like to see the Weishan, Justina, and the Tianhai to be showing up, or the Weishan to be showing up there, but that's just going to be, you know, whether or not we see some shenanigans out here. Obviously, in the second phase for WFG and WBG, they can't make the mistake, so they're going to bring out the Aqua's Viper Syra, and then obviously that's going to go down towards seeing whether or not WFG are going to bring that. They are going to bring the Ice Pick Original composition, man. They're going to bring out the Justina for Zhao Wen, and that locks down 2 bans. 2 bans. 2 bans are going to be coming down here, and it leaves Justina opening the door for the Shunwan to be a triple pick if need be.
This is the comp I thought we were going to see last game, but
yeah,
I got debated. Yeah. Which, you know, comparing it to the Aquos one, I think it's a little bit more harder to play just to the fact that your Justina has to be really strong. You know, no dashes come in play. It's just very hard to get any value from that alone. So, you know.
Yeah, well, and it's kind of rough to see that going off that end. Like, you know, seeing how it gets captured out. Yeah, you didn't see the Zai. I was waiting for you to mention it. I was like, it's been 15 seconds, CA. Time's up. I'm like the rabbit with the clock, bro. Time's ticking. No, I seen this comp inside of the scrims. It doesn't hold value, but I'm willing to see what happens here. It didn't hold any points, like not a lot. So Zai into this Tessa. Actually, I was talking to Sachiko from Hex from EU. Oh, yo, this is it. Yo, wait, this is the round. This is limit testing round. But I was talking to Sachiko about it. I was like, yo, you seen this? And he's like, yeah, it doesn't really hold much. I was like, yeah, I was thinking the same. albeit maybe they just wanted to try it again, see how that comes down here in the live stage, and then, you know, just go from there. Zenda Wu's Shio from DRG with a Tumult. That's going to be a play on, seeing how these bands have been going so far. So with that being said, I mean, Alliance is going to be the only Tian High Tumult in the Takeda comp in this round fix.
Zai.
Yeah, I don't know, because I was looking at the score and I'm like, the only reason is that there's not a lot of sustainability, and Zai gets, I mean, I don't know what else to say, but she doesn't stagger anybody, bro, in the V2. Everyone is able to kind of walk through it and just hit her, and then she's done. So like even the Enor 1 doesn't care about her. Obviously the Akos doesn't care about her in the V2 state. Then all of a sudden you can just see the factor that if she's locked down in terms of that V1 stage, or I think she's doing the V2 with the ensnared soul, right? The problem is Viper's there, Syra's there, Akos is like, the whole scenario is that she can get countered by majority gold focuses, ultimate focuses in the matchup selection.
Look at that paper.
Picture. Yeah, you see that too, bro?
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
I'm in my eyes just like peered over like an R&B single. Some guy, you know, just looking at that, man. That map drop location though. I mean, they just have that on rotation, bro. Have to. Gotta have all that locked down, knowing who's in your lobby, who's gonna be dropping where, which team are you gonna be potentially fighting off drop. There's so much that goes into it, right? Yeah. They have 3 minutes too.
3 minutes for.
They had 3 minutes to decide where to drop with their characters and all that stuff. They have that much time just to like contemplate that with their coach before they, before he drips out.
Before he trips out?
Yeah,
he's like, no, not there.
Alright, Slim, you take it easy, man. You take it easy. You know, the grills, he's showing out the grills, and he's like walking out the camera. I'm gonna stop, bro. This is crazy, bro. Well, the skill selection, I'm looking at Fu. I mean, F2, V2, that's standard case. I wanted to see the Zenda Wu ultimate scene. This is now V2 for DRG. So they ran V1 before. Now it's V2. So they're switching that one out. They're making that their decision because they're like, we need reset wisps ASAP. Because here's the thing, right? F2 Shio, F2 for the Zenda Wu. When those things get casted, it's a knockback, or it's like, it's a CC chain that they can expect. MY could use gold focus, right? Sure, whatever. But the only thing is that he throws a reset wisp. He's in the air. They can't really decide upon one target to the next. They have to decide. And then if he throws a wisp in the middle of the action, especially after confirming the line of sight between option A of seeing his teammate in the on the fight on the ground, and then noticing where that knockback is going to go off with the Shio, or where her shield throw is going to go, and he can throw a reset wisp, or he can see the Zenda Wu and confirming her knockback with the shot and the arrow. He can just throw that in that direction, and that's it. It's golden. No K-pop, no demon hunters, just in the mix.
I haven't seen that.
I watched it on a one-off day. Rainy day. It's a rainy day movie.
Rainy day. Hey, the drop zone not rainy though. Look at this. Mad contestant there, center in the map. Bloom Castle is gonna have, I believe, 4 teams close. I think it was OUG landing near Puzzle. We had one lone team landing top left of the Bloom Castle as well. But overall, we're gonna wait to see how Game 4 pans out. Zai in Game 4. I didn't even peep the ult. Was it V2 or V1?
For Zai, V2 always, yeah. Because even if the V1 changes to happen, the V2 just because of the area of effect, though. This off drop, right? This is where those two teams have dropped onto each other with OUG and SS1. Ultimate standard SS1 is down for Mion, and now it's up to Leeway to kind of work this up with the Tessa and the 1-2. Can he confirm it? The Zai ultimate not even up, bro. They don't even have the soul boom for her. They're trying to deny this out, baby. You could iframe through this if they needed to. The teleportation is taken, and of course that is going to be down. SS1 took a nasty off drop fight against a team who majority of the time fight inside of the Salvation podium, and FPX are looking to clean up on aisle 7.
And here you go, third party now moving on in. FPX now has the health advantage, but the Uno ultimate now caught in him for Baby U. Does get the damage off the ground slam. Kiki nailed the hand. Takes a little bit of that damage. That blue armor is going to chip out slowly. Another team shows up. That's WFG. We got a purple armor already on miss as well. Over in this Uno ult has around 60% on that ult left here, so trying to inflict as much damage as possible. The marking is good onto peak. Doesn't get The ground side confirmation does manage to do so. Now though, Pete eating up so much damage. There's a pink ultimate called in just in time there for the sustain. The over and over jump R&Bs are good there for over onto SS. OUG fall another member, and now the damage is done. WFG FPX might be going out on this one, but so much commotion off drop, and it was not good there for SS1.
Yeah, it's kind of rough, man, coming back into that. And then,
man.
of course, you know, WFG, look at this against against FPX on the Salvation podium, taking all the Blister shots, and he confirms at least 2 to 3. Blister Scorch, that should be enough damage there. And look, he sees Over. He's like, what are you doing over there? This is gold armor. This is gold weapon, I should say. So Over takes a Scare Rush. He's good for it. Now the manual chase down happens here. Shiwan looking at this, making sure, okay, I'm out of line of sight. I'm out. And then he moves out east with WFG. This is now up to whether or not WFG still want to go right back in there. They got this coming down with scaling. They get this gold weapon. I mean, that's over, bro. That's gonna be the case. Look at this. Over is over, man. He is down. No way out of this. And the Moonbane cast, you know, that's insult to injury, but nothing is gonna happen next unless FPX wants to create some tension, and they can't. They literally can't even with that Moonbane.
Hey, that skin never came back, huh?
Nope.
That's a rare one. Look cross over there. But overall, Alliance now getting active against GG. Ult here for Yuma, looking for the grabs onto LXM. LXM just toying with him, tap dodging. Can't grab me, can't touch me, can't do nothing to me. See him now, ready to pop that ultimate in the back end. The ult now called in Alliance. Oh, 1-2 onto LXM, onto Yuma, CJS as well, toying with him. There goes the deform off the monk ult, playing inside that 10-minute ult for a little bit of cover, but now the ult is gone. Revenge and Co. now trying to back on up. GG with full aggression now. No freeze yet. The kid ult called in as well there in the back end there from Yuma. Doesn't manage to get the fur in out, but Ruo, on the other hand, is getting looked at here by the Lee ultimate. Gets caught up there in the back end. Good sustain and peel there from the Takeda to stop off that follow up there off that blue focus. CJS and Co still finding this hit to stay up here near this hut. Justina freezes, doesn't manage to catch a freeze, just full staggers. Yuma on the other hand, 1 HP in a dream, no dashes left. CJS does manage to get the elimination there on the Scare Rush, and now that's gonna be one piece there for GG.
GG's looking this now, looking a little bit easy on the loot path. I mean, this is north side. This is where they usually can take their chances on resetting or taking the off drop. And then, of course, look at this connections off the whip sword there, man. And look at this. Enor down. Ryoshi's not gonna, or Tumultuous down, I should say, for Alliance. Revenge is next. Potential off of the parries and even off the hold checks. Not enough. We know that. Now, let's think about this. Money-wise, they have enough to get another purple armor if it's still available. And the purchase cycle is next to kind of work into the Realm of Yings in a couple seconds where the spawns are going to be made apparent. Over by the city of Tong, though, this is going to be up to the V1, V2, I should say, with the DRG working this comp down. Honestly speaking, looking at the sustain that Cyber brings out here, the connection doesn't get it. They don't get the connection off this, but I don't know. I mean, I'm looking at the fact that the Justina is going to go through, but obviously when it comes to the Viper Ning, nothing can save any of the teammates here. The silence is guaranteed. The Tumult is down. The shield throw, if it was near 2 opponents at the same time, that would have been more than enough damage. Dragon Slayer confirms off of this. Miss is going down. It's a 2v3 by the end of the day.
Nah, he got shot your shield throw into Zinda Ave. He was just a full CC down for like 5 seconds there. But missed now. Try to stay up. The fan winning us is good. Doesn't even matter. WFG being able to stay up. They end up snagging up their 5th elimination here into game 4. Good way to start off pretty much. I mean, closing out that distance up against them and WBG. Now WBG now is going to snag up another. That's 2 on the board for them. First Yang starting to form up pretty soon as well. All rip fights have concluded. But overall, it's going to be WFG there with the most kills off drop. Teams like GG and FPX are gonna have 3 apiece, and then OUG and WBG with 2. Alliance end up snagging up 1, but overall now you have to wait to see how the scaling goes throughout this first Yang. See teams like OUG still buying up some resources inside the zone, still fighting against the zone. It's just zone 1, so not gonna be taking a lot, but overall, yeah, peak with purple weapon here for SS as well. See him still full doing their full trail rotation. Hey, we gotta hurry up before we gotta go to Yang, so we got a little bit of time to work with. But overall now WFG, nice setup. Gold fan off that puzzle. I mean, off rip being able to have a weapon like that with players that don't have melee resist, you're just doing so much damage.
Real. Yeah, and the thing is that FPX are the ones that kind of cleaned it up, but setting it up there further, WFG were there to arrive at the perfect opportunity and then clean that team out, right? Even with the guaranteed ballistic shots, they would still take the chance. What's kind of crazy too is the fact that they noticed what was in the box. I assume they looked into the Morris Blessing first, then finding out that this guy was using a fan and he's in the salvation podium. I mean, that's a 1-to-1. They're like, no, we got to get this guy down now. And understanding that, they made it apparent, right? That was just their, you know, that's the notion. But our first Rami Yang is going to happen here. S's only way is fighting fire with fire over by Salvation Podium. I don't know what, you know, I mean, going down here, I mean, it's got to be something, right? He's escaping somebody. It's going to be OUG and FPX on the north side, and SS1 already actually teaming up with him on the underground of the Salvation Podium in the crit wall, right? So this is going to go down to just getting whatever spare gear they can get before they enter into either Rami Yang, which they shouldn't, not with that count, or they go into the Spear Well. But our first fight, WFG bringing us down here. You're going to have Twin Shot. You're going to have a Rev Up Bomb Shot and a Tempest Kick for Mist. Let's take a look and see how WFG worked this first Rami Yang in their first fight.
We'll get Parrish on. That's the only thing you got to keep. At least just keep the gold fed if anything goes wrong. But let's see how it unfolds. CJS invested Justina ultimate. Off rip, drop down R&B there from 330 is good. Follow up is good as well. Now Juan's gonna go ahead and invest the Syra ultimate, looking for the shutdown. That's a nice weave there to avoid the beam charge. Nobody's gonna get cut off the dazzle as well. So GG doing a good job cutting that off, and now they're back here with the aggression.
You know, it's crazy too to see now the R&B is going to be checked out here for the parries. That's going to be good. And Shiwan's looking at making sure the staggers are good for the stun. And if they can get it, the way Sean comes out just in time to deny the stun. That is it. V1 confirms kills on both Mist and Shaowen. And the vulnerability on Shiwan means it's just a ticking time clock. Should he throw blue focuses? Heck no. He should just take the loss out here. He knows it's not going to be away from the win. So no delay on the... well, at least I'll say on the buff, but I spoke too soon. Now we're switching over to FPX and OUG, seeing how this is going to come down here. It looks like OUG are actually here on the come up for this elimination on water, and then next they're going to the double parry, picking it up between one to next to throw over, and that's 3 down in just a split second. This is going to be them getting their gold armor or gold weapon, the purple armor on the SS. Let's take a look and see what the Jades are, gold katana, and an engraving. So this is going to be really good for them later on to kind of make sure they confirm for this. And that whip sword though, that probably is not leaving the pocket. That the whip sword's technicality is just too strong to give up, especially with the range gold focuses, or the not even the range gold focuses, but it's the knockups with the blue focus vertical. That's just too good. I'd probably that should be an S tier Jade enough. That should be a gold Jade, but you know it's in the skill selection of the weapon.
Yeah. I mean, but the thing is, like, I was thinking about this the other day, like, yeah, whip sword is insane, right? But people still like longsword. I mean, not in trios, I would say. I would say like whip sword has a lot better like potential in trios, but like for solos, like there's still a lot of solo players that really like longsword opposed from whip sword.
Yeah, they're strong with that too. Going for TODs, or if they can go for just 1.0 blue focuses. It's a lot, real quick. Erudition on Jiang, and then seeing how, I don't know, this Erudition, bro. This man got the Spear Storm too, but no one uses that. All right, GG. I know that this is Syra ultimate to be used against this Tianhai, but we gotta, like, yeah, we gotta melt him now. Yeah, this is perfect. No, he can't do anything. He can't do anything. He deforms. Not even an immediate Viper ultimate. They know they're safe, at least for a second. But now it's up to seeing about the Takeda. Let's see what he got to offer, because it's Genji skin time. He doesn't have the Genji sound over. I wish we had that. But this is going to be up to Jiang, having the V1 with the Aqua Soul, and all 3 enemies here in one spot, man. GG.
Ooh. Good Viper ult there. Goes around the pillar, too, just in case. But the parry connects. It doesn't even matter. You might get shut down. There goes Ruro as well. Revenge last one up. Full chase down here onto the Takeda. Genji. Nah, those are fire. Those kids are fire. I can't even lie.
They are fire. Yeah, I want them to come out, man. Soon to be announced, question mark?
I don't know, but those are fire. Let's see it. Good promotion here. WBG, OUG. You know, ultimate knockout in here for Baby U. Ooh, nice weave there from Jiang, though. Still gets caught up by the area attack, but gets clipped up to second. CJS starts moving on in. Look at FPX starts form on into this fourth party as well. So many teams showing up. See OUG tries to back on up, but the Aqua's ultimate is called in just in time here to shut down Baby U. The Viper ultimate is good as well. John leaves off of this, knowing there's so many teams around. Now he gets shut down. Peaked there with elimination. Baby U gets shut down by PP. Look at the full commotion off this first Yang. This happens every single time.
For real, man. Look at this, man. Peak is going to be looking to lock himself in the corner, and he goes inside, but Then another R&B from the fan comes down, and CJS is finding so many multi-refresh freezes, but his ultimate duration is about to end. He got combo breaker, and I don't know if he gets solo. Doesn't even get a chance. No parries. Tap dodge is off this end. The R&Bs are good for him to tap dodge, and then of course, looking at his teammates going down, Vermillions is already invested. This is chaos.
What is this, a blood moon? What is
Blood
happening? Yeah, like, man, it's so crazy. So crazy how much aggression is happening every single time after first game. And they just know where everybody's posted up. So it's just so many teams. Like we did for game 2, right after this commotion, we only have 4 teams alive. Right now, we still have everybody up. We do have some bodies falling there for WFG and Alliance, but they're still up here in this game. And teams like OUG and GG are taking their full reset off that Vermillions. But, you know, WFG still haven't tried to cleanse. They do spot a player. They hurt him. It's over. Trying to cut noise. They finally catch up to him there on the top side. You see Mist not trying to join the fight. But a kite game now is going to happen. Gotta try to make work of this as quick as possible. Over, though. With this Ener F's going to be able to stall out a little bit of that time. Now the third party start moving on in. Is GG potentially getting aggressive off of this, but WBG in the top rocks there, waiting for the suplex, but not being able to do so because WFG is looking to try to retreat, even though they're going to lose Miss here in the process.
Yeah, they got the shop. Hopefully they get the Reaper charms. Oh, I lied. Apparently 2 other teams just bought them, and I think that's it.
Oh no.
I'm not sure because they reduced the size, so I'm not sure what's left in terms of the shop. We'll have to see. Really unfortunate though if they don't have it, the last one available for Mist, because all that's left is making sure they get the Spirit Wheel. Nice arrow dash. Baby, you got gold. Oh my, look at that. Look how free that is. Oh, that is so free. It is so free, bro. Also, by the way, WFG got the Reaper charm, so they're good. They're good. Mist is back. But man, arrow dash into just R&B blue focus. I'm just like, on a gold Hong sword, there's nothing you can do, man. It's peak. It's bleak. The only thing is now that they have this arrow dash in this mix, I mean, that's enough to set up. Hottie can set up the extensions on that. That's just a mind read because you're not really expecting an uppercut to just be like that. Erudition though, burning out here for Jiang, looking at Yuma. I'm not sure he's just gonna be using his yeah, he's gonna keep using those jetpacks, man. Keep moving. Hi there. And Akko's ultimate's being invested. I mean, they're staying on the outskirts regardless of that, but I'm okay with that.
I like it.
They're looking at OUG to see, hey, what do you want, you know? But OUG's like, hey, you guys, you want to do GG though, taking this fight. They got another gold Hong sorted in the mix, and they're skybound. And as it stands to go through here, fight's gonna be consumed with an immediate ultimate from the Enor.
That's it now. That's us. What's about this F? We see him now in the back end. On the Hottie, now the Enor from Baby U. Doesn't get the ground slam due to the F being called in, so he's gonna be staying safe for now. But now applying pressure there in the back end. Just see the ultimate still online here for CJS. There it is. It goes to Opium called in. Look for the dash. Gets the freeze onto SS. Nice peel there though from the opposing squads. Enor being able to knock back there to avoid getting hit off of that. Baby U still applying pressure onto CJS. 330 though. The Yushan there for GG. Still looking for the openers. Not being able to do so. The Justina freeze does not connect there. Now the Lee ult called in there in the back end. You see LXN just waiting back, trying to get the hits off. Does manage to get a little bit of damage, I believe. CJ does not get any freezes, so this could be bad for him, but the double bear connects there in the back end. OUG now applying the pressure onto GG, and this might be all she wrote with LXM out of the game.
Yeah, man, I mean, holding this down, tap dodge McGee doesn't get it staggered, and jump LMG spam,
yeah.
That's enough. That's it. That's going to be OUG taking the victory. This is going to be gold. I mean, we'll see what the Jade is, right? Majority of the time, it's something strong, right? Might be an Aurora Burst, but we'll see. It's going to be a Mortal Defiance. Crazy. And on top of that, they got Velocity Untold. Wow. And, you know, waiting up this buff and seeing what's going to happen next. I mean, Velocity in the middle of this game. I mean, Velocity on the Enor 1 with Enor 1 is pretty grand. And then looking at this, having Soothing Boon, Hex and Harmony Spear for Baby U, having the Juggernaut at level 2 with the Arrow Dash. Got Rupture Gill again, an SS, and he has it with the engraving. Summoning Shot of Velocity is going to be on peak, but, I mean, listen to this. I mean, this is... they have the shop now. They have over, like... 80,000 Dark-Tide coins. They just bought another Gold Jade. Could we look at the purchase? Actually, no. We know what the purchase is. It's going to be Mortal Defiance in the shop, so they got that guaranteed. So that's 2 Mortal Defiances.
Double. Wow.
But listen, OUG had it in round 2. They had it a Volpine's Essence, they had a Mortal Defiance, and they still lost the game due to GG's pressure on that. So, I mean, anything can happen when you're in the wrong position, but it depends on the situation on when it happens. That was at the edge of the zone. Depending on where the Yang Spirit Will ends up going, we'll just have to see. FPX though at the shop right now, just making these last ditch effort purchases.
This is who they need to look for. Water. You got the nunnies. Food does too. They need that.
We need that. They got Lure Crystal though, so they can buy that out. But this comp, I mean, no elimination. They're still alive.
No pressure though. You moving into this like full aggression state of the match with no kills. I mean,
no pressure.
No pressure. What do you have? You have a Wu Chen port to get out, but you don't really have enough sustain. I don't know, man. That comp is. I haven't seen much of it, but.
Nah, this is the first time it's been brought out in the on the Pro League stage. I feel like it is, yeah. Because the other thing I have to see is this. What it comes down to is snags. The fact is that the snag on the burn, take over damage over time, gold focus knocking down, giving Tessa free enchant guarantee. That's really a deposition, right? That's kind of like you putting your resources onto 1 to 2. The other part is that the ensnare takes 8 seconds for it to come back up. So 8 seconds until the next time it comes up, and they nerfed that, right? That's the reason that we don't see Zai as much. That there's a reason we don't see Zai as much. Niche choice pick for sure. Though they are taking down Mai's position, trying to lock him down, but DRG's Mai is 1 of 2 players. Oh, actually no, he is the last player. And also Shy, I forgot. Now this is up to him just scaling out here. But man, I also wanted to see the Zenda Wu comp going out. The only problem is DRG going up against WFG in that inside of the city of Tang was like one of the biggest fights that they could have taken to have a huge lead and snowball out. Never got that chance just because of the timing attack.
Oh, Palm Lightning. Luaye. Get forced to pop the set, but loses a lot of HP. You see DRG, Mai looking for that. Tesla ultimate called in. Tomok ultimate called in. Fu. No ult online, 69% there on that ultimate. Goes for the raw uppercut. Oh my, with a double uppercut. Doesn't manage to get the reset, and could have kept re-staggering that, but not made able to do so. S1 forced to pop the switch on ultimate, and now you're cooked. Now you don't have any source of sustain to try to live it out, and all the teams starting to show up. Fu, the proc comes out the nunchucks. Maybe he's still applying pressure, but this is all she's gonna do. I mean, even if that ultimate comes online just in time, you're gonna get hit with this air dash. It doesn't even matter. You don't even need a blue focus, and you'll be taken out.
Yeah, I read that like a book. That's going to be a case right now for OUG. They're up to 11 eliminations. They're holding down the fort, second place in this lobby. WBG still have 12. For us right now, to kind of work this down, we're going to see WFG in the zone right now to kind of work this around for the shop. Looking like we're going to get some resupply. Now, this is the last shop. It should be one of the final shops in the zone. This is going to give us a chance of seeing how long these teams can last with the resources on hand versus fighting an elimination. Meanwhile, GG are having this Yang depletion for another minute. It's actually interesting seeing how that was utilized from that bounty scroll from earlier. Just make sure to lay that down for any sort of Yang depletion teams. But for LXM right now, he is pressuring us down. He's looking at Alliance. He's looking at this Takeda. He's like, yeah, this guy's got to go. Takeda Fury comes out here. No parry off this back end, and the Tianhai ultimate's already invested, but the Tumult ultimate is there to kind of seal the deal. The grab is good. Yuma's looking to try to go for it. No, it won't confirm, but he's going to find the Tumult circle to go back into it.
Looking for the grabs. This terrain, man, very, very tricky. You can't even get on top of the rocks. He's forced to deform up, and now got some ballista shots flying on in here from water. Has a good line of sight here to try to get some source of damage here inside the building. Does get the burn tick there onto D30. Viper ultimate being called in the top left hand side there from WFG. Looking for the shutdown onto Alliance. Misses though, not being able to get any source of value, but Justina does. Revenge falls there from Juan, and now they're able to get one cleanse out there from their squad. That being the Justina. Still having to try to cleanse out the other 2 members as well as GG. 2 players still have that Yang depletion. Oh, big damages here inside of the window. This could be bad here for WFG. They're managing to stay up though. Yuma falls off of his loan. Beautifully done. There goes a cleanse there for the squad. Looking to try to cleanse out the Syra. Nobody dies to... I don't know what that was, but his body was like, looked like he was getting choked out. What was that?
Oh, that's the Yang depletion. I mean, obviously, it was just kind of timing it down there. So now it's just like, goodbye, right? Like, you know, once you get the Yang depletion, you just do an animation there. But what's crazy is that...
Oh no! Oh no!
I'm gonna say Starry Night.
No!
It's crazy that the Starry Night's happening, and you take a hit of that. That's like 500 armor or 500 health, and he took 2, so that's 1,000. Gonzo.
Oh no!
Alt control, alt delete.
Nah, I'll be mad. Who's about to get out?
He was.
Angie. Oh man. Now Yang depletion OUG, I mean, posted up. But look at this though. OUG, WBG, and WFG all have 12. Like there's been eliminations been going towards those 3 teams.
Yeah, he almost got himself another piece there for 13, man. Calling him down for Oceans. I think this is up to CJS. No parry can be had now. I mean, this is the most important time he finds it, but they are not allowing this has been done. They gotta get this whole bloom. Oh wow, F2 invested like that. All right, I guess WFG they're right there though. They're like waiting this down. I mean, the ultimate cycles they're about to come back up. I know the Syra is gonna be getting this sooner than anyone else, but or at least Viper, but she really needs that. She really needs that Syra to kind of go crazy for it. For us right now, Yang Depletion is gonna be WFG's downfall though. If they don't take anything next between now and the next Spirit Well, that's gonna be spawning in here. Regardless of that, I know that OUG are lurking around. I mean, they got the Moonbane's Wrath off of this tome, right? The longsword tome, the book, red book. And if they end up getting that stun, could it be over? I don't know. I mean, that's going to be a rough case. But we are going to have it down to water. I believe he himself has this towards... I want to say he has a Razor Swift. I don't double check that, but he does definitely have this in terms of either dead rounds. But the Reba Bomb Shot, I'm not seeing it on the team. Oh, there it is. Yeah, Over has it. So Over's gonna have that Jade, dude. I love Reba Bomb Shot. Like dual flintlocks without the Jades, it's kind of mediocre. Let's be real about it. But when you start stacking that up with especially the new changes, that's going to be enough to change the flow of the fight and staggering somebody in hard lockdown. Switching on to the Erudition, Assassin's Lunge on Jiang with an Advanced Seal. This team also has a Meteor on standby too, so they could be opting in to kind of look into that range pressure. WFG, J-Check on the Twin Shot Bound Shell. They have themselves Fire Arrow, Saga Lock. Actually, Venom Tip Bar Bolts for Mist instead, and then having a Tempest Kick. They also have an Octa / Blade on their Sire for Shuan. And at least for OUG, having the Mortal Defiance still there, they also have Rents Firmaments for Baby U. He also has a Soothing Boon, Hex Harmony Spear, Aerial Dash, Juggernaut level 4, right? Rupture Gale's been switched over to SS, and with the engraving, or the jabbing, I should say. Tuna on Peak as well. Big time, man. Big time work. Everyone's jaded out. I'm just thinking about the fact that when it comes down to it, if we get any sort of indication of what's going to happen next, is if someone just wants to stir the pot. And WFG, they're working that out.
Yeah, you see them applying the pressure. Ooh, just a hit off that LMB focus there. Gonna be forced to back on up. Now you see Miss. There's a lot of that gold armor trying to find a spot. He got bullied off that high ground. WBG now claims it. OUG potentially gonna start moving on in, waiting off the commotion here off the Spirit. Not sure who's gonna try to contest it. They're going to see no ultimate. That's gonna be WFG. Full focusing water off. Rip does manage to get the freeze off. The Viper ultimate now called in. You got to be aware though. Third party is going to start coming on in pretty soon. They are forced to pop this Eno ultimate just in time. But once the ults are gone, it's going to be rough drawn now with the Syra ultimate. Now team's lurking on in. Look at this. Miss may be able to stay up. OUG with a cannon shot pressure. WBG speed like, okay, sure, I'll take this for free. Drops in. Now starts taking up progress there onto that Spirit Well. Baby U and Ko now trying to contest the Spirit Well, but now WFG eating up so much damage. Yelwin falls over with elimination. Another player falls as well. On the other hand, Kiki is out. Juan gets taken out. Parry's connect. Gets caught up there in the back end. Miss now eating up so much damage. Opens up with a parry onto Over. Tries to stay alive, but now loses all that armor. This could be really bad here for WFG's Miss.
Yeah, Miss looking for a reset here as the Spirit Well is getting contested for Baby U. Not keeping eyes on the Viper Ning, but look at SS. He found him, or at least I thought he did. And then finding out this Dazzle isn't going to connect here. SS are just working this Rage down. If they can get this Soul Altar, the Spirit Well, this is a full reset cycle. Hands down, Draco Storm Part 2. But for OUG, this is going to be worrisome, right? They know that WBG are here. They're looking to the drop down. Having the Viper Ultimate set up here to be successful. I mean, this is a combo breaker skill now, right? So if he gets staggered in the middle of the area, it doesn't really matter. It's just whether or not WBG are just going to be taking that chance. But for Jiang, I mean, he is going to be one of the last players left alive here with him and the Syra having her ultimate down as well. I mean, this is going to be a one and done situation. Having this Spirit Well be contested at 80%. Baby U getting that Rents Firmament as much as possible. Getting it down. It's goal focus. He knows it's going to be a case right now to keep spamming out. He's got the Jades of Destiny for this, and he's going to be making that spacing aware. He knows it's going to be the Viper ultimate, and he's going to be going ahead and spacing into the zone, so that makes no value for this Viper Ning.
Let's see it now. The drop down connects onto Over though. Over now gets cut up on the top side. Baby U and Ko though still fighting each other to get the Spirit Well. That free cast is good. PP falls. There it is. Now the Eno ultimate is gonna be called in here for Baby U. Looking for the damage on the bottom side. Gets to overslam. No, nearly connects off of this. Over on the other hand might get clipped off of this, but the ground marking is good into the ground slam as well. Jiang takes up so much damage. Baby U with another one, and now OUG jumped to 15. Over still alive though. And my surprise is WFG's Miss still being up as well. He landed on that back cubby throughout the whole 80% start. And look, he's still back there. He's still alive, just trying to live out and get that top 2 placement. And it looks like he might be able to do so with the pressure now going towards, I believe, FPX's way.
Yep, and then hoping to see he's got Viper Ultimate still going. Hoping to see whether or not we get audio back in to be stated. But for SS, this is up to him right now. He can hear all the sounds. He is seeing all the motion. He finds the Spirit Throw to be missed. Still, though, this Viper Ning ultimate is kind of the biggest grievance I would see if it comes down to any of the members in the team. Missed his, yeah, and this is going to be a problematic situation. The level 2 slash doesn't come after level 3. He gets taught 2.0 from this, coming out to get the elimination. Zipping ultimate to be casted, and they turn their attention onto this Viper Ning. They're like, who are you? Why are you still in the game? 2.0 hold energy comes out. He still gets staggered. Aerial dash into the RMB is enough to jump LMB to confirm the horizontal from the dagger, and Water knows that placement is important in this day and age. Gonna be going out there into the zone with 11 eliminations. OUG taking out 20 points this game in this round and making it to MVP status. Again, keeping their solidified position in first place.
Yeah, they'll do overtake GG now. Massive game 4. This is you know, a big just stamp on them, making sure they can stay up there on that top 2. GG, I believe, also had a great game, but overall, OUG is to be coming out MVP here for game number 4 alone. Got one more random hero selection game, being that game 5, into our mirror match into game 6. But overall, great aggression, man. I love the aggression right after that first Yang. It's just a full bloodshed throughout all these teams, all the teams meeting up. Most of the times in the center of the map, this time around, it wasn't Plume Castle. We saw the eliminations going towards each team, or just back to back teams just starting the 4th, 5th party on in. Fortunate enough, we did have, you know, all teams still alive into that second Yang, so we had a lot more aggression off that second Yang as well. But overall, beautiful game plays there. The WFG end up getting taken out. 2 players end up taken out pretty early. Miss just ends up cutting that line of sight and just waiting it out. He tries to come on in at the perfect time. He snags up 1, still gets taken out, gets third, but still does better. Does get a good amount of value to stay alive for that long, and you know, even taking 1 with him. So they are going to be securing that 3rd spot, and that's a massive game there for WFG. I mean, they were very low in the overall standings into that game 3, and then now it's a game 4. I'm pretty sure they're super close to contest that top 4, but I'm not sure how the overall standing is going to look, just for the fact that I think it was FPX had a 30-point game, or a 30 overall points as well, or somewhere around there.
Yeah. Question on the board for you guys: which team won in game? Come on, guys, come on! You guys were watching it just like 5 seconds ago, bro. Which team won in game 4? Is it AOUG, B, FPX, ZQ, or C, WBG, D, WFG? Yeah, WFG getting their scoreline though to 15 kills in that game was enough, from like 9 points to 24 points, right? From 8th place basically to 5th place. The next come up in terms of scoreline means that they need 8 more points to make it through, all right? At least to kind of get to that gatekeeper spot. But next in this line is kind of looking at the question and answer: is OUG taking the MVP? There's the answer, right? No, but the other thing too is what we need to see is kind of looking at seeing how these teams are dealing with lurkers in the final circle. OUG were able to kind of keep in mind about this Viper Ning still existing. But one part is that just being able to space out. They even took the necessary precautions going into the zone, right? And then obviously that's coming down to making sure that the stun range is like, it's there, but it's not going to be enough to kind of work off, because in that area specifically off the north side of the Achilles crest, it's a lot of size of pillars, the planters, you know, all that stuff is there. So those guys are like really just aware in that location, just making sure to avoid. Plus, since it was on a lower elevation, one part is that they knew that favorite players are going to be looking to keep themselves aloof in the sky, look for their snag. So looking at how WFG had their Cyrus still had their ultimate until the time the Spirit Wheel dropped. Not a lot of value came out of that. Still though finding value in getting their Spirit Wheel back in. Not going to be having a problem there. I think OUG is really just locking down these Spirit Wheels no matter the cost.
Yep, here it is. Our scoreboard here for game number 4. OUG with 16 kills, 20 overall game score. WFG, massive game 4 here for themselves. 16 game score. WBG though with 13. FPX with 13 as well. GG with 7. Alliance with 3. DRG and SS1 with 0. Man, SS1. Let's just keep that. Let's just keep that in rank play, man. Let's just.
Yo, for real?
Let's just. Come on, man, Zai.
Yeah, no, I don't know. That Zai, I was like, we were talking about it. I was like, I said, like Sachika, we were talking about it. I'm like, yo, It's kind of rough. That's a rough comp. I was just like theory crafting it off the head. So I'm like, I don't think this comp is actually going to be worthwhile. I mean, sure, they can test it out, but like, it's just the Zai nerfs in terms of it just really makes her a headstrong. 31,000 damage on Enor 1. Like, look at the comparison there, man. This guy doesn't even care about Zai at that point, too, because he just launches his attacks in her direction and then she gets lightning struck and then it's over. And look at this. OEG, like, just literally like subsiding these score lines 15 to 14 to 20 points in the last for the BR matches. We still got game 5 to work into, but 53 points overall for OUG, 36 for GG, FPX with 33, 31 for WBG. And think about it, right? WBG 8 points, right, off the versus. 1 point in their first BR game, 9 points.
Yeah.
And then 13. It's kind of like around there. They're keeping it's keeping them afloat though, right? Like that's it. Like that's 8 points because look at WFG, right? Even though they took no dubs in terms of the first round and the BR or the versus, they got 8-16 and they're at 24. Putting that into work, I mean, Alliance is out here 15 points overall, even with 2 points on that versus and 11 for DRG. But SS1, it's not taking the chances at 8 points. They got to make this next round count because other than that, we're gonna go back to Hottie nor Zip in the last round. But we got some hype clips and highlights, CA, bringing us down to what happened in the beginning.
Let's see. Man, I was just thinking about it. I don't think I saw one Zai ultimate this whole game.
Yeah.
Man, look, wake up, Perry, Mank. There goes the damage. Get eliminated. Clean up here. OUG though. Massive pressure throughout the whole game for just being able to live out a lot of situations. This realm is just beautiful there. The coverage there from his teammates there with a parry window being parried there by SS1. Massive. Yeah, I love that. I love the hypeness, man. I feel like the hypeness gotta be up there. You gotta have the vibes gotta be high. You know, you guys just gotta play for the vibes.
For the vibes?
Gotta play for the vibes.
I'm playing Zendo Wu with the sniper. I'm going 0-18. I'm sorry, no. I'm bringing this down. You know, it's funny too because it's crazy because I want to see the Zendo Wu do value. I mean, you know, like it worked out for a split second and then it didn't, right? And that's just the timing attack, man. I mean, worst case scenario, you're taking the fight against a fully stacked team with purple armor and gold weapon. What are you gonna do about it? But OUG, end of the day, took the dub. For us, that's just gonna be another classical moment. And guess what, baby, you another player on the board, right? Skills and ultimates at 17,000 is masterful work. I mean, we see MVPs take 5,000, do 5,500 damage with the skills and ultimates. This man does that times nearly 3, and then taking the Hong Sword for a ride, right? The Hong Sword with the arrow dash, having the Rinse Firmament earned up later on, and then Pole Sword action was there early until he got that set up, right? After that first Romy Yang. Gold Katana gets converted instantaneously to that too. Now, getting us into the scoreboard beyond that, what's crazy enough is that this is Yu's first MVP this season. That's crazy to me. I thought this man already had like 3. I was thinking this guy already had like a couple plays because he's a very strong tier 1 player to kind of go in there, right? For making strides as one of the strongest pushes. When Takeda was more prominent, he took the board, right? He double sweep for a double-digit MVP strike, but putting this down here, I mean, this is going to be his first MVP of the season, at least going into stage 2. This is also where we have the last 2 games to kind of work off of, round 5, round 6, C8, and then obviously we're going back to Midoriya, we're going to Ventai, and I'm curious in seeing how OUG wants to take up the Volt Points. I mean, they're a really strong team to take into a fight. Like, if you look at the way it works, they're always going to take Salvation Podium, it feels like, and yet a team decided to take that fight against them. Noticing that, I don't know what else to think. I mean, like, that's a team that definitely takes the Salvation Podium each and every time.
Yeah, well, what do we have them for? They had Volpine all the way to the last moments of that game too, right?
Yeah, but they burned it and the peak was in the zone. The weakness escalation kicked in. It was like 1 healing basically, so that's kind of rough.
Yeah, we'll see. I feel like Volpine needs to get contested every single time. I don't know why you would just give that up for free. To the fact that it can really just change the tempo from a fight, especially in those first rounds where you're not really scaled up to live out a situation like that in the J department or armor department, if that. But we'll see how our drop zones will look for game 5. But yeah, WFG, right? Very close to making to that top 4. WBG having off that victory of their game 1. Would I still give it like it's still very crucial to win that? No, just the fact that WFG, they had a donut games 1 and 2. They didn't get anything off of those first 2 games alone. But yeah, the 8 points are good. They're keeping them, keeping the ropes together for now, but they really have to have a great game 4 or 5, sorry, now into game 5 to maintain that. I mean, you see WFT super close to try to overtake them with, you know, just around like 9-point difference. So that's that game 1 being that changer. So overall, we're going to be locking in this is going to be our last, you know, free will team comp game that we get, because our game 6 is our mirror match. But you know, from now I think our Enor comp is going to be showcased once again into that game 6. As always, it's just too good, and we saw it there in our player interview earlier. Just, you know, just paying, you know, respects with just how strong Enor is currently here in this patch.
No, for real. And the crazy thing too is just kind of working off of what changes could be made to him, but I think that's just more of like a theory, like, you know, it's like that's just not enough you can really do to kind of state that. You could always say his impale range, you can say that he doesn't get his regen faster for his impales, timing on the V1 recast and all that stuff for the spear throw, if he decides to throw that out, that's not really, you know, it's like one small thing, it's small numbers. But there again, I mean, then again, we know Shooting Wan Lee still exists in the game the way he does. That's not really much that we've seen success off of this. It's just the sustainability off a Transformer and the movement speed that Enor provides, since he has not only Zipiang but Hadi as escape net, right? He's able to kind of break him off from the line of sight. Zipiang could throw the F1 into that orb, that cube, and then all of a sudden he's given that heal, right? That's really the biggest bread and butter, right? She holds the glue together, at least to kind of what states out for her. But what's next is kind of working into counter options, and that's why I was looking at this Enda Wu composition, and I was kind of worried about it, you know, for the main cons. But the pros, if they come out to the pros of having Enda Wu to be that counter option, I mean, she does gold focus knockbacks for every single hits on the for the massive arrows, at least for the Enor Wan, but also catch any stragglers, the people that take away the fight, taken away out of the fight, who take the cube. So if anyone comes down to that, he's getting a chance, or she's getting a chance to be showcased in the limelight. But then again, you see her weaknesses. You know, she can get fully sent on by the Enor Wan, and there's nothing you can do about it except for a recast or just spamming your arrows as fast as you can.
It looks rough though. It just looks a little rough. I'm not sure. Probably, maybe, you know, new character maybe. Well, like, I don't know. I feel like the new character, depending how her overall kit is, like, she can really set up like characters like that need a little bit more sustain. But you know, we'll see how that plays out. You also said new map, right, next season?
Yeah, it should be after this. After the season ends, it should be, because it said summertime for this year, so that lines up. Should be. Cross the fingers. I'm really crossing the fingers, because new map means, you know, just rotations. Just check. I love looking at new map. When Fedora came out, that was just everything you kind of study within. Some of the players, you know, just kind of looking into what's the optimal path early on, so they don't lose out in the competition. And that was one thing that gave, you know, Notion. When we look into this, one other part is we actually have to understand that if a new map comes into rotation, what does it replace? You know, we know the Versus is going to come down to it. The Versus is going to be always guaranteed, you know, to be that one, you know, one-off. But it's 4 maps in the pick band rotation that I would see a change up to. And then obviously the mirror comp round is going to have to be another map, you know, at least that point. It'll be crazy. You'll be sick. You'll be crazy. Call me crazy, chat, because you're going to be like, no, get this man out the building. If they made round 6 in Immortal War to be the Maelstrom map. Thoughts?
Is that the one that has all the maps?
Yeah. Everything, like everything.
Yeah. Nah, that would be insane. Like, you would like, there's no way you would have a drop zone, you know, because it just shuffles all the maps all the time, right?
Yeah. All the areas are like broken apart, and then like you just choose your spawn, and it's just like that'd be chaotic. Because the balancing on the dev team having to make Maelstrom into Immortal War is like another level, bro, because there's red weapons there, so on spam. But we have our chances here. Lobby is going to be sized up. WFG, WBG first grouping here in this mix-up. SS1 and GG are taking their chances here in the second group. DRG and Alliance in the third, and then FPX is OUG, I should say, in the last group. So first phase pick, can't drop the choices. You got to go Akko, Sire, Viper, or you go into the Enor's Hadi Zipiang. Either way, you're going to play it again next round.
This is a big round here for WFG and WBG. Yeah. They're both going to be able to play the Enor comp. So is it going to come down to who's better, who can have the most success there in that competition? We'll see. Game number 5. We're gonna have our first round selections pretty soon. Both teams, one One already in 4th place, the other one in 5th, super close to, you know, overtake that team. They just have to have a massive pop-off game 5 and stay consistent into game 6. Let's see. Ooh, Syra Enor Viper. What?
Wait, what?
What is this?
What? Nah, this is weird. I don't like it. I like it, but I don't like it because it's like, okay, we were in this choice pick. I did want to make a point too. I was like, any ace up the sleeve, ace up the card, like, you know, under the sleeve, like that's something WG wants to bring out. Okay, you know, okay, no problem. But the Enor wand ban, it's kind of confusing for the other teams. They're like, huh, you know, we're not seeing the hottie in the Enor, or we're not seeing the hottie in this being this big ban, but we're only seeing the Enor in this composition. What's the occasion there, brother? I mean, they could obviously think about it being something with Xunhuan and Weishan, or like Xunhuan and Weishan as an old school comp that we brought up. That's an opportunity that they can think about it. But the moment they see this comp and they see a Viper and a Syra in the Enor, that's going to be a surprise. I think the lobby's going to be surprised about that. That's just the anticipation though for phase 2. Because now that we have the Viper ban on this for the Syra and for the Yakos, there's 3 of these comps, just one variation with the Enor now. So everyone's going to be like thinking it's normal school bans for the remainder, except for the hottie and the Enor not being, or the hottie and the Zip Ping still being available but not there. And even Alliance is like, all right, I'm into casting this entire comp. The DRG are playing patient. They had it. Furious Shen. Wait. Bro, this is what I was talking about. I was saying, like, okay, the hottie, they're thinking that this is going to be a case where that comp is there so they can, you know, appreciate that maybe this is going to be something that's in the game. And now FPX is going to be going out with this, like, I don't know. Because they can honestly take out, they can't do the Weishan. They have the Takeda to mulch, and it's the Tian Hai they can bring out. OUG would probably take, like, even Baby U's thinking about it. It's like, yeah, do it. Give me the Takeda. I'll rock that bridge. But they're trying to think about what's going to be coming up next, because who are they going to be fighting? What is the one outlier comp?
Look, all the coaches are staring at the...
Yeah, dude, like taking a Enor ban, but not seeing a hottie and like not seeing a hottie in the thing. Like they're like, wait, you know, that's so weird. Yo, I want to be a fly in the wall just hearing them. Just like, dude, what is happening here? Yo, they're thinking about it. No shot. Oh my goodness, yes we are. We're bringing it in here, and OUG are such an elite that they can mix around with this.
Yeah, they're chilling. They're chilling. They can test this out, see how well it does. You know, I don't think anybody's gonna knock them off of that. Top 2, just GG could be that potential team to knock them out that first place, but overall they have free will to, you know, test something out here for game 5, last game, for them to test out a competition that they were interested in. But overall, yeah, that first round selection was very interesting. Was not expecting that to be played out. I've actually never seen that comp being played out, so that is something I'm gonna be keeping my eye out on here onto WBG. You know, this is a big round for them. They have to try to maintain into that top 4. WFG, you see them though, they're not trying anything new. They're playing that main. Look, you see the mouse?
Oh shoot! Yo, what is that?
I don't know. Look at the dongle too.
Yo, that thing looking like, yeah, exactly. I was gonna say, like, yo, that thing looking like a unlockable skin, bro. Like, what's going on?
A collectible.
Yo, can't believe this guy's playing Rift Reversal in the game, bro. What's worthwhile though is like actually something too. Like, we look at the gear, you know, everyone's got in their hands. Besides the placemats, you know, which, you know, some of them are kind of crazy, but the keyboards, wootings, custom keyboards, custom keycaps, custom, yeah, the whole 9 yards software wise and all that. But I would honestly like to see those mouses to kind of like see if they'd be able to, you know, showcase it, but not like not during the competition, but maybe after, you know, maybe after years, like, all right, this is what we had, and then that way, you know, you're outdated on that. But man, OUG decided to bring the Zendewu in this composition. I just want to know if they're going to be keeping the F2 or they're going to be going comp breaker. We just have to see this, because the skill selection's pretty standardized across the board. I mean, V1 for the Tumulch on the FBX with that Tumulch into the Kylan, and then looking at with the T9 and Kylan, and then looking at everything else here, the same F2 versus though for SS1 for the Viper Ding. F2, yeah, and V1 for everything for OUG. And they're rocking V1 for the Tumulch, so Baby U's gonna be able to use that ultimate there instead. And everything else here is standardized, but, you know, WBG, you know, they're bringing this comp out here. Actually, you know, it's crazy. They only brought this comp once. They got 18 points for it. Hello? Was that a day 2 comp? And they still didn't make it to winner's bracket for stage 2? Am I tripping?
With 18?
with 18, they got to be 5th place. I gotta look at the scoreline. I'm going back. Honestly, look at DRG's heart rates though. The guys are chilling, bro. Green across the board, except for John. I don't know. Actually, you know what? What's the drops looking like for OUG? Say it's harder than Imperium, but honestly, the Azoth Peak being as busy as it is, DRG taking this drop over inside of Arcadia, they got to be quick with getting that Volpine test if they're going to make any sort of value there.
I don't know. I'm like thinking of that Syra Enor. I think the Hottie just plays a big part in that composition. Being able to have that combo break for yourself in squad, it's just so good. It really just drags out the fight, even though there's a ping that's like that main staple. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this.
They brought it in game 3 on day 2. So for Group B, they brought it out one game, but they were in 7th place overall that day. They got hammered out by SR and RW. But hey, WBG bringing us down here, man. Game 5, like, yeah, let's bring it. It's a good comp. I mean, they got the 18 points lead on that round, getting MVP. But let's take a look and see how Alliance and FPX go down here. This Azoth Peak drop is just insane right now. For Water going down this soon, not what we want to see, but that's going to be what we gotta
do. What we gotta do. Over though. Taking up so much damage. You see Yuma though, trying to get the opening there for the parries. Doesn't matter to connect, and now the ultimate's gonna be invested there for FPX. Still getting caught up. The double dash through doesn't manage to get anything. Revenge falls there to Kiki there onto the Temi. Over though, opens up with the army focus, gets the damage off of this alone. Massive parry opening out from Yuma, but there goes the peel out. Doesn't get the dash through, and now the tumult for Alliance or for FPX takes up so much damage. Alliance Yuma getting double slashed through there by the Colin ultimate. This could be bad for him, but does manage to create a little bit of that distance. There goes the slash through. Does manage to connect off of the second as well. Into the follow-up, and now FPX snagging up their second of game 5. Still commotion is happening. WFG in the mix here against GG. Just straight scrap offs all rip here for game 5.
And going into Imperial Camp, there's only one way out, and 3-0 is going out anyway. So with this kill, this is going to be giving WBG their 2 eliminations, and then having Enor 1 ultimate still on standby. CGS is trying to escape pattern this. He can't. At least to kind of lurk into the 2 pillars here. Massive, obelisk to kind of go off, and then seeing how WBG are around, looking in the background. Shuan from WFG, right, working this in that 1v1, but CGS actually catches his neutral into a swap into the, okay, that's pretty good. F2 though, guarantee. I know this is going to be a solo, man. It's got to be happening. You got to pick it up, and that's going to be ultimate. Look at the gold lead, too. These guys are... I wish we could look at gold lead. Can we talk about that? Outside, no. But that would actually be kind of sick. Thoughts on that. But with things that FPX puts themselves out here in the corner, the Akos Viper ultimate is in conjunction. The grabs, Hellcheck grabs for the dashes and all that stuff. It's going to pop, but... I got to think about Kiki. He's just iframed it through with the F, and he doesn't even have ultimate yet. Water's trying to escape. He can't even do that.
Oh, no.
Up to that. Kiki goes down. Water goes down. Everyone's looking at Water like, whoa, SS1 is going to take this lead. 3 eliminations. And having enough chances right now. This is one of those comps, man. Succeeding in the comps right now, the ones who have the most kills are the ones with the Akos Viper, or the Siren and Viper compositions. It's just 1 to 2 to 3 now. The GG with only 1 elimination, but this one can come through in the come up. And then as OUG is still lighting up Imperium, gold or purple weapons across the board, basically.
Yeah, I haven't shown sight here throughout the early game to get aggressive off of this, so they are going to be playing for it. That Roman Yang, as you see them there, skilling up in the weapon department. All blue armors here for the team. We'll start rotating towards the outskirts of the map. You see them now looking for another place to start scaling up some more. Team like Alliance. Revenge with blue armor. Still comment on Yuma, losing out that early off drop fight. No health pods or nothing yet, so they are struggling a little bit here in the scaling department. And right now it looks like it's clean in the mini map where no teams are going to be forcing some aggression here inside the zone. But that place is very, very rough to try to fight in. The jellyfish is just poison, just makes it, it just makes it so annoying to try to fight it. I don't know. We'll see. But looks like Volpine's gonna be going towards OUG. Purple weapon here on Pete. So they're posted up and they're ready. And you see them already rotating out. So they are gonna be taking this round, winning out. And the total point lead for them is just looking nice with them with 53. So they're strictly chilling throughout the remainder of these matches. Seems like GG can close out that distance, but they have to have a massive game. WBG, you know, with this Syra Enor variation, they're able to get 3 kills off rip, and you see them gonna potentially be taken for this Roma Yang. And that's where I'm gonna be very paying a lot more attention and seeing how well they're able to do with this comp there inside that Roma Yang.
Yeah, the limit testing is now. For us, that's also gonna be, you know, I need to see it, man. I mean, I want to see the comp succeed in the BR, but at the same time, I need to. The faults are there. All right, we just gotta see how good the strengths can come out with a team that can, you know, bring it out. You know, that's at the end of the day the potential. So let's take a look at forcing this down for this next round of fights. I mean, WFG are putting themselves at the air vents over towards Misty Glade. They're gonna be having that to make it, you know, apparent that they're looking for Fireflies. If anything, worst case scenario, take another fight. But Roma Yang here spawning up. The next 2 minutes. The location hasn't been dropped just yet. We're going to see SS1 on this chance on looting up the floating platforms. A lot of these floating platforms, you can kind of catch them ahead of time, but it's still RNG at the end of the day. It could be a random one that's going to be spawning at the first set, or even the second set, or even the third. So we're going to have to see how that turns up for WBG. However, I mean, I don't know what to say. It's man, we're stacked. We're stacked out of our mind. I couldn't believe it. If you told me that a team has full purple armor, full purple fist blades with only 3 kills, you gotta say, you know, it's gotta be like the Irish, man. These guys are working it down. Jades wise, I don't know what they have in their pocket right now. Stinks. Rampage coming out from Jiang, Juggernaut for PP, Overlord as well, and then another one for LV. Now, nothing too crazy. The Rampage could be used, but look at the weapon selection. You got the fist blades out. I'm pretty sure we saw the dual blades. The other thing too is that they're actually on scrap duty right now and looking around for whether or not they got this as well. You know, let's talk about that fist blades. You know, it's kind of funny seeing how the fist blades are used here. I mean, obviously because of the scaling, but you know, inside of the fights that happen in like the versus round, not really a lot of showcase there for the fist blades. It shows up here, you know, here or there. But you know, when you have 2 fist blades and when you have an Enor wand and your Viper and Syra, I mean, that's 800 damage. You know, if you can connect those 2 at the same time, it's essentially like Spear RMB, right? To kind of look at the skill that's on that, but. And having them on the back pocket and then having another purple weapon. Just too good to be true for WG as they take this Roma Yang and spawn rate.
Yes, sir. Let's see who's going to be able to go in. OUGGG going to be contesting this round. Overall, though, yeah, WBG's fully skilled. I mean, it's insane. Purple flying knives, too, on PP, so. Let's see. Let's see how they do here for...
Not the comp you want to fight.
Yeah. I was looking at. Let's see. WBG against Alliance. Starting off, Jiang here is going to potentially be looking for a Viper ultimate. We're going to have to wait and see how he does. You see them potentially try to bait out one of the Yushan ultimates before he can pop this ultimate. You see them now. The aggression is going to go towards the Viper's way. PP now is going to be forced to pop this Enor ultimate there. They're trying to respond. Yushan ult now called in, but now the kite game's on. Jiang doesn't have the window that he needs to try to pop this ultimate yet due to the F not being called in there from the Yushan. And then we see it here. LV is going to be investing the Syra ultimate, looking for the dazzle off in the back end. Looks like the freezes connector on the backside.
You know what's crazy too is that we're not running silence, right? So even with the Wei Shan rushing around here, the fact that Pete Jiang is not looking for a silence means that you know, with everything coming down, Ryoshi was like, wait a second, this guy's not chasing me up. I don't know what's happening here. And now there's the opportunity. Lockdown central for 2 players at least, maybe for 1. But cornering them off for a stun doesn't get it. And now I'm like, okay, 5 seconds until F2. We got the kill confirmation here if we can get a stagger. But then he's isolated in a 1v2, nothing to save the day. Jiang has F2 to kind of soft this out. He throws a blue focus. And he still doesn't get punished off of that, still having the combo break, and we lost PP off of this end. You know, it's crazy too, because I'm just thinking, okay, we just rush right back in there and we go down again, and then look at this turnaround, man. I mean, this is a comp, that's what I was saying. Like, I didn't want to see them fight this comp, but it had to happen regardless of the day. Even with the advantage of the Enor One ultimate being used to force out the Wei Shan, Alliance just had more of an advantage once that stun had missed to kind of turn this around. Focus light, leave it in the shop. Thanks. Golden Unnies, though, going to be picked up there. And then, of course, having Alliance take this victory, I mean, WBG are still stacked with purple everything. So next step is probably to lead into the Spearwell where SS1 is going to reside.
Unfortunate. Going against Yushan. But this is a little replay here from SS1 and DRG. Tries to go over 1, 2, 3. Doesn't matter to do so. In the back end, Viper ultimate is going to be iframed there by the Monk to avoid that. But Mai gets cut up here from DRG. Backstab into the Aqua's ult here. Blueye, see him now. Going to be using this time to back on up, take a quick reset in. Fairy ultimate there from Kakashi in the backside, trying to apply the pressure. Good leaps there from Blueye, being able to get the damage through. They managed to get the elimination there onto Mai. Kakashi barely in that ult for a little bit longer. There goes the D form. Don Q gets caught up off the uppercut. Tries to go for the F2. Tries to combo him here, but doesn't manage to do so. And now we have the Yushan ultimate there from Kakashi. Trying to be out, trying to peel out here for his squad mate in this 2v3. And CSS1 just patiently waiting for this ult to degrade. But Don Q falls in the process. SS1 waiting this out to fully cleaned up and just a drop down R&B, the full shreds there onto the Yushan. That 2-finna finisher. But OUG and Alliance getting active here at the top side of the map. You see the Zenda ultimate here being invested here.
Yo, and that dash was kind of clean. You know, those peak, he's down. You know, it's crazy. Voltpine's Essence also burned out. You know, something happened here. We got to get a replay in the beginning of this. Myriad Winter Suite to be revealed here for Baby U. Yuma almost got isolated there. We lost Revenge, right? Rebirth's optional, but there's so many other teams here. We really can't take that chance. We got to work out in this V2, the 2v2, but now it's a 1v2 as SS1 are working this up. Locking down Alliance and, oh, delayed off the F1 and work out the shunt. Nope, don't do it. Oh my God, he got away with it. Crazy. Put this man on the team. Oh, wait a second. There's another chance here. Leeway goes down. Now, GG takes the Soul Bloom, getting rid of the Yang completion at least for LXM. We got 90 seconds left. We got a Viper ultimate. We got a big wall we got to worry about, man. These guys are to worry about a lot of things, like the parries that Baby U just did back to back. And there's going to be a chance for his Tumult ultimate. It's at 70% right now for him to stack up because he still has that whole entire Vermilions for another half minute. He's got to go down. He's going to go down now. There's his team with the reset potentially to seize the day, but having this reset going to be happening. Mai having the drop down from WBG, having a multi-stun, guaranteeing 2 players in one spell swoop again and again. F2 to kill confirmed. Soul Wounds to be yoinked, and looking at this Jiang scare rushing away to kind of work away with that. Xunhuan Li has his ultimate on standby, and we're gonna go right back to our teammates like nothing ever happened. We didn't just pick up 3 eliminations, we're picking up 4. Parries though from Kakashi might have just denied that though, and then of course the 1-2s from the Justina. The Golden Nutties is scary, but man, Jiang is scarier than that.
Yeah, I thought he was not gonna be able to get that because he landed at the top of the roof, but quickly readjusts. He gets the double stun. Now you see him going for the cleanup onto CJS. The jump LMBs off the long sword, being able to full track him through. GG CJS falls. Cannon shots flying in from the top side, but nothing there, not, you know, they can't handle. You see Baby U now does manage to get back inside the zone. SS as well. LXM and Mai getting active inside the zone. 1v1. Prior here for LXM. Gets the prior off the flying knives, but lands at the top there near the lamp. So doesn't get the full punishment for it. You see LXM still trying to get active. Oh, I thought he was going to release that scale rush. Doesn't manage to do so. So now he's going for a quick reset, and LXM is going to respect that. Now Mai going back on in. Pulse sword in hand there for Mai. The blue pulse sword, but now WBG inside the zone. Hear the commotion. Now LXM trying to make a run for it. Does get the distance for now. The grapple is good as well. Just very low due to the zone, but looks like WBG are not going to snag up the other elimination as well. Thus far, Mai still up. PP though with a jump LMB stops that. Sends the follow up there off the dash. PP's going to go ahead and respect it and retop off that white health. Mai on the other hand though, tries to back on up, has no Vitalias in hand, so he needs to try to rush inside the zone as fast as possible, but the zone keeps spreading in, so Fu on the other hand could potentially get the last hit confirmation here. You see another member SS1 getting caught up here by WFG, and this is good for them. Now they're competing against FPX with 35 to making it to that top 4. They snag up another one. That's 30 on the board for them. Now WBG still trying to stay up, trying to snag up the elimination onto Mai, and there goes another one, make it 9 for them. And this is what you were talking about, right? This competition that they're running, they are having success on it. Now this time around with 9 eliminations already into game 5.
Yeah, this is seriously going to be an understatement, you know, with this composition, bringing it up for WBG, at least being one of the 2 rounds in Rumble Yang. They got to take the second Rumble Yang and got to win it. That's the only conclusion, right? They got to make sure this comp goes up against one of the other key ones, especially for their counters, for the Wei Shan, and then having a victory against it, because this is going to be up to them, right? WFG, on the other hand, right, working around inside of the Twilight's Pass by the Honored Temple, just waiting this down. I mean, Rebirth Charms have been bought between 2 different teams, GG and SS1. So getting their teammates right back in here. 90 seconds on the clock. Repositions now. Actually, no, not 90 seconds. With the Rumyang now spawning in. It does the teams didn't want to take this fight. I mean, Alliance is exactly who I want to see the fight be taken up again. So we're looking at Vajra Script, Blistering Edge, Hex of Harmony, Benthic Descent. I think that's going to be a Divine Flight as well as with a group heal on Yuma, which is cool. Then you're going to see a jabbing on towards their third. So, building this up here. GG, I saw the deaths go into the zone, but now it's up to whether they can get back in. Yeah, it's not too far. Though, to be stated. WFG, though, taking their fight here up against Alliance. I'm looking at this. I mean, Advanced Heal's built up here. Tempsic Arrow ran, nothing too crazy. It's just more about just moving up there. And then, of course, also Gekko, understatement of the Jade of the Century, right? But here we go. WFG opting in to see about where this Enor 1 ultimate timing is going to be placed, and they're exactly at the same time.
This is a big fight because Alliance is right under WFG. And they have around, I think, 11 eliminations already. So this is a massive fight here for them. You can see the ground slam connects there for Zhuan. Now trying to peel off Ruo in the back end. Does get some sorts of damage. Looking for the overhead. Does connect. Trying to peel for Yuma. The freeze connects there in the backside, but no confirmation focus there to follow up. Yuma still, or Ruo now getting called up here against the Yushan. There goes the Deforma. Now tries to get back active onto the Justina this time around. This is the 1 point off the LMB focus. Both players with gold weapons. Chunks up the damage. Big parry there. The Hottie F called in the backside. Yuma gets another parry there. Still alive though. There goes the F from the Yushan. Zhuan gets taken out. There goes the burst damage. And Alliance now with the man advantage are going to be able to have the upper hand here in this fight.
Yeah, Yuma makes itself very well known to go for a reset here. Xiao Wen thinking about it, but Mira at Winter Speed actually is going to be the Jade. The one thing about it is it's the block extreme coming down from the nunchucks, and he gets parried on the riposte on the back end. Tough. This is going to be them keeping that weapon, though. That Roger Strip really working its magic, but then Xiao Wen getting caught by his blender of the action, still having to heal, and yet still putting the pressure onto Revenge. And then, of course, a parry like that turns the tide around. That's their fight. That's their win. Now, these guys just fist bumped each other. They're like, yo, go gang, go gang, go gang. But this is going to be a gold whip sword picked up. And these guys have this in the hand to get a dreadful, well, actually not dreadful, a dragon war to be built up here. So, with that one being said, I mean, this Jade, if they had those gold nunnies, if that Vajra Script didn't exist, different story here. But Dragon War in this case is just more about block extremes being built up by that Binding Fury in the middle of the screen. We use nunchucks, right? That is going to be a harsh reality for a lot of teams when they're looking for mostly blue focuses in one direction.
Wow, what a turnaround. That was massive. That was a massive turnaround for them. They're able to stay up, and now WFG posted up with 9. You see their Alliance had 8, sorry, not 11. So that was a massive fight between both of those teams. And now they're going to have to deal with the Yang depletion. What are Defiance for Jiang? LV has a gold J too. I didn't even see the logo on that, but no, they're pretty stacked. Miss and Co. Buying up some more resources, more Jades, topping off, scaling up. What they got?
They got Paul Lightning pick it up for Mist here. They're going to drop off this Dragon War. They're thinking about it. Jawan's going to pick it up. I hope so. But Palm Lightning in this build too with this Dragon War is kind of sketchy because that range blue focus is 4 hits and then all of a sudden, boom, popcorn hits. GG though, I mean, they took their fight against SS1. We're probably going to get a replay on that because I saw that in the kill feed. Hopefully we see a replay where they got kills against SS1 in the outskirts, especially on the zone, right? Remember, GG, we're looking for those heavy reses, but I don't know, UG on this Rumble Yang depletion, gotta see what happened there too because they were scaled up pretty high as well, and they're still scaled up. It's just they got 3 minutes on the clock. They gotta make something happen.
Yeah, they're gonna have to try to cleanse out. I was looking at DRG, man. They had a rough day. Yeah, not been able to find any sorts of fitting for themselves throughout the whole day 1 of the lures bracket. And you know, they're sitting at last right now and looking like they are gonna be taken out here from stage 2 as well. And I don't think anything can be possible now with 12. It's just rough for them not being able to have any sorts of success throughout the games. Just really just shuts you down, and you see it there for DRG not being able to do so. SS1, you know, they do end up getting eliminated with 11. Massive game, but just a little bit too late. You see Alliance now getting active, going for the dash through. Lee ultimate from the top side does manage to get the damage plus the freeze there from Yuma to CJS. The Alko's lockdown now called in. Sour ultimate called in the back end, but Yuma does manage to get on out. LXM trying to rush back inside the zone, but people still fighting inside the zone. That CJS is getting completely shut down. GG lose a member on the Zenda composition. Yuma sees this. LXM eats up the 1-2. F-Sans connects there. 330 gets the focus attack onto Yuma, but the follow-up is still good. 330 falls, and Alliance now picking up the Yang depletion cleanse plus more elimination. LXM on the other hand, this is the Viper ultimate, but it's not enough. LV from mid-range downtown snags up the kill with the musket shot, and now WBG are here as well. WFG are here. Alliance still up, still haven't tried to cleanse out the Yushan, which falls now by OUG. You see the long range pressure there from the flying knives is good. And now we see OUG inside the zone trying to rush back on in, but a lot of the teams are posted up here in this area of the map, and this could be bad for Alliance already losing a member.
Yeah, and it's a raw problematic situation right now. I mean, this losing out the Weishan in this mix is kind of you're not safe, you know, against a Viper name. But the thing is, there's only one. There's only one comp off of that. So having this to be said, I mean, all the yoinks in the world, right, comes down to this last 9 minutes. If anything comes up, noticing the geographical location here, there's no shops. There's no shops. So what we're gonna happen is now this entire terrain, Grief over in the south side of the Ascension Forum, is that this big statue that fell over its side is enough to create like an issue, right? The Spirit Well is here. We can scale up. We can like there's actually a pillar there that you see right there. That pillar is going to be enough time to kind of see if any drop downs happen for players to kind of work themselves out. But WBG are on this onslaught path right now to kind of just ult out the heck out. They missed the spear throw because terrain difference in this area is up though, so that game missed a little bit of chance to space out. But you can look at PP's HP and be like, okay, this guy is in a problematic state, but once he deforms full armor, I mean, he's got this for the reset. His teams are there. His teammates are a CC control factor. This is going to be down towards WBG, though. If they can get themselves 8 eliminations in this comp is going to be really worthwhile to think about, but the F1 comes down as Shuan activates the ultimate as a defensive measure. We still got a Viper ultimate ready to go. There's Young casting this down and waking out here to make sure that they get this Spirit Well confirmed as it is reaching at 80%.
Yeah, it's super close, going to cap there, but I believe the contestant now coming in here from OUG. Should be dead in center. Stay up here in the Spirit Well. Big parry connects, but no follow-up. Peek though. Catches the F there onto Jiang. Beautifully done there from the Zenda F into the ult. Looking for the shutdown onto Jiang. Do manage, nope, not yet. Not managed to do so thus far. There goes the Shaya ultimate as well. Looking for the recast. I believe there it is. No damage plus eliminations yet. The SS is going to be snagging up one though onto Jiang. Now Alliance picks one up onto Zhuan there from WFG, and now very low Jiang Wen trying to stay alive. Yuma and Ko been putting up a lot of pressure throughout game 5. You see them now with 11, still in a 2vx situation here against them. SS snags up the kill onto Jiang Wen. Yuma going for the 1-2, the RB focus. Oh my god, the damage there is just insane. Snags up another one. Commotion still happening. I believe this might be the last moments here of game 5.
Yeah, it will be, because I mean, look, no way we didn't see him.
Oh!
No way we didn't see him. Yo, you might like, listen, rage over time, man. Rage over time. Put me on game. This is going to be a funky spawn, though. I know this is going to be going, or at least a funky reposition, because now that OUG are like, look, who's this guy right here? Get this guy out of the game. F2 misses out, just basically there. 7 eliminations in the bombastic play to ult cast here. Avoiding the Sire Dazzle because it's just going through is enough. There's 2 arrows invested, though. I don't know, man. Maybe in trios give her 4 arrows. I don't know. Thoughts? Look, OUG's SS puts himself for a parry. F2 is going to be up in 3 seconds here, so that's guaranteed off of this orb, yeah, or for the combo breaker to kind of work off of that arrow. But one thing is that SS is now going to just time this down for the Justine dash as she's scaling away. You know, maybe we just wait this out. Oh, doink, and then go RMBs, and then hopefully dash out. Yeah, that's what I was hoping for, but. Man, you might just invested in the dash that he didn't need to. He didn't want to when you were faced. WBG, though, are just staying put here as PP is going for a hard reset as the inner one. Being given this opportunity, though, is kind of crazy. I don't know if maybe you saw him. His teammate probably just pointed out, yo, look at that bush. Don't look at it too much and just walk away from it. That nice dash away from that Moonbane, though. But I don't know, Yuma is looking at this as 1v1 like, yay, they're giving me the opportunity. Let's do it.
Oh, catches proud. No terrain, though, in his favor, so it's going to be forced back into neutral now. Tim ultimate invested there from OUG's Baby U. So SS can be able to retop off that health pool. You see PP, though, in that inner ultimate looking and fishing. Gotta be careful of that Bane. Gets clip off of that. So much damage to the back end. SS with the elimination there. Snack up another one. Jump parry from Yuma. He's gonna get hit off the Bane as well. In the back end, 1v3. That was gonna be rough. Has to F. Everybody stops for a second. Overholds. Going for the LMB. Going for the jump LMB.
I saw the shy ultimate. I'm like, nah, bro. Don't you quit playing. That's rough, but yeah, it had to happen. Yeah, this is confirming the victory. Yo, MVPs, we're bringing our points back up, man. OUG are on it. But, you know, considering that Moonbane Alliance was actually able to kind of work this off of placement and making it happen. Now, what's crazy enough is this, right, is the fact that everything came down to this final fight in that Spirit Well again, right? And that Spirit Well was pretty substantial to kind of make sure they get the ult refresh. The amount of pressure though that Enor Wanaka was able to come through there for WBG was, you know, the Enor wanted to just make sure everyone scales out, and then the reset happens for round 2. But the only thing next was just convergence. I mean, Yuma was hiding in the zone. I mean, he was just like going off that end. No one was able to kind of look into that, and he still keeps his team alive on placement alone, which gives him the MVP.
Massive. He's in the comp too, so
yeah. Man, we could have gotten an MVP on the comp. Dang, we could have gotten it. But
how many more eliminations did they have?
2.
Ooh.
Yeah, I'm looking back. Don't worry. Yeah, Alliance had Alliance had 12 total. They go through there, and then after that they got the first placement or second placement, and OUG got like around 10.
10.
So 2 kills. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's the difference, right? Not being able to have that kill multiplier doesn't really even matter.
Guarantee. It doesn't guarantee. Yeah, it's gonna be a 0.5 difference, right? So it's a 0.5 difference on points alone to kind of give them more of a lead. But I mean, that gives Alliance the MVP. I mean, MVP in finals is really where it starts. The grand finals is really where it matters because you get money, right, for each sort of MVP there. But the only thing is, since we're going into this question, which team won in Game 5? Is it A, OUG? Bro, we were just talking about, again, part 2. B, FPX, C, Alliance, D, WFG. This is a question. I'm going to answer it outright. You know, give you guys the answer because you guys are going to be going in the hive mind. It's going to be Alliance. Alliance came down, though. I mean, let's cut them down, right, in terms of that Wei Shan Enor 1 comp. That first Rummy Yang victory, especially against the WBG, right, was kind of that tipping point. You know, they put themselves at blue armor and they still entered the Rummy Yang, but one slight mistake. I mean, the timing on that the Viper ultimate for WBG off for Yang wasn't really enough to kind of, I mean, it was a mistake first off. So he not guaranteeing a stun on anybody, especially when it comes down to pillar play. That really sealed the deal for them. I mean, they waited out the Enor 1. They had F2 for the Viper Ning. That skill alone is kind of one thing that distinguishes you from other Vipers in a multi-way fight if it ever happens. But for anyone in the outskirts that fights you in the Rummy Yang, there's only so many options there. However, when they see your team comp, when they see the Enor Hottie, I mean, when they don't see a Hottie and they see an Enor and they see a Siren and a Viper, that's your distinguishment. You're not going to really see that much changing up. That's like the only thing. It's a niche pick for them, but it's working out. Points right now in the double digits for those average points, especially after this last round. Yeah,
this game 6 is going to be massive. Because now they're competing against FPX, WFG, and I believe Alliance now is in a mix as well for that 4th place. So 3 teams are going to be, you know, it's going to come down to who has a better mirror match day. But yeah, not bad on that comp there from WBG though. They were able to, you know, snag up a good amount of eliminations. Unfortunately, like you said, they did end up going against that Yushan in that first round. So they're not able to, you know, get the silence off of the Viper. But overall, here goes the lower bracket round 1, game 5. Scoreboard Alliance with 12, game score 14. What? Same amount of game scores. It's just that the 2 kills. Yeah.
Tough.
That's unfortunate.
Tough. But hey, just seen a pop-off game. Let's get it. 7 eliminations. Golden Undies. You might need to work with it. You know, we saw it. You know what's crazy too is the fact that with the Shun one was that he did the optimal option there at the Ascension Forum with when I saw him do the uppercut LMB. Usually you would see like uppercut into like, you know, let me try to get a grapple bump there or something like that, or R&B on a drop down. But the thing is that LMB gives him a little bit more airtime, gives him the guaranteed Shun one hits on the recast, and then all of a sudden it's over for him. So, you know, good option selection, you know, round of applause. But now that Yuma gets his MVP here, I mean, as a Justina, this is just, you know, guaranteed because this is just taste. She's just Jace down. She really is the assassination type, you know, unit in this composition. So, 67 points. Oof. OUG pulling out the lead with 24-point difference as WBG in second with 43. The GG having 39 points and FPX having 35. That 1 point difference is all it takes. WFG. 5th place, 34 points, 29 for Alliance. That's the one for 19. And like you said, DRG in the bottom of the board with 12. I mean, they need to get like a impossible problem. Yeah, it really is. I mean, if you do the points, that's 22 points. You're only getting 22 points. I mean, 23 points really to get the gatekeeper out. But that's if FPX doesn't get any eliminations. That's if Alliance is getting any eliminations. That's not going to happen as much. So just be on the back burner right now. They're going to be running down the Enor Hotties of Ping and then hoping not to see the rest. At least to see what's going to happen next round, because we're going to go into more solid midday. No Fireflies, just full aggression.
It's impossible. They gotta kill every team and not let any other 4th through 5th or through 6th even get a kill. Yeah, it's impossible. Well, let's see here. Highlights here for game number 5. I think it's everybody. I think we're seeing everybody right now. WBG SS1. Yeah, everybody showcase here for game 5. See what's in the realm of Yang. Akos, man, and trios. Seeing the strength of this composition with the lockdown into the Cyro ult at the same time. This was massive here from Jiang. I mean, the drop down Viper ultimate gets the double stun, gets the double kill there. F finish on the last one. Beautiful there from Jiang. SS1's Mian. On the other hand, applying pressure there in the zone against OUG. And, you know, Yuma. This was a little mid to late game here. 9 minutes on the map. Alliance, Yuma was going crazy on the Justina. Just look at the damage off the gold nunchucks R&B. It's just massive. But peak as well on the Zenda ult. Applying pressure. So good. The Bane, third paid actor. Just a lot of heartbreaks there for the Bane throughout the years of the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League.
Moon, Venmo me later, Bane, bro. I don't know what else to say about it. It's kind of rough, though. You gotta play around it. You know, it's just like, even if you use it, you know, you see the griefage that comes out of it. But, you know, yeah. MVP, bringing it out here. It's funny, we've seen 2 times Rents Firmaments. But having the nunchucks there, 13,000 damage. It doesn't matter what else he has Jade-wise. Give me that. Give me that. Just R&B spam. Who's throwing horizontals anyway? No, but the thing is that stacking this down, I mean, this is his, okay, so this is his gear. Even though he died out, he did, like, I don't know if he had a 6J slot, I'm not sure. That's not the case, but he did have at least 18% mitigation and then the 8% attack the entire run through in that endgame circle. So, I mean, just going off of that alone, in this game mode, you always have to have that going through for just, you know, for composure. You have mitigation. I love that change, though. I don't miss the range resistance. I hated it. I was like, man, why do I have this? Like, drop this off my body, man. But the thing is that, yeah, had he gotten anything like Velocity Untold, like we saw from the last time from that realm, being able to have Jades like that, that's distinguished Jades, right? Even with the opportunity here, we're gonna go ahead and throw it to a break. We're gonna see you guys in just a bit for round 6. Just stay tight, get a break. We'll be back there soon.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. My name is Creators. I'm here with Severio. We just saw 5 games out of the way. We're locking in our last game of the day. It's going to be our mirror match. Super close there in that 4th through 6th spot. Top 2 solidify already, that being GG and OUG. I've been having a great day throughout the whole matches today. But yeah, now into this mirror match, Severio. I mean, everything is, you know, pretty much the same. Just going to be... difference is going to be armors and weapons throughout the early game, and usually in game 6s is super aggressive throughout the teams. Everybody just, you know, game 6 they're ready to lock it in. If you're, you know, a team like DRG, which have not had great success throughout the whole day, you're kind of just running it down. SS1 has had some interesting picks in some games today. We saw Zai from them earlier, which was very surprising. I didn't even see the ult being invested anywhere. Maybe it got called in and we didn't get the camera on it, but
yeah, no, the Zai pick on SS1. Had they had a snowball moment there in the early game, they would have potentially brought it out. But they had 0 eliminations by the time second round Ying ran around, and I'm like, man, this is kind of tough because their first fight was against OUG on the Salvation Podium, Firefly dropping northwest of it, right? And then having that fight lost because initial rage pretty much put them in a deficit there, and then all of a sudden just kind of dropping that ball later on, not getting enough points to make it out. But listen, scoreboard wise, you know, regardless of that, look at how Enor zipping, bro. 6 times out of 8 chosen, no questions asked, average points 11.2. So, you know, this comp is it. You even have it to the down to the decimal points where it's to the hundreds place, bro. It's crazy. So getting this composition out of the way, nothing changes ultimate skill wise. I'd assume as such. You know, nothing changes from V1, F1 for Enor, for zipping, and then, you know, for Hottie to have the combo breaker with F2 or F2 for Enor, I should say. But the one thing is next is just lower half WFG. That store 34 points, 29 points for Alliance, and SS1 19. DRG are having a rough point at 12. So you know, we're gonna have to see them next 2 weeks time for the last year's qualifiers. Though SS1 might have a little bit more wiggle room. I mean, it's still kind of a crazy point gap because it's 16 points at least. Though 17 points in the world of where you can get 17 kills, I mean not 17 kills, but like, you know, 14 to 17 kills and then having placement to work in your favor, that's still a chance, at least a little bit. It's just who's the better Enor Hottie zipping. I mean, at the end of the day, no one's gonna be looking at something that's built different. They're all built the same, but it's just a skill set or having to get caught by parry and ending it all.
That's how I'm trying to be.
Yeah. Yo, you see, he's my boy in the top right, bro. He's like,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's how I'm trying to be. Straight chilling, but you know, can't be too chill. But yeah, it's possible. It is possible. A 17 plus game. I've seen it before. Is SS1 the team caliber able to do so? I'm not sure. But yeah, it is possible in a mirror match. I mean, it's just gonna be full aggression throughout the whole game. GG. What did it have? Like 40-something points. OUG had 67.
67 was crazy. Yeah, no, they had like 40-something, like 43 points or so. So kind of, we gotta see. At least at the end point, if they end up putting themselves out there right now, GG is still Gucci. I mean, they're still okay, but let's see what happens. First off in this round, in terms of more so midday, since Fireflies are not in the majority on the overworld, they're just limited to the Council Courtyard. GG's Ephemeral Secret Tunnel Cave. That entrance is there for them to kind of partake if they want to take a fight out there. It's kind of funny, I was watching last time we saw it for round 6. Yeah, last time we watched this out here, Moxie was like, I want to see Secret Tunnel for GG, but they don't take that route. They're like, I don't even know who you are anymore. Like, GG putting themselves out there. For us, though, I mean, they take an isolated fight in there. That other team that wants to contest them is just crazy for doing that, because you've seen GG take a high success rate even on those scrap offs, and since they're working the same comp, they're just knowing their strengths pretty much over in that corner. I think FBX is actually one of those teams that ran them down. Tried to, let me rephrase that, tried to run them down, but didn't really succeed because they got eliminated by the poison splashes, the shrooms.
Tried. But they didn't succeed.
Attempts.
Oh man. All right, let's see how our game 6 is gonna go. No need for round selections in this. It's a mirror match once again with the new system. How do you feel about the mirror matches being game 6? Is that something you like, or did you like it being our game 1? Well, I guess it would be game 2.
I like it in game 6 because it just shows in terms of that day what was being used more, you know, what was being used first and foremost, but also high score line, right? So in that round, rather than it being something that happened last week, you know what I'm saying? Like, something that happens last week is kind of rough around the edges, at least logistics wise. So I would be like, you know what, just make it the same day and let it be the team that comps out the most with the first pick round selection, and then see who, you know, does best with it, or if another team comes out on top. Though in trios, I mean, in solos, we seen Enor Juan, shout out to Asia, I guess, crazy, but that was a play that he made happen. So that one upset gave everybody a chance on running the Enor one round, and then, you know, were we prepared for it? No, I don't think anyone was prepared for that one, because that's just not it. That would at least kind of see him again. But when one part is in trios, there's 8 selections instead of just 1. So first phase comes down to it. Whoever gets chosen in that first phase, basically 6 out of 8 times. What do you want me to expect? These guys did not skip over this Hottie Enor zipping comment, nor can you.
There it is. Everything is the same. No one's gonna run anything different, obviously. It's just a standard setup here on all 3 characters. There's a ping, the Hottie, and the Enor. Yeah, what do we got? FPX, WFG, and Alliance are gonna be the ones who are we're gonna be keeping our eyes out more closely, due to the fact that, you know, they're fighting for that top 4 right now. They're super close against each other. SS1, like Severia was mentioning, does have a chance, but they have to have a massive game, like 17-point game. Yeah, once again here, leaderboards for everybody wondering. Just a visual representation. Even GG though can be knocked out, so GG is not safe. I would say even WBG, but it's all 2nd through 7th right here. But overall, yeah,
it's tough. It's a tough output, man. I want to see what happens in this area. I'm gonna see what happens in the drop zone, because I'm pissed. For something else, what I'm gonna look at is this Islet Crater drop. This is actually I like seeing Islet Crater for the aspect that if we get a team fight that puts themselves in the, you know, where they think they can have victory, it's when a third party shows up. In this case, there's 3 teams. This is absolutely stupendous. PB getting his F2 here on this last round. Hoping to see if he gets the next double hits. There it is. Rage bar at 60%. Now it's up to 67. Now it's up to 72. This man just throwing blues left and right. Yeah, and this is honestly one thing next, right? If he follows up with Fu's next one going down here. PP looking at it again. Boom, done. Double snap. And these guys are making sure they don't lose their positions, because as of right now, in the lead with 2 eliminations, it could be getting 3 with the Soul Bloom being picked up there.
Yeah, they need this. They gotta make sure they stay in this top 4. See them applying that pressure. Ouya, on the other hand, now it's gonna be the one getting cleaned up. Let's see. There he goes. They are gonna be knocked back. All right, let's see. DRG getting active against FPX EQ. Water already in that Hottie ultimate. You see them. And go ahead and invest that ultimate over as well on the Enor. Posting that ult. And Mai as well for the peel. Looking for the overheads are good. Mai trying to stop some of the pressure here from over. I think he loses a lot of that HP. Double mark. Doesn't get the ground slap though. Over. One for the area RMBs. Now the Hottie gonna be eating up a lot of this pressure. Don Q on the other hand now shows up. Tries to apply the pressure. The RMBs are good off the nunchucks, and DRG running off their off spawn fights. And you know, DRG can be one of those teams that can shut down a lot of these teams out to not get no momentum going. OUG and I believe WFG are at shipwreck. So let's see, Baby U trying to take a quick reset in. Got some aggression still happening towards them. WFG now starting to move on in. Baby U half common armor. This could be bad for him. See, Peak takes up so much damage there for OUG. Xuan now with the Eno F into the 1-2 spam there from the dual blades. SS now eating up some of this pressure. Response with the RB LB Eno ultimate now called in. SS is going to respond with the Hottie ultimate as well. Looking for the markdown. Baby U gets caught up in the back end. Does have to press him to stay up, but Peak is going to fall here in this situation. Xuan, on the other hand, going for the area RBs. Baby U looking for the kite game, but gets hit off the area R&B. Big damage. Baby U now could be in big trouble. The 1-2 is good to the drag slash as well, and missed with a hit confirmation. And WFG now snagging up their fourth, sorry, looking for their 5th. SS now trying to back on up. See him trying to take a quick reset and miss though with the 1-2s. There goes the F from the Hottie. Being called in, Xiao Wen. Now, still looking for this last member, OUG. The F recast not good there for WFG's Enor, but SS now gets caught up on the side of the terrain. The jump on the bees is good. The 1-2 spams, and there it is. The elimination is going to come into play, and that's 5 there for WFG.
Can't believe it. These guys are like, no, you ain't knocking us out. we're going up. 5 eliminations right now means that they are tied with GG. And as for FPX, they're still 3 points right. And this is really tight, man. 3 different teams that are just potential knockout. And then obviously when it comes into the first round, Yang, GG are going to be stacked out for it. Purple armor across, for 2 of their members, having a purple weapon, having the Jades. and then working down towards from Eventide. I have a lot of room to spare. But what's going to be coming up next here is just seeing how Alliance works this down. I mean, even though Alliance is like at 29 and there's like a 13 or like at least a 10-point difference between them and like the gatekeepers, 10 kills, first from Yang victory, for instance, they take that into a second set of kills for any Yang depletionist. And then on top of that second Rummy Yang, they're already at 9, you know, or even if they're looking for scrap boss, they just need that victory. Even under geared, we've seen under geared teams work beyond the next, but beyond that, that was only because the composition worked against it, you know, with the odds and lost in their favor. That's what we saw last time from Alliance versus WBG last round. But still, in this mirror comp situation, it's just a testament on who's going to be able to time their attacks better, who's able to connect it and flawlessly. And then obviously when it comes down to this, just luck, luck of the pool. If they get parries, if they get any sort of range blue focuses that are necessary to connect off of one another, that's just going to be what's going to be the combination in the platter, you know? They need to make sure this happens next, because if not, they're not going to be able to play until next in 2 weeks' time.
You don't want that.
I don't.
It's so long with downtime. I mean, what do you do? Just scrim?
I mean, they get a chance in watching the games, you know, with the popcorn, bro. Like, I don't know what else to say. They got the notepad and everything. Yo, I'm gonna control print this screen right quick of the map, you know. And next thing you know, is it changes up next round. That's tough. That's tough.
All right, our first Yang is gonna start forming up soon. Don't think we're gonna have any more aggression, but you know, WFG with 5, WBG with 3, as well as DRG and FPX with 1. So the kills have been, you know, been going towards WFG's way just by 2. Overall, though, GG trying to buy up some resources. WBG as well. Gonna wait their turn, make sure they're able to, you know, just scale on up a little bit more before they get inside that first realm. Alliance, all blue, 1 purple on Revenge. What do we have? I think SS1 have 1 purple armor as well. So the scaling is there.
Yeah.
Ready for this first Yang, but overall, we're gonna start rotating on in.
Yeah, it's crazy. They are able to pick up prickly pears and Salox along the way. That's the defense, or that's the attack fruit, and that's the defense fruit. But Notions right now, I mean, pushing themselves out there. Scaling is okay for them to have this purple weapon, especially on the Enor. They'll do work there on the Nbpl. What's kind of next up is, you know, who dares in true, you know, pay the toll, you know, type moments. Because if other teams are going to be on the outskirts waiting for these guys just to see if there's any weak link, they'll full invest something in there before the Rummy Yang or even after the Rummy Yang. Because what's going to happen is that everyone's taking the Rummy Yang slots right here. There's 4 teams. Like, there's only 6 spots there, man. Like, no one's going to be able to take all the spots. So when the teams that are in the outskirts, remember, F skill gets recast when you're inside the Rummy Yang. It gets resetted. So any F skills could come out here, and pushing back a single player from a team could deny them entry. And that would be a point where they can start taking that aggression. Here we go. Scarce come out here. F2's all in the biz. And look at this, man. Ring, and we're in. Let's go back outside. Yo, let me see what's happening out there. Who's going crazy? Because now that GG are taking the fight against WFG, this is exactly what we've been waiting for. I don't want to be sound rude. This is exactly what we've been waiting for. I know this is going to be going down to GG looking for the rushdown, but CJS is already going to be hunting in the skybound units.
Yeah, you see CJS on the Enor's gonna go ahead and invest his ultimate. Now it's a pure first squad. So he's gonna be focusing as a ping. Pretty standard. Miss now has to stay safe there from the audio ultimate. Now dropping down. Big pressure down to Juan. Still has that ult online though. Playing very patiently there to invest that Enor ultimate. You see him not investing it yet. Miss now in the full look down here by CJS. Nice tap out to avoid the follow-up of the drag slice. There goes the Enor ultimate there for WFG. CJS ult's about to run out now. Now Juan's turn to fight that pressure. There goes the damage off the ground side. Doesn't get a lot of it though. Now you see him trying to go for the F recast. Miss gonna be having that Zaping ultimate online for himself. CJS has the safety net there from the hot EF to be able to back on up. No eliminations yet between both of these squads. In the pocket, massive ship parry there from CJS. Gets the damage. Wombo with a peel there. A little bit too late. The damage still gets inflicted there to his teammate. You see the big commotion still happening. We have a lot of kills unfolding on the kill feed as well. It looks like DRG are winning their Rummy Yang as well. CJS though still applying pressure. Juan looking at the Enor. Nobody has fallen here between both of these teams. They're still going active, and there it is. Juan falls. GG now with a man advantage. The pair connected for 330 as well. And 1 HP for Miss is just all she wrote. Last player alive, Jean falls, and that's it. That's going to be it. GG is going to be taking this Rummy Yang.
Yeah, I figured in going down near gear difference, which is 2-bit high, and there's just timings on the F2s that came down clutch. Now, weapon selection to be continued. It's going to be gold honk sword. Gold honk sword. That's going to be huge. And then seeing about them, I think we got also an advanced heal. That's a close gap distance. If we end up getting them to build up advanced group heal and their zipping, there's no killing this team. Like GG gonna be able to endgame circle this. Though this is also next time where we can get to a replay. OUG taking the victory in the Rummy obviously, but DRG also winning the Rummy. So, you know, we're not out of the fight yet type energy, but that's okay. I like how WBG, though, are at the north side of this Noble Cave, just working themselves out at this shop. Let's get a replay there from this last fight. Now, this is the outskirt. This is what I wanted to see. SS1 are probably the reason that they're not in the game any longer. I saw this leaderboard check, and you can see that this is early anticipation with the Forbidden Seal to burn out the Hottie ult, but the teleporter was already placed. As PP kind of works around here with the F2, he looks to range shot out, nice micro changes there, and then the F2 recast connects 2 targets. All we need is a stagger for this pulsar to connect, and that's it. That's what the duel is here for. 1.0 from the Flying Knights, turning this a fight. Leeway is looking for this retribution, but, you know, the next thing we have to understand is that WBG on the outskirts looking at what's going on over there to, like, you know, kind of keep these guys aware that they have this under control. No other teams are here. You know, you can see how the kill feed's going on for the fights between the other teams, but SS1 have no other person looking to just denying or changing their direction of like who to focus on. It's just them and their foes, and that's SS1 going down.
That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate, but overall, still have promotion. DRG and OUG getting active. See Baby U already in that inner ultimate, looking for the drop slams there onto DRG, as well as Mai. Be trying to inflict the pressure there onto the opposing Enor, but looks like the promotion will be shifting towards the Ballista Tower. FPXGQ joins the fight. WFG right behind. Fifth parties here invested into this fight. Hottie ult out here for 330. CM now. LXM gonna respond with the Hottie ultimate. PP though going for the drag slash plus the marking. Beautifully done. CJS gets hit there with the damage into the follow up LMB as well. Big damages there onto CJS. And you see LV as well joining the fight there to try to get the close out there onto that player. He gets stuck on the side of the branch, but I believe the elimination still hasn't connected. There it is. Peak falls, SS falls as well in the kill feed, but these teams are still getting active here. Top side PP though. Gonna go ahead and take a quick little reset in. Nobody looking at him. Looks like CJS and Co. LXM are gonna get hit off the F recast. Big parry there. Not sure from who. Looks like the knockback is gonna connect with a little bit of that damage. The 1-2 spam, the 1.0 there from Jiang off the halberds. Does get a little bit of health pulled there from, I believe, 330. The follow-up is good, but CJS applying pressure here onto PP. Now has to create a little bit of that space. This is the 1.0. Gets the damage off of that. The release burst my procs, and now WBG have the man advantage. But there goes the pair from LXM. 2 players weak here for WBG. The 1.0 for the back end, and Jiang there with elimination onto Kiki, and that is all going to be it there for that squad. And the elimination is coming to play. Wow.
Man, crazy, right? And here's the other thing. WFG, they got 1 Soul Bloom. This is an advantage fight right now. They have to make sure Xiaowing got deleted, and that man's out there. But here's the problem. The only one now for the teammates. Zhuan couldn't get the impale onto the Hottie flying right now. But for Zhuan right now, it's just you got to escape now. WFG, 42 points tied up with GG. I mean, GG is still in 4th in total overall, but it's up to FPX and seeing if they go out now or never. Now, for this fight, WFG still working down as Alliance are picking up these straggler kills, but this is exactly the team you don't want to get it because they're the only team that's up to bar against FPX that have to make a massive play in this game, at least for points right now. Alliance, though, is looking to reset for revenge. This is still getting hunted down here. Having the resources to chase this up is enough time. I mean, they got ultimates ready to go again for round 2. For DRG, it's also another team you don't want to see coming through here, but they're at 8 eliminations. They won their first Rummy against FPX. So for them to kind of work this, oh my goodness, wait a second. There's no way that DRG going to be working this down. The Hottie ultimate's already invested from Kakashi. The teleporters are ready to go. After from zipping is enough to save the day. F2 recast comes out. We just lost WFG completely against OUG in the backline, so that team is out. They have the cross fingers, they don't go past, but Alliance is pushing work down towards DRG, but still getting denied.
No, they die. They die with 8.
So? Oh.
WFG died with 8. They're in 3rd, but GG as well has 42, and then FPX is trying to fight to stay up in this. DRG with 10 now.
Yeah,
there's no way, right? There's no way, right?
They steal elimination. That's the thing. That's the curse. The bottom team starts fragging out, taking eliminations from teams in the middle, and then it's a Jover. You know, what can you do? It's tough. Life is tough with Corey in the house, bro.
And I don't think they're gonna have time to take the Yang, so they're probably gonna try to find a team outside and probably get the Spruo. But let's see, GG against OUG. Because both Eaters are gonna be investing this ultimate off rip. Baby U and CJS. Put on overheads. Peak gets caught up there. Their ground slam does not connect, but the marking does though. In the back end now, you see both of these Eaters going at it. Just the zappings going back and forth between both of these squads. Peak though tries to stay up, does manage to get the scare rush through. The Hottie ultimate being invested there from OUG's SS. Now let's see what's gonna be the mix up there for themselves. CJS still applying tons of pressure. Peak tries to get a full reset and does manage to get one powder off there in the back end. Baby U off of the transformation into the parry. CJS tries to do the same but doesn't manage to do so. Nice tap dodge there from GGS to avoid the F recast there from Baby U. What do we have now? Peak half of our HP. LXM as well and 330. So I think the health advantage is going to be going towards OG's way. Overall, CJS now has the F there out the Hottie. No more escapists for now. Has the F recast if he needs it. Throws down the LMB focus. Follows up as well off the fan. But look at the health. This is round 2 of this fight.
Yeah, man. And these guys are so healthy as can be. I mean, LXM looking at this half health and looking at 330 now. He's getting deleted. Now is the point in time. I know that OUG is looking at this, popping this out, and the F2 recast comes down. GG. Holding the R&B, this is all you can do, right? Horizontal comes out, he catches the peak on that, and he switches over to the Hongsword real quick there off the grapple. That's crazy. No parries off of this. He catches a nice LMB uppercut grapple bump. Nope, 2-on-1. We love it. R&B comes out, he jumps the direction on the other side. He still has F2 to come up in here in a couple seconds here. Peak, Scarrett is up. We lost LXM in the, well, we almost lost LXM, but he got ult. So he's keeping the team alive here too. If he needs to create a teleportation, he's got that. We lost LXM, we still have the F2 recast, and we still got the Inner ults to come back up. Baby U's already casted it out, but this is gonna be where it's ult to ult, and whoever casts second technically wins in this trade-off, because look, CGS keeps pummeling these guys, man. He's still going on to keep this fight going, in a double chance here for a double Realm Yang depletion. That's going to be a hurtful end to scene between GG, who are trying to get themselves out, and OUG, who are chilling, you know? So it's really GG that's suffering this loss.
And DRG took Yang and they won.
No way. Oh my god, they did.
They won their realm. They're at 13 now, I believe.
You know, it's crazy. They got more points. They could have surpassed the amount of points they earned today so far.
Off of one game.
Off of one game, bro. Yo, so yeah. Yeah, 13 over 12 and overall. So
no, for sure.
Bulling this down here. Can DRG get to 42? I mean, that's rough. I mean, that's 17 points a difference. That's 30 kills. Actually, no, that's a lot. That's a lot. But DRG, I mean, they gotta make it happen, right? They gotta still play out to their utmost fair and play aspect, and still denying this is a war. Stressful for FPX, still stressful for GG in the Alliance. I mean, still needing around 12 points, but that's still not without the, you know, it's still possible, you know. Still possible for them. It's just whether or not OUG just go crazy and, you know, start making a melt pattern, or if DRG just takes all those kills.
Wait, why do we have 3 Yang depletions?
Oh, we just saw it. GG, OUG just double Yang depletion. They both lost, or like they didn't kill each other. In that room. Yeah. That's what I was looking at too. I was like 9. I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot, because 9. You know, they have the triple Yang depletion there.
Oh, yep. I mean, this could be good for DRG if they're able to find that opening, right? You know, you can just
15 kills. 15 kills, bro.
They need 15 more.
They need 15 because they got the placement of 4 points. No one has no one has any placement, and then if they get 15, that pushes them to 40, and then they get 4 points due to the placement, and that puts them exactly 2 points over GG in case they get any kills here.
Nah, this gotta be an insane game. This gotta be a very high ass. Not sure, but let's see. WBG already getting active against OUG. Off of the Yangs are gonna be resin right next to each other. They see a little bit of isolation. GG might be moving on in. I see him in the mini map. You see LXM there on the mini map. Baby U eats up a lot of damage. You see him now trying to back on up. Takes the Hottie portal. OUG still finding his out. GG. Swell joins the mix pretty soon, I believe. No ult zone. You see them waiting there for the perfect opportunity, make you think that they're in an isolated fight. But Peak there with a massive parry there, forcing out that. He just runs towards, I believe, GG. Looks like he's gonna be backing on up. So now Alliance joins the side of this fight as well. OUG, FPX now on the top side. So now the commotion's gonna be happening inside a barrier of this no ult zone. See Peak and Co playing inside. GG as well. Alliance outside. waiting for the aggression. PP just hiding there on the bottom left-hand side. DRG now starting to move on in. That's full gold armor there for DRG on all players. Let's see, the F recast in the back end. GG LXM takes that elimination. Massive paradigm from CJS. Looking for the opening. Doesn't get the damage onto Baby U. Have another ult being invested on the top side. I heard it. Now, CJS. Go ahead and take a quick reset in. DRG snagging up another one. Now, now Don Q. Go ahead. I believe the pressure now is going to be going towards LV. He got common armor in the backside. FPX looking for this as well. DRG's in the mix, and you see them trying to get it, but GG snacks this one up onto Baby U. It's still fine for them, but Mai is very low. He has to be real careful here.
Yeah, he does. And I know that comes down to him having an ultimate, but the Forbidden Seal, nice parry. Wait a second. GG and CJS might be caught in the Palm Lightning connects. He might scare rush out with it. Nope, it takes a teleport instead, and he still has ultimate. WBG are gone, by the way. And WBG, second place, you know, chilling. But here's the problem right now for GG. They still only got one ultimate on standby and DRG right in front of them, bro. Like, this is sketchy. This is probably the most sketchiest fight to kind of see this coming down for GG. Fighting this Yang Spearwell right now is going to be the advantage here for CGS. Like, the ult and the parry. I mean, this is a guaranteed ult breaker for Adi, but he got ultimate ready to go. He's ready to go. Yo, CJS has this opportunity to throw the spear and connects it right in midair. Doesn't get the impale. He's looking for the knockdown. He's looking for the LMB, and he still yet can't complete that. He can't get that kind of combination. He switches connection over here, almost losing almost half his health, but he's still got that Zipine to work this down, and then the parry tap dodge comes out. Dongqing could be the next focus here, but for GG right now, this Yang steer rail is like, it's either neither here or there. They need this.
Yeah, they definitely need this, but now Alliance starts to move on in, so I don't think they were able to do so. CJS still need to try to find he could retop off that. We still have some aggression here from OUG and FPX on the first spot of the map that we were at. We see Peak now taking that Hottie F there on the top side. Kiki still trying to get active. Over though. Eno here for FPX looking at Peak in the backside. Hottie F is good, or the Hottie Slash is good. Peak now is going to be eliminated by water. DRG still fighting to stay up here in this spirit well. See Alliance though investing everything. GG falls there due to Yang depletion, so they're not able to cleanse on out. That's 3 eliminations gone there potentially for DRG, but they're still having to deal with the aggression from Alliance here in the spirit well. Now getting covered by the zone. See Don Q in the back end trying to stay up. Not sure if they bullied them out. Yes, they do. Alliance though still fighting. There goes the Hottie ultimate now invested there for that squad, and DRG is gonna give it up now, and it's just impossible at this point with only what do we have? 8 eliminations being able to get. Yeah, it's impossible.
Yeah, 8's gonna be a tipping point there. But yeah, I mean, going down here, we're gonna see Alliance putting the pressure. Nice parry off of Mai, and Mai is gonna look like, okay, anyways, still having the zipping here. The double horizontal release hit, and that's gonna be Yuma's advantage here. Look, the F2 comes out. He might actually burn this F2 in the perfect direction. Yeah, knock him back into the zone. But a parry like that from Mai, I mean, he turns his fight around. He's like, remember me? Remember me from high school? You know, that's crazy. The thing is that Water puts himself down here. The corner side is his. He's looking at the Baby U. OUG going down here, another member. They only have 1 left. And as for this fight, FPX are the gatekeepers in terms of the zone right now. I mean, looking at this, I mean, FPX are also, by the way, right beneath WFG. They need to get 1 more elimination to kind of surpass that and knocking that WFG out. We're crossing fingers for them, but for this, I mean, they're so healthy. They got all the ultimates ready to go here. They have the scaling that's necessary to keep the damage high, right? Even Ryoshi won't be able to do enough about this. F2 into what? Scare Rush. This is the last kill that's needed to get this into the threshold. And that right there, Clink off number 1, V1 sipping, keeping him alive. Ryoshi is not taking this out. Gets hell checked on. Classic. Like an NA player, bro. Let's pull him up. And that's going to be our case. That's going to be our points with 43 points. That's going to be a second elimination. That's hard confirming that position since they just knocked out Alliance, and there was no one else to kind of contest against FPX. OUG dying out here against DRG, but leaving us out here, FPX making the cut, making it through for finals, or at least for the next bracket.
Yep. There you have it, our top 4, OUG, WBG, FPX, and GG. We're moving on to our round 2 of the losers bracket here for stage 2. Unfortunate for WFG, man. They get eliminated very early. They had 8 eliminations into this game, and they get picked off a little bit too soon for them to not be able to continue adding points to the board. And, you know, just like that, just counting on fate to make sure any of those bottom teams that were under them did not get enough eliminations, and they still end up surpassing them. And now 3v2 situation here for FPX and DRG. DRG had heart into game 6, but just a little bit too late. Just had to put a decent game up. You're gonna get combo 2-on-1, just key bow shot, bring ultimate invested. Doesn't even matter. Getting shut down, but here goes the parry there onto Kakashi. Forced to pop to that, but doesn't matter. FPX is here. full capitalizing off of this. There goes the shutdown, and now DRG are out of this, and FPX are going to be our MVP of Game 6, our mirror match for this game. I'm sorry, DRG. Wait, what?
No, they get MVP because they had more
eliminations,
right? Yeah, but they don't make it through leaderboard wise. It's unfortunate.
Stage 1 finals, final contestants as well.
Yeah,
they're
so
out.
The only thing they got is LCQs. So that's gonna be like them in 2 weeks. I mean, alongside them with all the remaining teams there. Though FPX did put a good push, final push. WFG were like waiting this out. They were like waiting out, seeing what was gonna happen there. So they were watching from the sidelines. They saw the elimination. They saw the score go down to 5th place. That just comes down to that, you know. That's the worst feeling, right? Just kind of waiting game it out, kind of working that down. But next week we'll see that how they perceive the fights that are happening in the grand final or into stage 2 finals. But more importantly, just still looking at the stage 2 for the losers bracket. I mean, you still got that going on. You still got to watch the winners bracket round 2 and then see what happens later on. But for this SS1 as well, just a waiting game.
It's a waiting game. Oh, there's audio.
We're back.
Bet up. Why even say anything?
Got serious problem.
For real.
Classic. For real.
Classic though.
You know, it's funny too because I was looking at Alliance taking the entire, like they ran, I don't know why to be honest, but they stuck themselves into this zone for a long time to get that Yang Sparrow, even after we saw, you know, for the instance of DRG, which like an 80 to 90%, they still take the opportunity to chill out the fact that they don't want them to happen. Like they made sure, and they made absolutely sure that a team does not have Yang Sparrow, doesn't get themselves a reset, doesn't have themselves an armor, you know, upgrade for free at the tome, if that's any indication, but it's mainly kind of keeping them away from it. The decision making there, I mean, it forces them out in the zone for a longer time than they're hoping for, but then again, taking other fights against other members of other teams, that's just going to be the natural conclusion. They have to take those fights anyways, and then obviously when one dissident parry happens, they just can't make it back. That damage that's dealt there is kind of finalized because there's no real time to reset there, especially in those final circle moments.
Yeah, it's just rough. It was so much invested in, you know, it was all for nothing at the end, just due to the fact that, you know, no one ended up getting the spirit well, and they just all get inflicted with aim depletion, and, you know, teams who were just backing up, waiting for that perfect opportunity were there to clean up, just FPX. So overall, you know, that's how Game 6 is going to conclude. Yeah. Well, we had Zai today. We had Zenda.
Yeah,
Zenda was good though.
Yeah,
she wasn't amazing, but she was good, I would say. Nearly had an MVP there for Game 5 as well. So, you know, it has potential. It has potential with the Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu now being played out with the Zenda Wu. You know, that's something that I'm guessing people were like hoping for, that we would see Xiaoyu a little bit more in trios, just with her change with shield. So I guess Zenda is a good, you know, good mesh with that character, but no combo break though. They're all using the bird throw.
Yeah, they're all using it. I mean, it's the cooldown on the F1 and trios. I mean, if you get this to F2, you're obviously making sure that you can cast it, damage, CC control somebody. Tumult is there to back you up there. But it's also like for peel pressure and from range. Think about it, right? Because like the thing is that gold focus is also a knockback. So if anyone's holding a blue focus, for instance, that's also a way you to push someone off, or even someone inside of a parry. So you can do a range pressure. That's her whole thing too. Her ult is like to kind of create range pressure for that. But not taking combo breaker. I mean, I don't even think there's only one character I can think of that has that type of moment. Is Hottie. You know, no one's using F1 for Hottie. You know, the crazy thing is too is that the cooldown for Hottie is less than his F1, is a lot less than Zenda's combo breaker. But bringing us some points, 18 points, bro. Last game pop-off game. And being in last place is kind of rough, but, you know, 18 points for DRG. FPX with 14, 9 for WVG, WFG with 8, as well as OUG. And then 5 for GG, 3 for Alliance, SS1 not getting any points that round. It's kind of rough around the edges, so that's just going to go into our standings next. And I mean, besides that, you know, MVP stats and seeing how DRG's members did across the board. I mean, Dongqing having 5 kills, you know, 20k healing. Seeing the Hottie getting 6 kills, 28,000 damage, but 5 kills, 33,000 damage. Just, you know, the power horse of this entire comp, just knocking people down from the sky if he could. And if not, Hadi helps him alongside that and is throwing out slashes left and right before he can confirm Nbpl.
Unfortunate. Fortunate there for DRG, just, you know, it turned up a little bit too late into the day. But OUG, a team that has been turned all day, 75 overall game score them for themselves. For first day of the losers bracket, WBG with 52, FPX with 49, GG with 44, WFG with 42. It was super close between 4th and 5th. I mean, literally like just 2 points. Just unfortunate there that they had a donut there for game 2. Alliance with 32, DRG with 30, and SS1 with 19. What is that? 2 donuts on the BR game, and then just no points for the martial arts solos. Just really just shut them down. And they had 5 and 3 for games 2 and 3, which is rough for them. But no replay here for game 6. Last replay here for today's scenario. You can go ahead and take this one.
Yeah, man. I mean, look at this, man. This guy got the reset on the ground. Who thought about that? RMB's though, delayed release, gets buried. But this is what I was talking about. The Enor comes down to just like pressuring them off in case if anyone gets affected. That's why like that's why always been the point about like, the sustainability. Zai, I mean, doesn't really have that much instead of Enor in some cases. And then again, seeing how these fights ended up, this was after, you know, majority of the time after the Romy Yangs started closing in for the second Romy Yangs, I should say. And then DRG is winning this down like hardball style. For everything over here, I mean, this is a pure and simple location that Hadi teams excel at. There's no terrain to work off with scare rushes. He can just lock this down. The thing about the trees, right? They're not like crazy. They can't scare rush immediately in any direction. It's up only. And now, Ian Wong confirms we had gold full swords. You know that scaling is going massive. But more importantly, there's DRG's connections here. And you can we're looking at this from the point of view from the key, the shot caller here. The IGL, as people like to call it, the Kakashi, bringing it up as Hadi.
Yeah, he got the best view in the house. He's in the sky. Yeah. Get the call up, but I was looking at the Hadi gameplay, seeing how they get full value off this character. It's just so good, man. Like I was saying earlier, just being able to have that ult for your squad, the pressure you get in that ult form. Overall, so good. And in the comp, like Ener's opinion, you get that sustain, you get that pressure there from the transformer that, you know, moves like if you're not in a transformer state. It's just such an insane composition. This is why we see it every single night, being that mirror match, just how strong it is. And, you know, Kakashi for this game 6 almost had 30,000 damage for this game alone on the Hadi. 6 eliminations, 9,000 damage there with the Bloom Blade. He had 8.3k with a pole sword. His Hong sword had 3.5, but you know, the ult being that main damage dealer there for him. Still though, it was a insane game there for DRG. They just needed a little bit more of value in any of the 2 previous games to just close out the day strong. But we are going to be going into a quick interview with one of our players.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our post-game interview. I'm your host Jing Jing, and our player is standing with us. So let's say hello to the audience first. 先和大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 OG 的 Baby 玉。
欢迎 Baby 玉来到我们的赛后采访。So welcome Baby 玉 to our post-game interview. So congratulations first for advancing to the next round. And also I noticed that your heart rate was really high. And also I think your status must be very good. So how do you comment on your performance today? 那么其实也注意到你们今天心率非常的高，今天表现真的太好了，拿下了75的击败分。评价一下自己的表现吧。
挺好的吧，今天状态挺好的，手感挺火热的。
队友表现怎么样？
不如我。
Okay, so I think my performance is really good for today's competition. I think my status is very well. Also, my teammates has a very good performance too. Also, so let's move on to the next part. Answer for judges. So today's question is, which hero was not used by OUG in Game 6? 那么今天这道问题呢是 OUG 在第6把中没有用到哪名英雄。Okay, so let's go back to our games. Because there are some changes of our team members. So how do you think of the team's atmosphere and cooperation? 那么其实我们人员上也有一些更替。那你觉得现在目前整个队伍的氛围还有状态怎么样？
因为我们本来就是老队友嘛，就是很早就认识，所以磨合什么的也挺快的，整体氛围比较融洽。
So because we are old teammates for before, so I think we get familiar with each other. So I think our performance and status is really good. Okay, so I think our player is ready. So let's start counting. 那么也请用英语给我们倒计时吧。
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, so let's find out the correct answer. 也请公布一下我们正确答案。
正确答案是 D。
Yes, the correct answer is D. Congratulations to our lucky ones. Okay, so for the last question. So because the first stage felt a little disappointing, so what's your goal for the second stage? 那么其实我们第一赛段有些许的小小的遗憾，那么也想请问一下，你觉得第二赛段你的目标是什么？
我的目标首先是进第二赛段决赛吧。
然后呢？还有吗？
没了，先进再说。
先进再说。Okay. So my goal for the second stage is definitely to advancing to the finals of the second stage. 好的，那也期待你们能够进入到我们第二赛段的决赛。好的，期待你的发挥，谢谢你参加我的采访。Okay, so we are looking forward to see OUG advancing to the finals of our second stage, and thank you for joining today's interview. Let's go back to our casters.
And we're back. Locked in game 6. We're out. We're done with all the games. We have a top 4 for a losers bracket. Yeah, interesting, right? If you didn't make it to this top 4, you're kind of put in a very, very rough spot, right, Severio? Not being able to play for 2 weeks, and now you got to wait for the last chance qualifier. That's not something you want, especially with this type of format where you have to fight your day-to-day inside the league to just stay into that top 4. It's just rough not being able to practice. All you really have is scrims, but we know scrims is one thing, LAN play is another.
It is. Yeah, I mean, the one thing is that, I seen the one-off Zai composition, and I was like, okay, cool. Hopefully it doesn't see comp play, right? And it comes out there, and I'm like, oh, shoot, okay, we're bringing it out. But the other thing, too, is, surprise, was the Zenda Wu composition. Yeah. Because here's the thing, that composition wasn't recently played. I was looking back, and I'll look back again just to make sure, but the fact that 2 different teams, DRG and WBG, brought that comp out, WBG taking it inside of the full run, winning out the versus and having that comp as the first round pick, and then DRG having it as another pick there is kind of, privated, information. These guys brought this out in terms of the Pro League stage to make sure that's the thing. But the one thing is, this is how long it's going to stay. Because that composition is going to burn out the Tumulch. Usually that Tianhai into the Takeda comes down to it with him just to make sure he has it. But if we want to kind of walk away from that for a second, you still have the Destina Weishan Enor, or the Destina Weishan Shooting One League. You still have the Akos Viper Syra, and then you still obviously have the Enor Hotties at Ping. So there's a lot of you can have at least 4 variations of a comp, but still be capable with just 3. Because like I said, the Pickman system, it doesn't really revolve that much unless you're going into the full 8-round format, right? Which is only reserved for finals. And having this in terms of having 3 or 4 comps, I mean, that's still a comp you can test out. You're not going to be punished for it, especially when you can double pick inside trios as well.
Yeah, the Akos Viper Syra comp today alone it had so much success from the previous night that I've seen. I think it was just a timing thing they had to get really used to. Yeah. We were seeing I think it was OUG were just perfectly timing their Syra ults with their Aqua's ultimates to end when the cage ends up going away. Just perfect dazzle, and then you still have that Viper ultimate to add on top of that after, or potentially if you get those eliminations, you can save that for an upcoming third party or whatever the case can be. I feel like now this comp is being it's being played at its highest potential now. Obviously this is lower bracket, so technically you can say this is not top 8 teams, but overall I did see it being played out a lot more cleaner than with the other previous nights that I casted trio. So that's for that comp. And then the Enor comp as always it's just so strong. Every single night it's been that mirror match of just how good that composition is. And like you mentioned, the Zenda comp, I feel like it's decent. I don't think it's bad, but man, not being able to have a combo breaker, it just makes everything so much harder.
Yeah, and the thing is that even in the Enor Hotties being comp, there's only one combo breaker to be given in a raw skill set, but they're given that with the cube regardless. Once that's placed, that's set up. The Syra Viper, Akos comp there's only one combo breaker, and that's Siren, right, with the F1. But the opportunity to kind of soft combo break with skills, being able to kind of come down with a full CC lockdown, that's just where it stems out. Even if you do, even if you get caught, your teammates are there. CC's chaining. It's not a damage over time. It's an immediate threshold of pressure because, Viper kneeing ultimate, it's like, okay, 6 seconds, boom. Or are you going to run the risk of running this guy down, or are you going to get silenced? What's your option? And the Sire can come in here to kind of create an 8-second deficit for you if you, start needing to heal immediately. She's going to provide that. Then she can also keep you, aligned if you team up with her to chase down somebody that was the outlier. And that composition, you're gonna have the combo breaker for some ult at least, but for Shail, the pressure is there. The cooldown is also reduced whenever she takes hits on the shield walks, so she can always get another cast sooner than anything. But for Zendawu, she's the outlier there too. But if she rocks into using her ult, she'll have 3 combo, like not say combo breakers, but instead of like Justina dashes where they're immediate, like it's like instantaneous in terms of like usage to catch something out. She has a lot of like open time to do other stuff, and being in that iframe extents of insta casting, dashing around, that's the issue. Stamina, what if she's getting rushed down there? She doesn't have anything to kind of break off, and then she's gonna have to invest her skills for nothing there.
It's just rough, right? It's just, I don't know. What else would you do? But overall standings, let's take one last look here for our standings here for the lower bracket. Round 1, OUG with 75, WBG with 52, FPX with 49, GG with 44, nearly getting overtaken there by WFG by 42, Alliance 32, DRG 30, and then 19 there for SS1. Top 4 here for our lowers bracket are going to be making to our round 2 of the lowers bracket. We still have our winners bracket run there, being that top side of the graph with CTE, 521 Wolves, XKG, SR, RW, YZG, IG. Bottom 4 will be going against OUG, WBG, FPX, and GG to fight for that 426 March 26, or April 26, sorry, finals for the stage 2, which, man, it's fast. It's coming back. It's coming by so quickly. It's next week already. Still got a couple days left throughout this week for some more NARAKA for both solos and trios, but overall, man, it's just, yeah, it just seems like this season is a lot faster, which it is. It just feels like it's only a week long because we're already, I believe, halfway through.
Yeah, it goes by quick, man. And then all of a sudden you look at these ranking points, you're like, man, let's see what's going on here. This is actually really good because this is shown in the beginning. If you guys weren't aware about it, this is actually something that's pretty substantial in remembering, because depending on your scores in the first on your finals, you're going to take a lot of points. First place gets 45 points. Anyone that comes down to the stage 2, if they get locked down, like right now you can see at WFG, if they get knocked out, look at the ranking points. It's either nothing like SS1, or you get 6 and then you're in WFG's place, and then Alliance is already out with 4 points on their ranking points. It's still up to FPX to make it out. It's still up to OUG to kind of get a dub, because 45 points on top of the 6 would make it kind of clean to stay up on top of that. But ranking points here solidified here in the middle for the bottom 6 or the bottom 8. Top 8, anyone's game. Anyone can stay here. I feel like anyone here can be safe from the safety net. But the problem is that I think it's only top 4 that's going to have to make it through there, and then we're just going to have to see how that breaks us down, because TE winning this down, GG being in second place, SR and Wolves being in the lineup there. Those are the guys that really are still A in the game. They haven't lost. The only team here that had went to finals was with DRG with the 16 placement points. But after that, it's just going to be a waiting game, and then who is going to be forced out to LCQs.
Yeah, looking at DRG there at 16 and they're out, so they're gonna be definitely still be going at it for the LCQ. But overall, tomorrow's schedule solos is gonna be that martial arts solos for round 1, and then full Fireflies for games 2 and 5 into our mirror match to game 6. Staple now standard system now for the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League, which I like it. I like the Fireflies for those 2 to 4 very aggressive matches in both modes. But yeah, very, very fun day seeing trios once again. Big aggression off of that first game. I think that's my most favorite part right there. Just off of that first game, whenever it's concluded, just the commotion we get, just all the aggression from all the squads meeting up basically in the middle of the map every single time, just being able to try to get their cleanses out. Teams with buff just try to get as much picks as possible. I think that's probably like my most favorite timing of the games. And into our second game, we still have that type of aggression. But you know, it can vary from how many teams we have alive. Like today in our first game, after that first game, we only have 4 teams alive, which is insane, right? Just half of the teams cut out just so quick. But you saw it, you know, stabilize a lot more into games 2 through 6 3 through 6, where the teams were playing a little bit more composed and, you know, not dying off rip, which, you know, it just makes it a little bit rougher. But, you know, that is going to conclude today's matches for today. We'll be back tomorrow for trios, or for solo, sorry. My name is Creatives. I'm here with Severio. We catch you guys tomorrow for more NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League.